effectively, functionally mouse click on an enemy, on an object, on an NPC. But both of these options, the tab or the clicking, just feel slightly too clunky if I'm being honest. For most abilities, especially for ranged classes, you need to hit an extra button before you start using your skill, before you start attacking, before you do anything. And for that reason, I felt way more comfortable playing melee classes when playing with a gamepad, because like I mentioned, there are many melee abilities and cleave abilities that can be cast without a target, and then the game will auto-select the nearest target that was hit. So for that reason, playing like a rogue, playing a warrior, playing a paladin all feel fantastic. The range classes require that extra step of tabbing or lining up the crosshair and clicking, and it just doesn't feel right. And it's just as bad as, if not even worse, for interactable objects, talking to NPCs, looting, clicking on quest objectives. All of that require you to line up that crosshair and emulate the mouse click on the gamepad, and it feels way too cumbersome, really. So replacing all of this with the new near object interact will mean, just like in ESO or Guild Wars 2, you just need to stand next to something and hit a single input. It's clunky right now. This is going to be way better, an amazing quality of life improvement, and just overall feel. It'll feel a lot more natural. Now, when it comes to the idea of playing on gamepad or the idea of WoW coming to consoles, there's a few major concerns that tend to come up. One of them is, are there enough inputs? Let me say this, the answer is unequivocally yes. So by default, with the current console port add-on, the setup is 12 buttons and 2 modifiers. So you've got the 4 face buttons, the 4 D-pad, the left and right bumper, and then start and select. Those are the 12 inputs. And then left and right trigger act as modifiers, sort of like swapping hotbars. So you can hold down left trigger to get 12 more, hold down right trigger to get 12 more, hold down them both to get 12 more. Including the default 12, those 3 additional layers add up to 48 total skill slots just using 2 modifiers. And if that wasn't enough, you could technically add another modifier. I mean, you could just keep adding modifiers, adding more hotbars. So let's say you did left trigger and right trigger as well as left bumper, so 3 modifiers. This would remove 1 open slot because you're taking away left bumper. While it brings the total number of slots down to 11, you have 3 extra combinations, bringing the total with 3 modifiers and 11 buttons to 88 skills. And you could go even further by adding a 4th modifier. So basically, to answer the question is, are there enough inputs on the gamepad to have all of your skills? Yes, absolutely. There's way more than enough. You can totally make it work. And you should be aware that it works just by the virtue of the other console MMOs that exist. Final Fantasy XIV in particular, you can do it. It is certainly possible. And then on top of that, there is also the utility ring, which works just like a radial menu in a lot of other games. You can pull this up and you're able to bind various objects, things like potions or Hearthstone, and even skills onto this radial menu, adding even more skills. Now, enough inputs is one question, which hopefully we've answered. Another one is, does it play well? As I mentioned, in the time that I've played WoW using a gamepad and console port add-on, it was absolutely enjoyable and functional. Was it ideal? Was it flawless? No and no. But I think with these upcoming Dragonflight changes, it is going to be a heck of a lot better. Like, I'm certain, actually. I am genuinely excited to give Dragonflight a go using a gamepad with the new action combat and the near object targeting. It's not going to become my default. I still prefer keyboard and mouse, but those 2 additions are going to make a gamepad feel way more natural. And again, this really isn't a question of like either or. The biggest advantage for playing any MMO on a gamepad is it just feels more casual and relaxed. The idea that I could just like sit on a sofa and use a big screen TV and play WoW just chilling with the gamepad. It's a different experience than like sitting here trying to maintain posture, playing WoW at my keyboard, and mostly failing at posture. Like, at least I can get rid of the facade when I'm on the couch. I'm on the couch. I'm sitting improperly. It's fine. It's not really an either-or situation, and there's certainly some value, even if it's just a different way to experience the game, in playing on a gamepad. Now, another big concern that comes up is, could you play competitively? The answer is yes. People have, in fact. There are videos all over YouTube of people clearing mythic raids and reaching Gladiator using only a gamepad. It is absolutely possible. Now, again, is it ideal? No, not really. Probably not, especially when it comes to the existing clunkiness of targeting enemies and all of that. But there's no question
to the silver ore I just saw.
Competitive content in the game has and can be cleared just by using the controller. And again, this is going to become even easier with the new changes in Dragonflight. With all of that said, Blizzard has clearly been making moves to make WoW way more natural on a gamepad. While console port is an unofficial add-on, Blizzard themselves have added native gamepad support, they added action cam, and they are adding that action combat and that targeting. The only thing they have left to do is to make an official UI overhaul themselves, and then at that point, while I know it's not just the snap of a finger, much of the pieces will be in place for an actual console release, and I think that they should. There's a few reasons why. For one, WoW's PC player base kind of been on a mostly continuous decline since Cataclysm. This is not a secret. It is a well-known secret, if anything. Also, other MMOs have proven to be quite successful. Look at ESO, and the most comparable thing to WoW, Final Fantasy XIV. That is a by default tab target game that seems to work quite well on console and also has been quite successful. And then of course can't leave out the fact that Microsoft is acquiring, or in the process of acquiring, Activision Blizzard King, and with that and the focus that they have on Game Pass and trying to add value, World of Warcraft subscription included in Game Pass, even if it was at the premium tiers, sounds like a lot of value. They are all about that, and that seems entirely plausible. I guess one of my biggest questions at this point would be how they handle cross-play. Would PC and console players be playing on the same servers? Would it be entirely separate? Different games have done different things here. For example, Final Fantasy XIV have console and PC, whereas ESO have their own dedicated servers for each. Xbox players play together, PlayStation players play together, PC players play together. ESO has decided to separate them. WoW could go either way, especially when it comes to people who might be concerned about, the dumbing down of the game, as if that isn't already an existing concern that's been trending throughout World of Warcraft, retail World of Warcraft expansions. I don't know that a gamepad, which as I mentioned has upwards of like 80 inputs, would necessarily dumb it down. I understand the concern, but I just don't feel that qualified, I suppose, and I don't know how like authentic of a worry that really is. I think the game is going in the direction that it's going, and the direction that it's going with all of the support that Blizzard has already been doing, even without the announcement of official console release.
Ooh.
It just makes playing the game here a lot more feasible and even enjoyable. There's especially playing as the melee classes, the range is another story, and I think healing is an extra layer of difficulty and clunkiness, almost certainly. But playing melee class with a controller, it feels really good. It honestly does. It's pretty chill. I can just lay back, hang out, and use this. I don't know. I've had fun. I've enjoyed it. So obviously we will see. Nothing is official yet, but they are so close to being able to do this, and I would like to see it. I would genuinely like to see it. I think the idea of like a fresh start action version of WoW on a gamepad, like I would bust out the Xbox to try that. I absolutely would, just like I try fresh start servers in WoW, just like I try classic WoW. Give me another angle into playing WoW. I'll probably check it out. This sounds like a good one. But yeah, there you go. That is the video. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy. Wild Hearts is a hunting game that looks to offer its own unique twist on the genre, and of course by the genre I mean Monster Hunter. They are making their own spin on Monster Hunter. Although the game does have two immediately distinguishing characteristics, the setting being fantasy feudal Japan, and its use of this ancient tech to assist in hunts with all sorts of crazy contraptions called karakuri. This game was first teased in early September when EA revealed they were partnering with Koei Tecmo to make the next great AAA hunting game, and then last week we got the big reveal. Wild Hearts has apparently been in development for 4 years and is being made by Omega Force, the studio behind Dynasty Warriors and Tokiden. And then just today they released 7 minutes of gameplay footage showing off the various stages of a full hunt, and frankly it looks pretty sick, honestly. Like, this is a new upcoming hunting game. It took me by surprise and is surprisingly great looking. So today I want to dive into everything that I could scrounge up about what we know so far. Okay, so the basic premise of Wild Hearts is this. We play as hunters, visitors in the lands of Azuma, tasked with tracking down and eliminating kimono, massive creatures fused with the environment and capable of reshaping their surroundings, which is a really cool additional feature of this game. These monsters basically summon things up, trees and roots ropes and all sorts of things, rocks and hurling stuff. It's pretty cool. To deal with these, we will not only be using our weapons with gameplay that looks like a relatively standard third-person action combat game, but also that ancient karakuri technology, these highly flexible tools that are said to open up all sorts of creative approaches to hunting. I'll dive into some of the various variations that we've seen, but basically these are contraptions you build on the fly that assist with things like your movement, controlling the enemy in the battlefield, and attacking the bosses outright. So that is the elevator pitch for Wild Hearts. Now let's talk some of the specifics, which a lot of this information we got from interviews, but also the trailers. So in that very first trailer, they were basically showing various bits of gameplay kind of chopped up from scene to scene. We saw a few different bosses, all of which are covered and fused with natural elements. Think like vines and rocks, flowers, roots, ice. So we saw this large rat who could spin his tail and summon in a big tree. There was a rock ape. We saw the boar, which slams the ground and summons up roots. There was also the ice wolf. And at the very end of the teaser trailer, they showed this very oversized, like, world boss. Probably something you don't fight directly, but maybe there's a level where you can shooting stuff at it, probably. And there was a brief glimpse as well of a flying boss. In addition to these bosses, we saw several small creatures like rabbits and other woodland style creatures. And again, like the bosses, these have some nature infused within them. Beyond the bosses, we got a good look in that first trailer at the karakuri building. Now again, these look to be probably either consumable or cooldown abilities that you place in the world, and they will serve several functions, most of which will construct a small pillar and then give you some utility. Like we saw a jumping pad, we saw helicopter wings, there was this spring-loaded hammer, a time bomb, as well as a ballista hook, which appears to be used to kind of control and tie a boss down. And a couple other things that I noticed in that first trailer included coming up on this monster but by crouching and moving through a field, so maybe there's some element of surprise or stealth in the game. And we saw a couple different weapons in the trailer. There was an umbrella, of various swords, as well as bows, and loads of different armors, all with that cool. So that trailer was just a couple minutes long, and again, it was mostly brief clips. The gameplay trailer, which just came out, really gave us a lot more information and showcased a bit more about what we can expect from the game. So they released, it was 7 minutes of gameplay total. It was actual gameplay, but HUD-less, so we don't really get an idea of what the UI looks like, but this is clearly the game running and being played. And it was basically a highlights reel of an entire hunt with the player tracking and taking down the King Tusk boss, which is basically that giant boar all covered in roots and stuff. So the trailer opened up with a shot showing the player walking on a grassy cliff. We see some smaller wildlife here with a snake-looking creature, and then at the cliff's edge, they summon the helicopter karakuri, presumably to get down without taking fall damage, or just because it looks cool. I'm not sure if there's fall damage or not, but this was a cool thing to showcase. And then when they're at the bottom, they summon another karakuri. This one launches a rope at a nearby rock formation, and then they zip line up it. This is super cool. Now, it was stated in some interviews that these karakuri will be used for world traversal, like we're seeing here, in addition to being used in fights. So it seems we can expect using these karakuri to get around while tracking the boss down beyond just when we're fighting them. Atop the cliff, they summon one of the jumping pads, and then they grab and scale the side of that cliff. So it does look like we're going to have some environmental scaling in the game. That is neat. And also, while here, I do just want to briefly point out we've got some pretty low resolution looking textures on this terrain. This is certainly not a deal breaker, but it could play into sort of the larger picture of where we should place our expectations with this game overall. I will touch on what I mean with that in a bit. I'm not saying
every once in a while you see stuff like that. What is the state of Overwatch 2? Let's give it a swing, huh?
Of Overwatch 2. Let's watch it.
Yeah, are you gonna let me play, or are you gonna put me in a queue?
2019, Jeff Kaplan walked on stage at BlizzCon and announced Overwatch 2 to try to redefine the meaning of sequel. Nearly 3 years later, I had the opportunity to get some time.
It did redefine the meaning of a sequel. It's pretty much, most people thought a sequel would be a new game. The redefinition.
This is just cash grab for stuff they promised they were going to deliver anyways.
Yes, sequel is the same game.
And I can confidently say Overwatch 2 is not a sequel.
No.
Not yet.
The PV mode hasn't hit.
I mean, you can easily, like, it's easy to meme on Overwatch 2, right? And we do it all the time because it's fucking funny. But the
Because
truth
it's
is
fucking
that
funny.
The actual Overwatch 2 content is going to come out with the PvE. That's the actual Overwatch 2 content.
Extremely high quality. The new visuals, the audio, the animations, art, skins, voice, the list goes on.
Yeah.
Everything in Overwatch 2 has that absurd level of Blizzard polish that feels so good. And on top of that, the new gameplay direction of Overwatch 2 is a massive improvement over the original. Combat has fewer ultimates, fewer shields, less CC, and more solo carry potential.
We've seen a lot of that. I would say that's probably a good thing. The thing is with me is like I've kept up with like Overwatch a little bit, but because like I didn't play it a whole lot, I don't really understand a lot of the pain points that people had with the game prior to Overwatch 2 on like a functional level. Like I get like theoretically there's a bunch of tanks, a bunch of absorbs, you know, like you can't really make plays, etc. But like what does that really mean?
All core design changes in line with a new direction and nudges the game closer to its roots as an FPS shooter rather than the shield shooting simulator it had become. But all of this feels like a hollow shift
the game?
rather than the shield.
What the fuck?
Sorry, we were unable to log you in. Disconnected. Sorry, you were unable to log in. Disconnected. Log in.
God damn, no wonder they
What?
changed that shit.
Try again.
Holy shit, man. What the hell is even going on?
Shooting simulator it had become.
Yeah,
This feels
all
like
that
a
crap.
hollow shell, a
Yeah.
fresh coat of paint that cannot possibly make up for the fact that this sequel has an extremely underwhelming amount of new content and it was supposed to be so much more.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah, I do think that people expected to have more or like some new type of like gameplay that was like super transformative.
Yeah, PvE.
After waiting for almost
I wasn't really looking for PvE in my Overwatch game, but I still think it actually could be fairly good.
new game mode and a handful of maps it's now launching
I do like the new game mode. I think it's fun.
as an early access.
Yeah, it was
live service
okay,
title.
yes.
Clearly, this is not the sequel Blizzard had in mind when Overwatch 2 was announced back in 2019. It's a drastic shift for Blizzard, a company that once made its name by ruthlessly delaying all of its games and updates until they were ready. What's surprising
I mean, like that's not really true. I mean,
I've never-
fucking
yeah.
Diablo 3 wasn't ready. They released that.
Mhm.
Draenor wasn't ready. They released that. I mean, shit.
according to interviews, the team has only actually been.
I was wondering about WAD. I'm like, yeah, it does feel like kind of an unfinished piece of shit. You know, it was. I liked it, but it wasn't good. The Garrison was good. Everyone hated the Garrison too. I thought Garrison was great. Definitely was like, you know, I didn't like the repetitive nature of it, but it was good. I didn't mind it. I'm a big fan of things like the Mog Islands in Final Fantasy XI, or like, you know, it's like basically it's like a profession helper that helps you make money every day if you bother to log on. And they're like, here, mine some more, or fish some fish, pick some herbs. And that's how the Garrison was.
I feel like there hasn't been a ton of new stuff that was added. Like I said, I mean, whenever I play the game, a lot of the stuff is about the same. Like, there's a few changes to the abilities.
Oh my god.
You know, the
Spaz me out, you fucking ghost.
I'll definitely tell you that. Yeah, it's a lot better. But in terms of the like actual changes, I think it's minimal. Yeah, 3 new heroes, 2 new maps.
Yep.
Something like that. 1 new
Yeah,
map.
which is fine. That's like what. That's what a season was supposed to be in Overwatch 1.
What exactly have they been working on?
And it could be
Some of the
really good.
changes are
Maybe
kind of
it's like
funky. Like,
maybe
there's a throw-in that they tossed on Moira
super fucking fun.
that I actually really didn't like.
It's totally possible that could happen.
Sorry, we were unable to log you in again. Oh no, I don't know. I don't know.
What the original vision of Overwatch 2 was before business realities took over and forced Team 4 into this early access launch. According to Aaron Keller in late 2019, Overwatch 2 was built for those who loved Overwatch but didn't want to play a competitive FPS game.
Yeah.
Overwatch 2 is going to
See, like, I think that's really smart.
Yeah,
because
like,
there are
you know.
so many fucking people that have like little Mercy or Tracer keychains, and they have so much anxiety they can't queue into the game, because if they queue into the game they get stressed out.
These sweaty
so it's
assholes.
actually a good idea
Yeah.
for them to do this. Overwatch has a huge community of people that don't play the game. I think that probably, if I were to guess, I think probably more people that like Overwatch don't play it than do play it. Assholes, that's why. I think some people just don't want to get in the competitive game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Rule 34 community, that's a lot of people that are playing with something besides Overwatch.
Yeah.
That for them, where there's this game that people that don't play competitive shooting can jump into.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to play the co-op side of Overwatch 2 with their main lifestyle game. He elaborated later, saying that there is so much to that side of the game, from this big story experience to this really deep progression system as they play through hero missions. It's this massive tail to the game where people can play for years.
I don't know why, like, the PvE now could be there. Like, like, the PvE in Overwatch is kind of like the kind of the verses, like Final Fantasy verses we were always kind of looking for. Like, that would be good, like, have the tanks and the healers and the DPS, and I always thought they could have done a really cool Overwatch match where it wasn't that big, but a little bit bigger of a level, and like have it be big and boxy, and have like a big box or a big boss in the middle, and both sides can either choose to work together to kill the fucking boss, or they can fight each other while they're fighting the boss. If they die, the boss just, you know, sits there and waits. And I always thought that actually could have been so fun. You know, like your Dark Souls fight, but, you know, big giant robot, and, you know, the Rhine has to block the missiles, or, you know, that kind of shit. Like that WoW rating and stuff, they should have moved that to Overwatch's, like, PvE. Yeah.
If they want to. And
We'll
for
see.
us, as we started talking about the game in those terms, it couldn't really be anything but a sequel. He also said later down in the interview that a lead designer on World of Warcraft was spearheading the progression system for Overwatch 2.
What does that mean? You didn't change shit. You didn't change anything with progression. Yeah, I mean, what are you talking about? You didn't change anything. Like, what? There's nothing new in it. There's all these people playing Overwatch. Seems like they're in now, but I can't get in. Like, I don't know. All these people I know are playing Overwatch now. Like, see, because it's like, maybe it's good, but I mean, I don't know, man. Like, have you gotten in? I don't know. I can't get in. I mean, it's... Did you load this client? Because you're taking a long time. I would not mind some Overwatch. Let's go. Come on, man. So, like, here, I'm watching from the very start. You know, are you gonna bump me out immediately? I think you are. I don't think you're gonna let me play the game. And, boy, I wish I could get a refund on that. Are you gonna load, or are you just gonna black screen for a really long time? There you are. Come on, man, load. I can hear the music, but I don't see anything. Let's go. Sorry we were unable to log you in. Sorry we were unable to log you in. I don't know. Something's up with this. So let's close this and go back to this, and yeah, you closed that, and yes, you did. So let's just go back to Blizzard, which is like right there. Lots of hemp. Okay, so what happened here? This just didn't actually pop, I guess.
Guys, it's over. It's fucking done. Well, we couldn't, you know, WoW players, it wasn't enough for us to just kill StarCraft and then also to kill our own game. Now we're gonna kill Overwatch 2. I don't know what to say. Like, it's just nuts. Overwatch 1 rebooted. Yeah, guys, there's gonna be like the Covenant system. It's gonna be great. Like, you're gonna get legendary weapons. Man, let's hear that one more time.
It couldn't really be anything but a sequel. He also said
3 hours?
that a lead designer on
Oh, it's in the middle of the fucking update. Scheduled maintenance from Thursday at 6 p.m. 9 p.m. Damn it, I have another hour and a half before I can do this. You better let me play at the end of this.
This interview was never really well publicized, I think, because most of it.
Gee, you think?
General gaming community viewed Overwatch 2 as a simple TV story campaign. But according to this interview, the real plan was much more ambitious. Honestly, it just sounds like they weren't building out a campaign, but also a full PvE endgame, so that people could play PvE Overwatch 2 as their main game.
That's
It
good.
would be more than a year after this interview before we heard from the Overwatch team again, but we finally got to look at Overwatch 2's gameplay at BlizzCon Online in 2021. Overwatch 2 ended up looking very similar to horse shooters like Vermintide or Left 4 Dead.
Yeah.
It had tons of random trash units, lots of objectives, a wide variety of special unit types,
Yeah.
bomb units, swarming units, flying units, and even the stereotypical hook unit which shows up in every horde shooter ever, but with the basis of Overwatch gameplay and Blizzard polish.
And I think that's super cool.
Yeah, what happened to
I'm
that?
totally on board with that. That looks fun.
That's why I paid him.
Like, I'm down to play that, sure. Like,
Yeah.
How long is it gonna be entertaining? I don't know. But
I don't know. Yeah, like, do I care?
It looks fantastic.
There
They
it
also
is.
covered progression systems. Hero missions were the main form of
It's like a lot of people really like the characters in Overwatch. So like having hero missions where you can kind of explore more of like what the background of the character is, I think that's actually a great idea.
There were hundreds of them and tons of variations with a focus on replayability. You would play these hero missions
Oh, wow.
to level up your characters, which would give you more talents in order to create builds for your characters. They
Okay.
showed off one theoretical build for Soldier 76, where his heal station followed him around, knocking back enemies, where he was effectively a snowplow. They also revealed
fun.
the existence of damage types, like cold or electrical damage, with their own unique effects on enemies.
Oh, Overwatch Impact. I see. Yeah, so we're gonna have, is it gonna, like, what if Overwatch 2 turns into being a gacha game? I mean, you never know, man.
And in a more recent interview, Aaron Keller confirmed that by leveling up, you can gain the ability to get equipment that you could use to become more powerful. Let's be clear, a game where you level up different characters, create builds, and obtain equipment to become more powerful in a cooperative, replayable PvE mode. The developer said they want you to be able
Isn't
to
that
play
WoW?
for years. How can this be anything other than the very first steps to building out a PvE live service game set in the Overwatch universe?
Which I think is so fucking awesome. I think that's a great idea. Yeah, this is a massive W if they can actually pull this off and make it fun.
That's not what they did.
This is remarkably funny because of the origins of Overwatch. For those who don't know, Overwatch was spawned out of a canceled class-based
yeah.
MMO FPS called Titan. Blizzard tried making an MMO FPS work for years, and after it was over, they turned around, they took some of the assets with a small team of around 40 to 60 people, and they spun out Overwatch in record time. Overwatch was one of the fastest games Blizzard ever made. It blew up, and it became one of the most successful franchises for the company.
I feel like Overwatch was massive whenever it came out. Everybody was watching Overwatch. Everybody was playing Overwatch. Overwatch League was a big deal. It was huge. It's like Valorant is now.
They then took that success, abandoned the game, and immediately went back to try and make another PvE FPS game.
They won't
Truly
stop.
absurd, and I respect it. It also makes sense because core Overwatch gameplay lends itself really well to PvE mechanics. We have tanks, healers, and DPS.
That's true,
Archetypes
actually, yeah.
that Blizzard has a ton of experience with after 10 plus years of developing World of Warcraft.
Well, I mean, there are some people that think that.
I could only imagine the incredible boss fights and missions those kinds of devs could create in the Overwatch universe. Blizzard have something truly unique in the space that plays perfectly into their strengths as a company. And according to the devs, there's a massive Overwatch audience that loves the universe but doesn't want to play a competitive shooter anyway.
Exactly.
So what ended up happening to this crazy idea? According to Aaron Keller, PvE for Overwatch 2 is still what we've always envisioned for the game. There's a campaign, a AAA campaign, with a linear story that we're going to tell through it, and there's also a highly replayable mode with hero progression. But rather than keeping those until they're all finished at the same time and releasing them in a box, we would like to release those as part of our seasonal cadence for Overwatch 2.
I just hope that, like, I mean, the thing is, this is a good idea, but the problem that I have with it is that it's like they're expecting
You
the
aggro
player
from
base
so
to
far away.
understand this. Because, like, right now, what everybody's saying is, like, Overwatch 2, there's no new content. It's called Overwatch 2 because there's 2 new maps. So it's like,
Yeah.
I worry that this goal is not really being met. We're good now. Sorry about that.
In other words, instead of playing an entire PvE campaign and going through the PvE in-game as it drops, it will likely be cut up and sold in seasonal battle passes. Even though Aaron Keller says it's the same vision, I'm personally going to have to see it to believe it. Telling compelling stories in a live service setting is extremely difficult. The only games that really come to mind that pull it off at a good pace are games like Final Fantasy XIV and Destiny. It's entirely possible Overwatch can do it as well, and I really hope they do. But it's also easy to look at this and assume the worst, that it's just going to end up as a weaker product because it has to fit in a modern live service game reality. Overall, I can't help but feel disappointed because it feels like the original vision for this game was so much bigger than that, and it deserves its own developer team and time to bring that vision to fruition.
I think also it could just be that they're not really as confident in it as they were initially. That's probably what the issue is more than anything else, right? Is that they don't feel very confident in the game. And especially like after the I mean, let's be honest, right? A lot of the community feedback from Overwatch 2 has been negative. Like, I was probably one of the only people that defended the game at all. And I feel like also whenever the beta came out, basically nobody played it past the first day. There's only a handful of people, and it kind of sucks. So I think that's probably what happened too, is that, you know, the company saw that there wasn't really as much interest for it, and maybe they pulled back you know, the amount of investment that they were going to put into it, though. Community shit all over. Yeah, everybody shit over it. Yeah, exactly.
No, Overwatch 2 senior hero designer. He said he can't speak for everyone, but for some insight into the hero design team, we've had a significant amount of time dedicated to creating the talent trees. For context, there are about 40 to 50 talents split into 3 trees per hero, and each of these trees has a few talents that are similar complexity to creating a new ability.
You mean World of Warcraft?
Heroes in Overwatch usually have 3 to 4 abilities and a weapon, so prototyping a new hero is actually faster than making the talents for it. There are 36 plus heroes to do that for, and then we've also got the PvP side with all the 5v5 rebalancing, hero reworks, and new hero development.
Name it to, like, leave it to Blizzard to multiply the amount of work that they have to put into something by like 10x, and then it comes out and it's not ready. At 6 years, yeah, it's a long time.
Top of that, imagine what these devs could do if they weren't spread out across so many parts of the game, could just focus on PvE or PvP. To be clear, I fully realize that it's entirely possible the theoretical Overwatch PvE side of the game gets flopped. It could have been a total disaster to wait that long for the franchise and the business. But this is Blizzard we're talking about, a company that made its name by ruthlessly delaying all of its games and updates until they were ready. And in a single year of focused development,
I do think that, like, yeah, if Overwatch 2 came out in like a year from now or something, and it was good and ready, I think people would have preferred that than to have it be released and it's being released piecemeal. Because I think what happens with that is that people assume that it's not ready, and it gets like this negative, it gets like a negative connotation in people's minds, and then nobody ever thinks past that. It's kind of like what happened with like BFA. It's like BFA had like a few bugs on release, and then ever since then it was beta for Azeroth.
development, they've already done a fantastic job reworking the game around 5v5 and building out new characters while trying to keep balance in check. But unfortunately, I won't see the bulk of what the hero design team has worked on in Overwatch 2 because in the middle of development, Blizzard found itself at a crossroads. One road would have seen it stick with old school Blizzard philosophy where you release the game when everything was actually fully ready as a massively hyped PvP and PvE launch. But the problem was the industry shifted around Blizzard, leading more and more games down the other path. Games like Fortnite, Apex Legends, and Valorant all hit the FPS.
All that don't have a queue, by the way. Apex, Fortnite, and Valorant, none of them have a queue. So little fun fact to add there.
Year after year, each of which was free to play and consistently releasing content. Blizzard decided to cut its losses, accept the fact that PvE was taking too long, and turn the bus around. It would retreat back to the core PvP player base as an early access free-to-play live service game and try to compete directly with everyone in the industry. This would stop the bleeding for sure, finally get something out the door, and create consistent revenue from the elite skins and battle passes. But it also means giving up on the original vision for Overwatch 2, a partial revival of that original Titan idea. And that's a hard pill to swallow after having come this far.
Well, I think they'll probably eventually release it. The thing is, like, if it's a good game, people will eventually find out that it's a good game and keep playing it. I think that's a big factor. Is that, like, if people like watching it, if the game plays well, people will stick around.
I know there's no easy answer for Blizzard, and I understand the situation it's in as a company and as a business, even if it's one entirely of its own making. But as a player, all of these options are garbage. As someone walking into Overwatch 2's launch on October 4th, I see that early access tag, I notice the lack of content, and I can't help but wonder about that other road the old Blizzard might have taken.
Well, and it's also like, you keep in mind, early access, how many games use early access as an excuse for being bad? Like, I feel like there's so many games that are like that, and the game is in early access forever, and it's just sometimes early access can be a bad thing.
How much more excited I would have been for a real sequel instead.
Yeah.
Assuming, of course, that it would have ever launched at all. But thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
This is a good video. I think also, like, it focuses on the disappointment that, like, players would have, because, like, you're right. I mean, whenever Blizzard would bring out a game back in the old days, it was a big fucking deal. And, like, now it's being released piecemeal, and, you know, it's like one part comes in, like, this part of the battle pass, the other part's in next month's battle pass. You know, it's a little bit weird to think about the comparison between those two things. And I don't think that it's really Blizzard's fault with that, because the truth is, a lot of players nowadays, they don't want to spend money to buy a game. And if you make a game like that, you have to at least sell it, right? Because there's just so much in the game. You either sell it or you have, like, pay-to-win gotcha mechanics. You can't make a game like that without some degree of gotcha or, you know, a box price. So it's like they release Overwatch 1 and slowly funnel Overwatch 2 new content into the game. Yeah, basically. Games are already too cheap. They haven't met up with inflation. Well, I do think that games are very cheap now comparatively to how they were 10 years ago. I've talked about that before. But overall, I just think that the game needs to have, like, more actual content. And it needs to have the PvE content. And then maybe people will stick around and see if it's good. And also, like, the thing is, like, one example that's, like, kind of what happens if development takes too long is, like, Valheim. Like, Valheim was, like, the biggest game for, like, 2 or 3 months, and then slowly people lost interest in it because content wasn't coming out fast enough to keep people's attention. And that's what I'm kind of worried about happening with Overwatch 2, is that if they bring something out, even if it is good, if they can't follow that up with, like, more good content, people are going to lose attention for it. Yeah, that's what I think. Valheim was made by, like, 4 people. I think it was made by 5 people. Well, what I'm saying is, like, it doesn't matter how many people made it or, like, anything like that. All I'm saying is, like, this was the outcome of that type of a release. I'm not saying that they're bad or anything. I'm just saying that this was the cause, this was the effect. That's all. Halo Infinite's practically dead now. Yeah, I mean, it's just... It sucks. I mean, I just hope that the PvE content that comes out next year is actually good, and it's like it'll get people like excited enough for the game to where like Blizzard thinks that they should make more of it. Games used to be more expensive because they were physical products. I mean, I think that obviously like that's part of it. Sure. Welcome to Overwatch 2. This is a game or a video Donkey made earlier today, I guess, and we'll see what it looks like. Here we go.
Hey guys, here I am with the new game Overwatch 2. We finally have access to the full game, except for the only exciting part. So I'm going to be doing a quick rundown on the good, the bad, and everything in between.
Okay, let's hear it.
Good. The logo is very nice, very much in keeping with the aesthetic of the original game. You have a nice orange rectangle with, of course, the white 2 on top. The orange rectangle, of course, being a nod to the orange segment at the top of the Overwatch symbol. Very classy logo. This is exactly...
I feel like, wasn't this the same logo for Overwatch 1? Like, I don't know. Like, now that I think about it, I wonder, like, yeah, was this the same logo? Yeah, it was. That's what I thought, yeah.
What fans want to see from a logo for Overwatch 2. As for the bad, well, I mean, what can be said? I think this new game is going to upset the die-hard Overwatch fans out there the most. There is no Winston, no new modes, none of the old modes return, no maps, no shooting or traditional gameplay to be seen. In
Wait,
fact,
what?
the game is no longer an FPS at all, but more of a battle royale, where the objective of the game is to be the player who keeps Overwatch on the longest. When you first enter a match, there are 30,000 players in there.
Okay.
Battle royale. I think in Fortnite, it only goes up to like 100 players.
Yeah, this is 30,000.
Overwatch open longer. You'll start out lasting a lot of the other players. Ooh, look at that. We just jumped down to 20,000.
Now, I hope that at the end of this, like, he just gets disconnected
Yes.
and then put back at the end of the queue, man.
Look
That's
at that
what needs to
beautiful
happen.
miner shirt.
That
Yeah.
was a big move right there. That might be play of the game. So you see, it's a lot different than the old Overwatch, but there's still a level of excitement there. I will say it's a much slower paced game than the original. We are probably going to be looking at this number for about 40 minutes now.
Yeah.
Come on, you piece of shit thing, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, 10,000. Oh my god.
Oh my God, he's gonna be able to play the game.
8,000, 7,000.
That's play of the game, yeah.
10,000. I'm gonna win. Game server connection failed. What is that? What is that? I'm already logged in, you dumbass shit. Zero. Holy.
Okay, all right, Zero, he's ready to go.
This game, I'm gonna be the first person out of this game.
I-
This whole game, I'm gonna get Winston back. Okay. 40,000 players.
New game.
Why does it go back to 40? Blizzard. I
Oh.
hate this new Overwatch. Oh my god!
Oh wow.
Open battle pass!
Oh
Is this
my
like
God,
Fortnite?
a battle pass.
Oh, I knew this was just like Fortnite. I can't believe I'm actually in Overwatch 2 after all these years. Here we go.
Disconnect.
Yes! Now
I'm
this-
actually surprised he was able to get in. Like, it took me like 10 hours to get in to even play the game, man.
Mhm.
This is the classic Overwatch gameplay. Now this is what was it like back in the day. Oh wait, there is shooting. Oh, this is just Overwatch 1. What the fuck?
It is, to be fair, it is impressive how bad it is. Like, it is genuinely impressive how bad the servers are. Like, the fact that you have to go in and what predicted, yeah, of course I predicted it. You know why I predicted that? It's because I played the game. Yeah, I was the one that played the fucking game. I know what happens. I mean, there's some other things that people want me to look at on my, what do you call it? On my Reddit. And I'll take a look at a couple of them, and we'll just see kind of what's going on here. Valorant players that want to give Blizzard and Overwatch 2 another chance. Okay, yep, that's pretty much what I expected. Yep, sounds just about right. Yeah, Starforge PCs. Yeah, I know. This is the vision for the logo. I think it's great, guys. Yeah, thanks a lot for these. I know there's been a lot of people giving me feedback on this. Let me see if I can find the other one here, okay? This is the one I wanted to see. Fuck! Okay, very fucking funny. Alright, let's see here. It takes 8 months to buy a single skin in Overwatch 2. Say goodbye. Wait, user report self-harm. Okay, say goodbye to obtaining any of your favorite skins in Overwatch 2, because you'll either have to whip out your wallet, or you'll be grinding for 8 whole months straight. Overwatch 2's new system for obtaining skins is a complete joke, and here's why. If you want to buy any skin in Overwatch 2, excluding Battle Pass skins, how convenient, you will need Overwatch coins to do so, but there's only 2 ways of obtaining them. Buying them with real money, okay, big surprise, at 100 coins a dollar, or earn them by completing the weekly quest, getting about 60 coins per week. So wait a second. So it's like you're either getting, you work all week for something that's worth less than $1. Oh man. 60 cents a week, guys. Wow. It's like, yeah, we're in the sweatshops now. Holy fuck. All right, let's see this. For instance, okay, the only issue is the system is that 60 Overwatch coins per week is way too low for what the average single skin is. For instance, legendary skins go for 1,900 coins, which equates to only $19 per legendary skin. If you're planning on doing weekly quests, that's 8 fucking months. So basically, all right. So wow. That's crazy, man. Holy fucking shit. That's how much the game was worth? 60 cents. That's nuts. An epic skin, which is just simply a recolor, is 250 coins, which equates to almost 4 weeks of coins. So you grind for a whole month just for a recolor. Wow, I see that this is the systems designer that came from World of Warcraft, I see. Yeah, I can absolutely see how this happens. This is not a surprise at all. And let's see. Blizzard's new monetization on Overwatch is outrageous. Not surprising, by the way. And as a fellow player of Overwatch, I'm highly disappointed that the only way that I'll be able to obtain anything in this game is through my wallet. Dear Blizzard, I wouldn't be bitching right now if you had not shut down the original Overwatch servers. Fuck you, Bobby, and take my money. Yeah, okay, so he's going to buy it anyway. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Bobby's laughing all the way to the bank. All right, let's see here. You thought Blizzard made Overwatch 2 free to play for our benefit. Well, no, they did it because it's more advantageous for business. I think that's clearly why. That's okay. I think the irony is you pay $40 extra for the game itself. Of course, this isn't covered up modern day. But like 8 months to grind an extra skin seems nuts. Yeah, that seems crazy, man. Damn, Blizzard's giving more pride and accomplishment than EA. Yeah, true. Imagine paying for skins. Yeah, I don't really have, like, I think I have, like, 1 skin for my, my Roadhog or something. I don't know even how I got that. And, that was it. Let's see if I can find the other ones. Man, Valorant, you can't unlock shit without spending money. Both sucks, in my opinion. But it's a downgrade from the previous system. I had a shit ton of skins in Overwatch 1. Didn't spend a single dollar on loot boxes. Everything I got was unlocked from playing. Online games aren't about playing anymore. They're about making money and having so many things to buy. I think that, like, really, if you're playing a free-to-play game and there's skins in the game for real money, I don't think that's a big deal. Maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm an asshole, but I think that's not a big deal. Valorant monetization is egregious. I just, it's not that. It's a skin, man. Who cares? Let's see here. Real Overwatch 2 experience.
Come on. It's time to show you something.
Yeah, that guy, he's pissed. That was SQC. He likes Overwatch like me. He was pissed, and I've been sort of resisting that whole shebang. I've just been resisting doing that, resisting getting pissed about this. I've been thinking about working other games into my queue and all this. I'm just sort of, you know, and it is what it is, you know. It is what it is.
Here we go. Oh, it's me. Oh, shit. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yep, there
No
we go.
fucking shot.
Yes.
I'm moving.
Expected server error. Love that.
It does feel new.
It does feel new. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Wow, look at that.
What?
Only
No
2,000.
shot they did this. Are you? Wow.
Yeah. Blizzard, fix your service. Like and subscribe. Yep, that's just about fucking right, man. Yeah, holy shit. What a surprise. I think if you compare it to any other game, that's what the problem is, right? Worse is sitting through the queue and finding all unlocks and progress is gone. At least you got to play. It's Overwatch 1 with some new characters. Yeah, true. That's basically it. This is why you don't support Blizzard. I think the game is, I don't know, I think the game's fine, right? I mean, but...
If you could play it.
The company is complete heartless shit show. I don't see how Blizzard is like that much worse than these other games, because like every time that people criticize Overwatch 2, everybody also draws parallels like that are almost one-to-one with other games. So it's kind of weird to me that people are criticizing Blizzard for the things that these other games are doing all the time anyway. So like, what the fuck? It's just they have the most recent drama. Yeah, exactly. In Valorant, there's no FOMO for characters. I mean, is there for Overwatch? I mean, I don't think that there is. Yeah, I mean, they're all heartless shit shows. Yeah, like other games are even worse. Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of games are like this. We don't like those games either. Well, I mean, yeah, I just feel like it's a bit of selective outrage. Like, I don't hear this same stuff about Valorant. I don't. I never hear this stuff about Valorant. And so it's kind of odd. I do think that, like, obviously some of
Sweet,
this
I got a
stuff is
level.
stupid and making you have to wait 4 months to buy a skin is ridiculous. However, I also don't think it's like... It's like whenever you're only getting mad about one game doing this, whenever a bunch of other games are doing it, I'm going to take it less seriously. Did I already pay $40 for this game? Yeah, I mean, you did. I mean, it's an update, it's a live service game. Like, I don't know. I mean, you can still play the game for free. As long as your skins transfer over from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, I don't see the problem. Like, I really don't. I don't think this is that big of a deal, man. I feel like there's so many, there's like so many problems with gaming. The price of a skin in a game is like kind of low. You seem to be in pain trying to defend this game. Well, the reason, like, I'm not even really defending the game. All I'm saying is that I think that there is, like, do you guys agree with me? Is that there's like a certain amount of like selective outrage with Overwatch 2 versus like other games that have similar payment structures? Because like, yeah, I feel like it's much more. I'm wrong? No, how am I wrong? Yeah, yeah, what's this here? It's a shit deal, don't defend them. What? Oh, it's not because they took out loot boxes. Yeah, well, that's good. Fall Guys went free to play and it didn't re-release as Fall Guys 2.
Why do you do this?
I don't get.
Why do you do that stupid ass shit? Well, I mean, why?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Dude's downplaying how hard it is to get skins in Overwatch when the only thing it doesn't allow is try to get mounts.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah, I mean, but if, like, you could buy the mounts, I wouldn't care about them, right? I mean, like, who would give a fuck about, like, farming for mounts you can just buy with real money? Like, why do you even care about something to begin with? You just buy it with real money. Who gives a fuck? Like, why is this worth anything to you? Like, I get that if it's, like, some sort of, like, cool thing, you think it looks cool, yeah, sure. But, like, if you actually, like, have, like, an investment in this, I think it's weird. Like, what the fuck? Who gives a fuck? Who cares? That's why I don't have any store mounts. It's kind of ridiculous. Look at some of the top games on Twitch, compare monetization and Battle Pass. Overwatch 2 is W. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's this bad. It's bizarre there's even a queue. Yeah, I think the queue is a joke. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Like, I'm not going to try to deny that. I'll say that for fucking sure. Loot boxes in Overwatch made sense. They're extremely easy to get. You got... Bro, like... If you can buy, like, if you get loot boxes from playing the game, that's fine. But if you can buy them, I don't think that's fine. Like, I don't know how. I think that, again, people are doing these, like, fucking mental gymnastics to get mad at Blizzard. But Blizzard literally got rid of Overwatch. Or they got rid of loot boxes. I think that's a massive fucking accomplishment. That's a huge thing. Like, I would rather have skins that are priced very highly and not have loot boxes than just have loot boxes and this whole simulated gambling bullshit that every fucking game has now, that's like getting kids into this fucking this pattern, this groove into gambling. It's so weird. Like, it's a massive fucking W. Blizzard literally got rid of all of the gambling aspects of their game. People still find reasons to complain about it. They literally get a game for fucking free, an update for fucking free. And again, yes, if you bought Overwatch 1, it's being made free to play. The same as Fall Guys was being made free to play. People are being completely unreasonable with this. It's fun to meme around about how Overwatch 2 is called Overwatch 2 because it has 2 new maps. It's funny, but the realistic element of this is I think that people are being completely unreasonable. The only frustration that I think players have that I think is completely fucking fair is the fact that they have to sit in a queue. Because Valorant doesn't have a queue, PUBG doesn't have a queue, Fortnite doesn't have a queue, and neither does Apex Legends. And fuck, neither does Warzone, and it's made by the same company. So how does this happen? It's outrageous. Yeah, it's not funny, it's a literal scam. Yeah, I mean, it's not a scam though, right? I mean, you just spend the money, you get the thing. That's not a scam. People just want to play and get skins for free. Exactly, man. How is it better if it was easier to get skins before than now? Because it's fucking free. What do you mean? It's a free game. Unreasonable when the company promised a redefinition of a
Good
sequel.
to see you
that
guys,
releases
wherever
dog
you're
shit
headed
real.
to.
But they're not asking you to pay any money for it right now. Like, the content's not even out. It's the PvP mode is out. Like, I don't understand this. Like, it's... So that makes it good? Yes, it's a... Like, bro, what the hell's wrong with people? Like, this is... It's crazy. What the hell's wrong with y'all? Yeah, like, why are people so stupid? Like, what the fuck? Free,
I don't
you never
know,
played the
man,
game
like-
before? Yeah, it's free. What do you mean? So, like, they can never change the game. They have a live service game. They can never change the fucking game because you bought it for $40 4 years ago. This is outrageous. Like, if you applied this logic to literally any other video game, you would be laughed out of the fucking room. But for some reason, this is acceptable with Overwatch.
Yeah.
It's totally fucking stupid.
That's
6 years ago. Yeah, they changed the monetization schedule of the game, structure of the game. They got rid of the gambling in the game, and people still find a way to complain about it. People just want to shit on Blizzard, yes. Like, I think you should shit on Blizzard. Like, the fucking server stability sucks dick. The visibility in the game can be really bad sometimes. There are a lot of frustrating and bad things about Overwatch. But I think that people are picking on the wrong things. Yeah, it ain't a new fucking game. It's fucking free. Yeah, it's fucking free. I don't understand this.
I don't understand
This is outrageous. Hurry, who cares? Yeah, it wasn't gambling though. You got all the skins so easily from loot boxes. So if you can buy loot boxes, then it's gambling. It's not complicated, is it? I don't get this. Yeah, it's nuts. I already paid for it, Jackass. Yes, if you already paid for the game, here's my outlook on it. And this is going to be something that might piss people off because it's realistic. A $40 one-time fee is not going to pay for the continual development of a video game. It simply will not do that. It's not happening. So
Yeah,
they
worry
have
about
to
that with
change
New
the payment
World a
structure
lot.
somehow.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with this or not does not get rid of the fact that it is true. They need to refund. They're not going to refund you a game because you played it for 5 years and they changed it. That's like saying that they should refund people that are WoW sub whenever an expansion comes out that they don't like. It's so fucking stupid, man.
I don't know why you argue with
How these
them.
people think this is reasonable? Yeah, it's like the same people that think that there should be a mode to turn off all the paid skins in the game. They're so fucking
What?
delusional. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that'll never happen. You're
There's
fucking
a lockman
stupid.
battle pass and time gated. Yeah, I mean, doesn't League of Legends have heroes that are locked between different things you have to spend money for, you have to play the game a lot for too? I mean, League of Legends has that too, right? No? Yes, how is this a fucking 50-50 here? Whenever League of Legends brings out a new character, can you play it for free without doing anything? Or do you have to unlock it? Bro, this is crazy. Like, it costs in-game money. So you either pay money IRL or you grind the game to purchase it. So what you're saying is that you do the exact same thing in Overwatch 2 that you do in League of Legends. What is the difference between the acquisition method between the two games? I don't get it, man. Some people, like, y'all are fucking crazy. It's less abusive? How's it less abusive? It's 8 fucking months? I'm talking about a skin. You don't need a skin to play the game. I'm talking about a character. This is actual character in the game. No way people are this dumb. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Overwatch 2 is based around counterplay. You need to have all the heroes unlocked for the game to function correctly. Yeah, I agree. I think they should make it easier to unlock the characters, but isn't League of Legends also based somewhere around counterplay too? You're gonna tell me that, like, there's no counterplay, like different heroes don't counter each other in League of Legends? So no hero counters the other hero in League of Legends. Holy fuck. Like, I don't believe that for a second. Got only minimally at top level play. And what about people that aren't at top level play? Like, you know, the 99% of players? I think there's probably a lot more hard counters. That they do, but why is it good to lock them in those kinds of games? It's good to lock them because that's how the game makes money. The game makes money by adding new characters into the game and then having people that don't want to grind for them spend money to get them. Like, is that, like, that's the way it works. 8 months, dude, bro. 8 months for a skin, not a character. People are delusional. Amazing how much people want to shit on Blizzard for a skin, man. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah, man. Like, Blizzard's everybody's fucking
How much
target
grinding you have
now.
to do in other games to get them up? 60 cents a week.
It's like Nixon. What are you gonna do when he's not around to
It's
kick
fucking
around
scam.
anymore?
There are a lot of games where you can't
What do you
even
guys
get
get
around
complain
to
about
spend-
when Blizzard's gone in 20 years, and you know the Square Enixes of the world who actually tried to make sure their community wouldn't fall to poison, like dominate this or whatever, you know? What happens when, like, Blizzard's gone? You guys have nobody to kick around anymore. Like, kind of like Trump. What happens when Trump is gone, you know, and you guys don't have anybody to kick around anymore? Are you going to keep yelling at the Republican Party? I'm not so sure. I think it made it very easy for you to target him like it was an entire political party embodied by one person, as if it ever could be. And, like, sure, I want to kick Trump's ass as much as the next man and, you know, put him in jail for life for the hundreds of felonies he's committed in just the last 20 years. And, etc. But I don't think... Like, you know, I don't think, like, I don't know what you guys are going to do when he's not there for you to just, like, shit on in the media anymore. What, you're going to need some target when, you know, like, when Blizzard finally sort of comes back to grace in, like, 10 years or whatever, there hasn't been a rape scandal or a fucking, you know, a breast milk stolen from the fucking, you know, from the fucking, the room, you know, the employee lounge or any of that stuff. And yeah, just setting up my tablet. Yes, Sur la table. Okay. Whoa. I like this blue prism looms, are good. I'm looking for my patch of hyssop. I don't see hyssop. I don't see the hyssop. I keep thinking there's some deep RPG in the background, like Worm or something, that's worthy of playing for the rest of my life, but I think it's Eve. That's really sad that it's Eve. It's so weird. It's like, I don't know. I really like this whole interfaceable I'm on the planet deal where I can stab things if I want fairly quick. I don't understand why Depth can't have good graphics like this. Like, it's weird that this is it. You know, this is the game that could actually hold my interest. You know, it was very weird that it was this one. I had such a love-hate relationship with this game. Look at all the hyssop. See, I don't like this XP bonus they did. It absolutely kind of harmed my experience. In the respect that, like, I don't have to do shit. You know, for, like, I don't know, 3 days, I don't have to do shit. Just farm, and it's gonna ding me anyways. So, I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't just farm, and, like, why I would bother with questing when, you know, fighting is sort of stressful, and... Oh, yeah, look at all these totally untouched blue trees, because these guys are lazy, and they're not leveling their axe skills in level 60s. I think I've kind of burnt themselves out. I've noticed that the world chat is sort of quiet tonight. I don't know. Maybe it is Eve. I should maybe go back to Eve. I just, you know, it's hard for me to do the Eve. But I want to do Faction Warfare. I just wish they would do the changes. Like, I wish they wouldn't make me wait till past Christmas for that. Because that's still, like, another goddamn 12 weeks, dude. It's like 12 weeks until Christmas. That's a long time. It's like 12. It's 3 months' time until Christmas. And, like, talk about Faction Warfare changes will come. But, like, you know, we'll launch them really fast. But, you know, but the actual change about leaving your corporation won't change for a bit. And it's like, man, come on, man. That was the first and foremost thing that you needed to do to speed this up and get it out in some kind of, you know, reasonable matter of time. But you didn't do that. And so now I gotta wait until like fucking February. I have a complaint with CCP in that respect, where like you needed to work on that first and foremost and have it done by like November, because I wanted the 3 months pre-game time on Faction Warfare, fucking around with other pilots and shit, having to do with, you know, like what it is, you know, we could do to make this a better experience before even the big faction changes to all the systems and stuff. But I could see getting lost in Faction Warfare like fairly easily, like, you know, straight up. I want to get lost in the Caldari faction and represent and fly ships all day, and, you know. Mining 100, yeah! Star Medal, oh yeah! I want to go back now. I want to go back now because there was some Star Medal over there. I wonder if I should check the southern flank too. Check the southern flank first, but I mean, I don't know, man. Like Star Medal, man. Hell's yeah! I'm glad I've been doing the mining. It's really good that I did that. Like I could have fallen behind on that. I love this game, but I don't know. It's See? Oh, wait. Yeah, it's Star Medal, right? Yeah, I was like, I remember there being some. Yeah. Why are we just running by nodes? What? Do you guys just, like, not do your crafting, or what? Like, is it that hard? Oh, yeah, look at that free star metal just sitting there. What's the inventory like? Oh, yeah, look at all those chests. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Ooh, that blue ring is definitely an upgrade. That's cool. And, ooh, yeah, that miner ship, we're going to lock that up. Lock it up. Lock it up. Yeah, and then, yeah. Star, metal, what's that down there? Oh, it's an alligator. Am I out of food? I am out of food. Damn it. I don't know. Yeah, basic food, right? Hey, satisfying meal. Yeah, use. That's good. Gotta buy some more.
Real money. Like, it's funny that it takes 8 months and it's stupid, but who cares? It's a fucking skin. Like, why does anybody give a fuck about this? It's a cosmetic skin that you don't have to be good at the game. You don't have to earn this. You don't have to be top 100. You don't have to get a certain rank. You don't have to get in a grandmaster. You don't have to have played the game a certain amount of time. You just spend $20 and you get the item. It's crazy, man. People are so entitled. Yes. I think that it's outrageous. People think because they bought Overwatch 2 5 or 6 years ago that Blizzard can never change the way the game works. It's nuts, man. Yeah, it's like Blizzard is the only company that can release a game for free, can take a game that used to cost money, release it for free, and then get hate for it.
Yeah.
It's outrageous. Like, Blizzard's done so many dumb fucking things in the game. And yes, again, it's funny to make fun of the fact that it takes 8 months to get a skin, right? It should be shorter than that. But it doesn't matter either way because it's a fucking skin.
Yep.
There's people who care about skins more than the actual game. That's why loot box games and gacha games are making bank. It is what it is. Yeah, you're right. You're definitely fucking right.
He's right about that.
Yeah, real talk, people did the exact same thing when they removed the initial Destiny 2 campaign first release content. I don't play Destiny, so I don't know about that. In League, you need to grind for a few hours, maybe to get a new champion, and many people not already got all the champions, but more than enough in-game currency to unlock the new ones instantly. You really can get easily all champs by playing the game casually. I think that it depends on like how long it takes. I mean, that's it. Yeah, hours you can't. Yeah, see, it's like I haven't played the game, so I don't know that. That's not true. Yeah, it's like I hate asking questions about something like this whenever people are I think they're just biased. People are saying they'd rather have a dead game with no updates and having more free content to keep playing. What the flying fuck? Yeah, it's just so stupid. Like, it's pathetic.
That's who they are now, though. That's who they are now, though.
It's so reductive, and people like immediately.
They're reductive.
Any good thing.
It's the word for it. It sucks. They're too reductive. Like, I liked hanging out with the younger crowd. It was fun. I did it for like a year, but like I will say this: they're reductive. They're reductive about value of things. They're sort of like, this sucks, that's bad, this is good, or whatever, and then they call like good, like really bad things good, like skins. And good things bad, like free games, It's like, man.
Because it's Blizzard. I guarantee you, if Riot had done this, or another game with a better reputation had done this, everybody would be positive about it. But they're not, because it's Blizzard. Which means that it actually has nothing to do with what's happening, and it has to do with people's preconceived notions. Which I do not respect very much. I don't respect the idea that, oh, well, because they did something bad in the past, I'm going to categorically dislike everything that they do in the future. No, this is not a respectable point to have. This is not a respectable position. This is not something that's worth taking seriously. This is just a stupid...
They die on
reactionary
hills a
fucking
lot.
kid that's mad because they don't like the company that's fucked them over. It's sheep mentality. Yeah, it's delusional. It's just as fucking delusional as the fanboys who say that it's actually good that they have a queue. That way the servers work better. It's just as fucking delusional. The only issue is Overwatch 2. They released 3 new heroes, and 2 of those were on the beta before. Yeah, it would be better if they released more stuff with it. I think the tiered release of the game is probably going to be a bad thing, but we'll see what happens. What are you talking about? People shit on companies all the time just because you don't hear it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, my job literally is to read about this shit. Like, I know. Yeah, I fucking know. Using your chat's dumb as shit. Yeah, people are fucking stupid, man. Holy shit. People are fucking stupid. Let's see here.
Your chat is dumb as shit.
It's sad. It's honestly sad. In a way, I feel bad for Blizzard, you know, but at the same time, it's like, you know, you had a lot of fuck ups, so that's what happens. Let's see here.
Y'all motherfucking server is down. Get that shit back up. We trying to play. There's a bunch of motherfuckers at home that's locked and loaded right now. Fix this shit.
That's Snoop Doggy Dogg raging out over Overwatch 2. Wow.
Bill Gates, Microsoft, whoever the fuck.
He's just like, he's like, you know, he rolled a blunt, you know, he got a blowjob from some 20-year-old hottie or whatever, and he went into the living room with his homies, and you know, and they got the Courvoisier and shit, and he's got the expensive brie cheese and a nice like pizza or whatever from down Santa Monica, and he's like, you know, and he's you know, he's ready to play, and he's smoking this blunt. You know, he's like, well, fuck, I got my homies, the 5 huge 100-inch TV screens in my video parlor, my video game parlor, right? And he's like, me and the 5 homies fix the smash on Overwatch and shit. He's like, and this motherfucking Blizzard is patching. What the fuck, man? I can't get on Overwatch 2. I'm like, shit, this is so funny.
True.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah.
That's how I feel too. I mean,
what's this here?
I mean, here it
Overwatch
is.
2, deleting
Day
games.
4, and I still haven't played minute 1. And like, you know, and I'm sorry, maybe I did something wrong that the rest of all of the you know, the rest of the constituency didn't or something. I don't know what it is and why it would be any different for me than anyone else. I don't think anyone else got to play either. So like, you know, Jesus Christ, man, like at what point does that become okay? We're pushing on day 5 and you're patching the game at 6 p.m. in the evening. You're so dumb. Why would you do that on a Thursday? Like, it's so stupid. Like, why would you patch the game for 3 hours on the middle of a Thursday night? That is not the Blizzard that I know. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, hopefully it fixes all this shit, but yeah, right.
That had a fair business
Yeah,
model.
right.
Bro, people are mauling over this. Look at this. I'm baffled at how Blizzard managed to make people think it's okay to delete a game that people bought that had a fair business model.
Yeah. Yeah, all the negativity and the hyperbole
so
and the
stupid.
you know the ad hominem going on, you know, attacking the messenger and all this crap. It's just crazy to see like what the world gets up to now. What really matters to some of these people. It's funny. It used to be this weird niche lifestyle that if you were like him or me, you stood out, but now there's like a billion of him and me. It's really weird that everyone cares the way we used to care, because like it's just funny. It's like when you care about it the shit that much, you pay attention to the patch notes and the blue chat and the, you know, the fucking, you know, announce things and the fucking queues and all that crap. You pay attention to that because it does matter, you know? It matters. And here we are, day 4, no launch. And what am I supposed to say about that? Am I supposed to be like, oh, that's okay? You know, no, man, I'm fucking pissed off. I'm a little bit
How does
pissed
it have a
off.
fair business model if it had fucking gambling boxes in it? Replace it with
Doesn't matter if it's got a fair business model or not when it hasn't been played the first 4 days of its launch cycle by anyone at all, including the famous people, the rich people, and all the people they enable for each other. The fuck is that? Did I do that? Yes, I did. Maybe someone else did it. I don't know. There, put it down. Die. Spear 17. Yeah. Yeah, spear these fools. That's right. Spear. Oh. I like Overwatch, dude. Man. Snoop Dogg bitching about Overwatch is actually really funny. So why did those look special? They should be. And but that looks special. Oh yeah. Oh, I am somewhat full. Yeah. Oh well, that's okay. I'm not far from. Oh shit! What was this? Oh, are you real? Oh yeah, you are. No, you aren't. Why are you so spastic and weird? You scared me, fucker. I burned a potion because I thought I was in PvP. You came out of fucking left field Niagara from so far. Whatever.
Game. Well, if they're just to make you purchase each upcoming hero for $10. Yeah. It's like every time that they do this, it was better before. I just
look at all that.
This is some of the weirdest entitlement. You're high on copium? Why am I high on copium? I'll play the game if I want to. If I don't, I don't play it. Like, I don't give a fuck.
What are you talking about, you idiots?
I'm probably the most objective person here. I haven't played Overwatch 1 since the beta. I have no emotional investment in this whatsoever. Yeah. I don't care.
He doesn't care. I didn't care enough to sit and do the
I
fucking.
think people are being unreasonable.
Getting booted phase of the launch. Like I just
that's
left.
the way it goes.
I don't care enough.
It was easier to get skins before.
I'm used to being disappointed.
Of course it was easier to get skins before because the game had a box price. The game doesn't have a box price anymore. So they made it harder to get skins so people will buy them.
I'm not that far
the way
from
it
that
works.
one.
That was the goal. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's so simple. It's fair. Yeah, they made the game free. That makes sense. Yeah. Do they still have our money? What do you mean they have your money? Okay.
I'm gonna get AIDS.
How many times? Yeah, how many times does he have to say the word free before you understand? You didn't buy Overwatch. You can't buy it. You can't buy Overwatch.
And so you think that whenever you buy the game can never change from what you bought. How can you not apply that exact same logic to World of Warcraft? What is the difference between these two things?
None.
I don't. Yeah, it. Yeah, I don't understand. Because WoW is a world. They're supposedly saying exactly the same game, so what's the problem? Yes. So, yeah, it's the exact same game. So you're getting the game that you paid for. They just changed the game. That's fundamentally what happened, is that they took Overwatch 1 and they changed it. And if you bought Overwatch 1, you can play Overwatch 2. So you can still play the game. It's just that the game has been updated in a way that you dislike. So what
Overwatch
you're
2 is
saying
free.
that
Nobody
whenever
needs
you
to buy
the
it.
Game, the company makes a hard commitment to never change its monetization options, to never change its content, to never change the way the game works, to never provide any updates on it that you dislike. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it's absolutely fucking ridiculous. It was released as a separate title. But is it really? Like, why don't you just, like, try to read between the lines and think for yourself? Ass backwards logic is so right. It's fucking stupid. I can't believe how dumb people are, man. People's arguments are going from a restaurant 2 years ago, eating a dish, and then being invited back for free to taste test the same dish where the recipe has changed slightly, then asking for a refund because they changed the recipe, even though you already consumed it. Yeah, they're asking for a refund on the fish they ate from 4 fucking years ago. It's insane. The game was out for 6 fucking years. You spent your money on it. You had the skins. Everything should transfer over to Overwatch 2. And as far as I know, it does, unless it's fucked up, and that's obviously a problem. But other than that, you spend the money. It's for fucking free now. And the only thing you can complain about is that the skins that they made in the future have a different payment model. It's nuts. Overwatch Andes are so dumb. I don't even think they're Overwatch Andes. I think these are people that are just, they get mad about Blizzard. That's it. They're unreasonable. That's when ranting about a game doesn't play. I'm just playing it all day today. I'm playing it all fucking day. What if you bought Overwatch 1 a few months prior and you don't have a phone subscription to play Overwatch 2? You should buy a fucking phone. You want? No, that's honest opinion. Like, I think there's 2 universes with these with this phone problem, okay? Universe 1 is that you play the game and you have cheaters. Universe 2 is that you play the game, you have to connect it to your phone, and there's less cheaters. I want to live in the second one. That's the truth. Yeah, that's the truth. That's the way I feel. I would rather
That's where
have
they
to
feel.
confirm
That's
my
where we
phone
all
number
feel.
and
Yeah.
play a game that has a lower probability of cheaters.
Same is true of Twitch.
And
Yeah,
deal
it's
with
true
people
of Twitch.
that are cheating constantly.
All these hackers and shit.
Yeah,
I want them
that's
to
honestly the way
2FA
I feel
Twitch
about it.
if they want to talk to me, you know.
Overwatch
A bunch
never
of them
had
complain
many
too,
cheaters,
like
by the way.
5 or 10 of them on Rust. They all complain.
Most
They're like,
arguments
I
are
can't do your
that,
channel,
the
bro.
price is the market.
Can't do your channel, bro, because you require 2FA and verify phone call to use this service. Yeah, well, yeah, I kind of do. You know, sorry, I didn't know I did until it became an issue. And it seems to be that some of these Rust players that I don't know actually might be cheaters, and they really care about verification because they can't get a real phone because they're like 13 and losers. They don't have money or, you know, clout. Oh. There's so much to farm around here. I keep getting distracted like really bad. This is a great little gap. This little whole verdant ascent, yeah. It's definitely verdant because it's got all the screen. You know, look at that. There's a Prisma Bloom. I noticed that blue Prisma Bloom likes to pop out here in whatever this place is called. It's Restless Shores. Anyways, I you know, I keep thinking about RuneScape 3 review. I want to review of RuneScape 3, like a real one. Fresh Start Worlds, no. Is the answer is no. The answer is no. Yeah. So is RuneScape 3 worth playing? Is the RuneScape worth playing? 22 Willie, the big brother of Cyrus. How is the big brother of oh, Mr. Matt who plays is exactly what she thought it was gonna be. I don't know. Let's see what Josh F. Hayes has to say
2020
about
was
this.
not the greatest year, so you'd be forgiven for wanting to run off and live the next one inside a virtual world. But with so many games to choose from, which are worth your time and which are dying lifeless husks? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes, and today I'll be answering the question, should you play RuneScape 3 in 2021? We'll be looking at several aspects of the game and then deciding if it's worth your time. Before we begin, consider liking the video, subscribing to the channel, and clicking the little bell icon so you're notified of all future videos. A massive thank you to all my supporters on Patreon and Twitch who make all my content possible. Right, let's begin. Platforms. RuneScape 3 is a PC-based MMORPG with mobile client alpha currently out for Android users.
Alpha's
The
out
PC
for
client
Android,
plays
huh?
great with a massive amount of customization available in the UI, and the mobile client has done a stunning job of condensing all that down into the palm of your hand. Hopefully the full mobile client will launch soon and iPhone users can come and join in. PC players and mobile players share the same worlds and servers, so everyone is gaming with everyone else. The game also recently launched on Steam, a very successful launch actually, and the player base was boosted substantially. No word on a console release yet, but the developing company Jagex have stated their aim is to have RuneScape everywhere, so there's no reason it couldn't
why
happen in
not?
the future. Cost. RuneScape 3 is free to download and play right now, and the
Really?
free trial shouldn't even be called a free trial. It's a substantial amount of the game. There is a lot of content you can enjoy and adventure through without spending anything. Free players can journey through a large chunk of Gillinor and train 17 out of the game's 27 available skills, and then take on 38 of the game's 277 quests, and all we'll talk about quests later. Once you've decided if the game is for you, you'll want to look into becoming a member, which means paying the monthly subscription cost of $11 or £7.
$11.
This membership cost also counts as a membership for old school RuneScape as well, which we'll look at in another video. Members get so much more game. RuneScape 3 is vast. The locations, the skills, the quest, the enemies, there's even an achievement in-game for completing absolutely everything, and very few players have it. There is also a few in-game cash shops. One is known as Solomon's Store. You can buy cosmetic outfits and overrides, pets, emotes, and eventually helpful auras that are bought with loyalty tokens, which can only be earned by remaining a member for several consecutive months. You can also buy treasure hunter keys and open treasure hunter chests, which can award anything from small amounts of experience to character-bound weapons. This system did cause some controversy when it was released, and many players, including myself, don't like it at all, but thankfully you can play the whole game without ever touching it. Once you're successful in the game, you can actually buy membership using in-game gold through the bond system. Players can buy bonds from Jagex, then either sell them in-game for gold or redeem them for membership. So once you're pretty good at RuneScape 3, your membership becomes self-sustaining. Gameplay. RuneScape is set in the mythical land of Gillinor. It's a high fantasy place with all the tropes you'd expect. Dense forests, high castles, murky swamps, skeleton-filled dungeons, you get the idea. The game is heavily inspired by Old English legends and mythology, meaning there's a quest where you actually discover Excalibur and find the Holy Grail. The gameplay itself is a click-based tile movement system. Instead of moving with WASD keys, you click where you want to go. The world is divided into small square tiles, and you'll walk to whatever tile you click on. All skills and most combat is done by simply clicking. The majority of the gameplay in RuneScape 3 is broken down into three major categories: training your non-combat skills, fighting enemies with combat skills, or completing quests. So let's have a look at them. Skilling. Non-combat skills mean you can play the game for thousands of hours and never kill anything. You can go fishing, then chop some trees down, set fire to the logs and cook the fish. You can craft magical rune stones, mine for metals, then smith armor and weapons, craft magical weapons, hunt and track animals, become more agile by leaping across rooftops, farm your own plants and herbs, then turn those herbs into potions, build your own house and have people visit, or train the newest skill, archaeology, by digging up valuable relics from the past and discovering the mystery of the planet. Some people play this way for the entire game, and they are known as skillers. But if you're not a skiller, you'll want to be a fighter. Combat. If combat is more your thing, you've got a lot of potential stuff to kill, from weak goblins through to imposing dragons and eventually the chosen avatars of RuneScape's many gods. RuneScape has always operated on the combat triangle, with the three styles of combat, that's melee, mage and range, working in harmony. Melee fighters can beat rangers, rangers can beat mages, and mages can beat melee fighters. Each enemy in the game has a specific style, weapon or magical element they're weak against, and you'll be switching between fights if you want to be efficient. There's also an entire skill known as Slayer, which is simply the go kill X amount of stuff skill. Training Slayer is most people's way of training combat and becoming rich in the process. While classic RuneScape was known for its click-and-wait, slow-paced combat, RuneScape 3 has completely changed that up. Now you've got weapon speed, special abilities, adrenaline, and stuns to deal with. Understanding the mechanics of a fight and an enemy is much more important than being well-geared, and even the combat gameplay can be customized from full manual control over when you use every ability to a revolution system where you can place abilities onto a bar and they're automatically used when they are ready. Or if you want to be properly old school, you can use legacy combat, which returns you to the classic click and wait style. Oh, and all combat style users can play together because they're actually very well balanced. There are no hard classes in RuneScape 3. You can combine any equipment you like from any styles or equip any specialist hybrid armor that lets you perform well in all three. Finding the right combination of armor for any given situation is part of the challenge, and with the ability to dual wield a large variety of weapons, you can take on any boss any way. From running in as a heavily armored tank with a two-handed great axe or wearing a robe and dual wielding crossbows, it's up to you. Quests, and then we have quests. RuneScape 3 features, in my opinion, the best quests in any MMORPG of all time. There are no collect X amount of this or kill X amount of that here. Every quest is an expertly written story, an actual adventure that you go on, and some of the later quests are fully voice acted. Quests in RuneScape 3 are stunningly good, ranging from epic world-spanning plot lines featuring the wars between gods and the effect this has on people like The World Wakes, to horror-inspired panic-stricken journeys through haunted houses like Broken Home, or the hilarious tongue-in-cheek quests such as Once Upon a Slime. Along with containing over 270 quests, the quest list allows you to sort them by difficulty or by in-game timeline, meaning you can follow the actual story through in order from the beginning. I would argue if you value adventure, story and plot, RuneScape 3 might just be the most enjoyable questing system ever made. RuneScape 3 also features one of my personal favourite game modes of all time, Iron Man. An Iron Man character cannot trade with other players or use the Grand Exchange, which is the game's massive multi-world spanning player-to-player marketplace. This means an Iron Man character must collect all their own resources, forge all their own equipment and collect all their own rare materials. Iron Man characters also get the title the Iron Man, so when someone sees you rocking that rare equipment, they know you earned it yourself. This mode does, however, make quests a lot harder, as you can't just buy all the ingredients you need to finish them, you've got to go and get them. It is, however, much more rewarding. Player base and active players. RuneScape is one of the big five, the largest and most successful MMORPGs that have stood the test of time. MMOpopulation.com lists it as the 10th most played MMO in total players and shows over 1 million daily active users this month alone. That's more players than Guild Wars 2.
I gotta turn
Logging into one
PvP
of
off.
RuneScape 3's many worlds doesn't mean committing your character to that world either. You're free to log out and switch worlds as you see fit, and certain worlds are focused on specific minigames or bossing activities, making it super easy and quick to find people who are doing the same thing as you. The in-game clan and friends chat system means you can communicate with your friends wherever they are in the world and whatever world they're on, and private messages can also be sent between players logged into RuneScape 3 and players logged into old school RuneScape. As for outside information, the RuneScape wiki is one of the largest, most detailed MMORPG wikis ever made and contains information about literally everything in the game. There's even a wiki button in the official in-game client, so you can look up anything at a moment's notice. Early game to end game. One of my favourite elements of RuneScape 3 is your early, mid and end game experiences are actually very similar. It's just the complexity of what you do that changes. At level 1 you'll be cutting trees to fletch arrows and catching fish for food. At max level you'll be cutting better trees and catching better fish. Unlike most MMOs, RuneScape 3 doesn't begin at end game. It begins the moment you start playing and slowly gets better and deeper, which means you're not grinding through the dull stuff to get to the good stuff. It's all good stuff spaced all the way through.
You guys want to do this portal up north?
Haven't stopped updating RuneScape since it released over 15 years ago, and when players
Actually,
were
I think we're about to
unhappy
go
with
run
the
depths.
direction RuneScape 3 went in, they released Old School RuneScape, a copy of the game
Alright.
as it was in 2007
I don't know
with
if
a
you wanna run
dedicated
depths or
support
not, but
and update
it's cool if you
team.
don't.
Jagex as a
Alright.
company have poured millions of hours into making sure RuneScape
thanks,
3 is
guys.
the best MMO they can make, and it shows. I expect RuneScape to endure far beyond what most people expect. RuneScape will remain a household MMORPG name for many, many years to come. So should you play it? Honestly, the user interface is overwhelming when you first start, and there's a lot thrown at you quite quickly, but it's fully customizable, and after some moving around, you'll find a style you like. The questing system demands you actually read and follow directions, and the combat triangle needs need you to learn it, and the sheer size of the world means you'll be opening the world map a lot, but there are very few other MMOs that give you the sense of adventure, wonder, or freedom of RuneScape 3. It's a brilliant story and a very good game, so try the free trial, level some skills, talk to some people, then if you enjoy your time, the monthly subscription is much cheaper than
God,
most
the game looks
MMOs,
good.
and you do get a hell of a lot for your money. So, yes, it's definitely worth playing. Cheers for watching. Let me know in the comments below if you've decided to start playing.
This was kind of
In 2012, RuneScape was by far the most controversial update of all time, the evolution of combat. And shortly after, a large majority of the player base left the game until the release of old school RuneScape. Now, this was in part to just people not liking to see change in their game, but also the revolution of combat on release was super buggy, ability interactions were weird. In addition to the combat system, several iconic aspects of RuneScape were abandoned. So, is current RuneScape 3 better than the evolution of combat's release? Yes, but that's a pretty low bar. A couple months ago, I started an Iron Man account, which is basically an account with more restrictions, no pay-to-win microtransactions, and no trading with other players. It's sort of like hard mode. I've had some fun playing the game, but it didn't take long for me to start feeling frustrated. The combat system specifically has been improved since release, but overall, especially as a new player, it feels clunky and intuitive to interact with. There are a million abilities, most of which do the exact same thing with just different damage numbers. Many of the tooltips are unintuitive and sometimes just flat wrong, so this leads to a very overwhelming new player experience with a lot of unnecessary complexity. Originally, when writing the script, I had dedicated an entire page
15K,
to explaining why I
goddamn.
felt like the combat system wasn't fun and it wasn't satisfying. But for the sake of not being redundant, if you want an in-depth explanation, you should go see Project Combat's video. And actually, I was talking to Project Combat, and he kind of helped
174
me
of these,
summarize
yeah.
some of the things I was thinking. One, the combat
That
system
cost
isn't fun or
14,000.
satisfying. You don't do anything
fucking
cool
serious?
when engaging in combat. The animations are stale.
Yeah,
There's
alright.
no good feedback with the combat. It just doesn't feel good.
740 fucking
Two,
gold.
the gameplay has no depth. The skill expression in RS3 just isn't fun for me. The abilities lack any kind of depth or any kind of combos. Literally, the skill expression in RS3 is looking up the script of abilities that you're supposed to use for a boss, and then just having the high enough APM to where you can just perform that over and over again. It's not fun. There's no in-depth decision making in the middle of a boss fight. 3, the combat styles are almost identical. There's no kind of theming with them. It doesn't feel like you're a ranger or a major because you're doing the exact same thing. Recently, Jagex has started to change things by sort of making them interact differently. Like, magic seems to be themed around crits or whatever, but that's not really a theme. That's just kind of a way that they do damage. Like, it doesn't, feel satisfying. 4, the combat visuals look terrible. There's a ton of reused animations, and they're just unsatisfying sound effects. Like, there's just no good feedback. And the last thing I'd like to throw in this summary, overall, it's incredibly complicated and unintuitive, but with little payoff for really working through that complexity. As I said earlier, to me personally, the skill expression in RS3 just isn't interesting. Just to be clear, I don't want to take anything away from Evil Lucario or other people who have really spent a lot of time mastering this combat system, but to me, it's just not fun. The idea of mastering the combat system just isn't fun, because all it is again, figuring out the script of abilities, unless it's already been figured out on the PvMe, and then just having high enough actions per minute to be able to perform that. Like, you're literally just playing Guitar Hero on a keyboard. And lastly, there's no meaningful content to do in RS3 until hundreds of hours into the game. The early to mid-game content is just neglected by Jagex.
You ever notice how the long-time enfranchised players will demand others forgive their game's early design and insist it's worth pushing through, but then they're not willing to push through the early design of others? If you have time invested into a game and you insist others do the same, but when you try to invest time into another game, you realize you're not enjoying it early on and consider quitting within the first 2 hours, that's how new people feel coming to your game.
That's a real quick summary of why the combat system doesn't work for me. But again, if you want a more in-depth look into these ideas, I highly recommend
wondered
checking
about
out
this.
Project
I'm like, yeah, the
Combat's
combat
videos.
could be
He
that
goes
good, right?
really well into in-depth about these.
It looks steep
videos.
and
actually, there's 2
cool.
videos in particular that I really liked of his that I'll link down in the description below that I recommend you check out. Speaking of the early game system, the bosses and whatnot that you interact in the early game via quests haven't been updated to fit the EOC combat system.
Gotta go
So they
back to
also
that
feel
place.
But speaking of quests,
I mean, I
would
might
say
as
that the
well
quest in
run the
RS3 is probably
whole
one of the best
chain.
aspects of the game.
Like,
Many
fucking
the
all
newer
of it and
quests
just
dive deep into
teleport
the lore
out
of the
at the
world, and
end.
the story of the RuneScape universe is
Because
truly
it
interesting
is a
indeed.
lot of
It's
stuff.
actually
It's a
quite
lot of
impressive
stuff.
to think that Andrew,
We'll go
Paul,
fighting.
whoever,
It's
it
fine.
was one of the Gower brothers who founded RuneScape, came up with the idea of 3 games being in the game. Guthix, the god of balance, Saradomin, the god of order, and Zamorak, the god of chaos. And over the years, writers have been tasked with fleshing out the lore of the entire world based around these 3 gods. They were not only able to expand it, but answer questions about how these 3 gods came to be. The story of RuneScape is really amazing and worth exploring. The
No.
only issue I have with the main recent quests is that your character is
No.
a pretty big case of main character syndrome, and it kind of feels weird to me personally. You spawn into the game,
I don't
and
think
it
I
doesn't
agree
take
with that.
long before you're talking to actual gods and find out that the gods can't kill you because you're the world guardian. What does that mean? I just got here. I personally prefer quests and stories where I am a character, but not necessarily like the savior of the world. The trope gets a bit old, but that's personal preference. However, unfortunately, it seems a while ago that RuneScape kind of lost its way when it comes to world building. Imagine, you build this massive world of gods, elves, dwarves, vampires, multiple kingdoms interacting.
I would have
with each
killed
other,
for
and there's
RuneScape when I was a
stories that
kid.
connect them all in
I
a
just didn't
meaningful
think,
way.
why spend your
And then you
time
do
on such a
quest where
base looking
local
game?
townspeople are
I wish I had
running
known.
crazy
I
for
probably
bacon.
would have loved
Or you go to
RuneScape.
Lumbridge and there's a
It's
massive
unfortunate.
beach nowhere near an ocean with a bunch of NPCs. And
I wish I was RuneScape. I mean, I grew up on Final Fantasy 11. I still
really
think
hate seeing these types of
11's
things in
superior
any
to
kind of
RuneScape.
fantasy
It
world.
is.
It
It's-
really breaks the immersion really hard. Speaking of, in my opinion, there's a really similar issue with cosmetics. Nowadays, through microtransactions, you can customize your character in a million ways.
What?
However, most of them feel uninspired, and none of them fit the world of RuneScape.
Why is that
You can
800?
argue that you don't
Fucking
need to
dumb.
buy these cosmetics, or you could customize your character in a different way. But this is an MMO.
I'll take
There
30.
are hundreds of people roaming around
Oh,
the
no.
world at the same time as you, and
This
that's
thing, I'll
meant to
take
be part of
10.
the experience. However, in RuneScape, almost every time I see a new player, it almost immediately breaks the immersion for me. How am I supposed to get sucked into this immense world when every time I walk around the corner, every person I see looks more and more like a Fortnite skin instead of a player
Yeah.
character in a medieval role-playing game? I just mentioned microtransactions. Let's get this over with.
Yeah.
Microtransactions in RuneScape are atrocious. Disrupt the
Why
player
are you
experience,
charging
and
so much for
incredibly
these
predatory.
shields?
Even as an
What
Iron
in
Man,
the
I get
fuck?
track pop-ups every
No,
time I
no,
log in.
no, no.
Now, we could probably
Charge
argue
at
about
10.
cosmetic MTX.
Enjoy.
On one hand, some people say that cosmetic MTX are completely fine. However, I'm personally with the school of
Charge at
thought
10,
that
yeah.
cosmetic MTX are a detriment to MMOs specifically. MMOs are games about grinding for achievements, which traditionally could be shown off by a cool key
No.
earned or something like that.
Well, that's
However,
not what
some,
MMOs are
including
about.
myself, may argue that when you push for cosmetic MTX constantly, the paid cosmetics eventually outshine the ones that you earn in-game. A good example of this is skilling pets in RS3. Skilling pets, in my opinion, mostly look terrible. Half of them are reskins of the exact same thing. They just feel like something that was just shoved out randomly one day. The amount of effort put into skilling pets versus other cosmetics sold through MTX is abysmal. However, this is an argument that I can see going both ways, and I'm not going to hound on Jagex too much for cosmetic MTX. However, Jagex doesn't stop there. Let's talk about Treasure Hunter. Treasure Hunter not only is a pay-to-win system with increasingly aggressive overpowered promotions, but it's straight up gambling. I personally think that any form of loot boxes are unethical. And I understand that it's normal now, but that doesn't mean it's right just because everyone else is doing
No.
it. Jagex has been pushing these keys for years and straight up taking advantage of people with gambling addictions. There's been several articles that have come out of people spending tens of thousands of dollars on microtransactions in RuneScape. At the very least, in like a cosmetic-based loot box, you typically run out of things to win pretty quickly. Like I remember in Smite, for example, you could have skins that you could buy for $5, or you could buy like a $3 loot box that would contain several different random $5 skins. I don't like this model either. Again, I think that all types of loot boxes are scummy and
Huge.
unethical,
I'm gonna
but at least
take it.
This is better than just endlessly selling XP and in-game advantages via loot box system and just milking people with gambling addictions. That is just evil. On top of that, Jagex has started to monetize the most basic shit in their game. Want bank space? You need to pay up. Literally, the place you store your items that you collect, and every update there are more and more items coming into the game, but you need to pay Jagex to get more items in your bank. A long time ago, old school RuneScape
Ooh,
gave its
bleeding
players a
sweep, huh?
bunch of
I'll
free
take
bank
that.
space,
Screw it.
and old school RuneScape has way
I'm okay
less
with that.
items. And now they made it so that you can just buy bank space directly in game with GP. Now I know what you're saying, that you can buy bank space with bonds, But buying bonds with GP to get bank space is still participating in MTX. Jagex is still selling those for real money in just a roundabout way. Now, some people may say that, oh, Jagex isn't even that bad when it comes to MTX. It's still bad. Just because EA or Blizzard is being even more aggressive
He's
with
on
these
a
things doesn't mean that
he's on a soapbox here, but I like what he's saying. It's how my best friend would say it. I would say, is there's this alarmist sort of like no alarms, no surprises. It's where none of us are surprised, but it's not okay for the community to just eat itself in terms of monetarily, like pretty much like serve each other up for dinner. And make everything this cutthroat thing about how much gameplay can I get for a certain amount of money or any of this shit. When it isn't about the love anymore. When we don't have games like Dungeons and Dragons able to keep the that ends up being God on the lips of hearts of all children and stuff in terms of games, like that, then we have a problem. When we don't have an old school RuneScape, when we don't have a World of Warcraft or like something that kids can really sink their teeth into big time, it's a problem in the respect that it's $20 a month to just get lost in a world for 900 hours. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you or whatever, like I'm talking about, like in a month you end up spending 400 hours of your time on the game because you love the game that much. And I'm going through that right now with New Worlds. I don't love this game that much, but I like this game. It's a good game. It's worth my time. And so I'm like, ooh, those kept pristines, but I don't need a pristine. I need a brilliant ruby. You want to sell those for 100? Yeah, I mean, I want to switch up the enchant just so it feels different. So I am going to pay for that, and that's kind of annoying, but oh well. Hey, you, go in there. No. Oh, no, now I'm all glitched and stupid. It does this shit. It's so annoying. I've got to relog. So annoying.
We should be numb to it and think.
Yeah, but his problem is not the fact that they do this, or that my problem with it is they complain about it a lot. They use words like copium. You can always tell low IQpium is when they use the word copium all the time. Low IQpium is how I look at that. It's it's just weird. It's like this blanket statement that they've been using, kind of like FOMO or etc. And it's just weird. Like I don't know, man. Like I don't think life's like that. It's I know where this guy's coming from in his assessment of this particular situation. He's not worried that they do it. He's not worried how predatory it is, and he's not. Yeah, like I would say, he probably doesn't have a lot of sympathy for the people who fall victim to it, though he does, to a degree, look at it from how the streamer's looking at it right now is that, it's real bad to prey on. Oh no, what? Just put the fucking. Oh my god, what? No. This. Will not. Oh no. I don't know. Try one last time. Maybe exiting the desktop will fix it. It's got some kind of terrible glitch. Fucking annoying. Can't put a fucking gem in this fucking thing. Restart the client. I do like the client because it's like I mean, it's an online MMO, but it's definitely free and it gets you the fuck in. It's definitely more one player and it's. It's so fast to get in this game. It's one of the things I love about it. It is a massive open world, but they kept it so minimal in terms of what you can do, in terms of the massive movement scale, like flight or things like that, so that the game loads fast. There isn't all this other crap that you need to load into the game, like flight physics and stuff, because it's not really there. Those things aren't. It's the most lightweight client it could be. For how beautiful it is, how beautiful it really is. It's such a great little lightweight client. It's like 50 gigs or something, I think. Yeah, she looks kind of stoned. It's funny. So I get where he's coming from. We're like, how my best friend would put it is, it's when we become numb to it, and that's the industry norm, and then we don't resist it enough in our hearts and our minds and our souls and our wallets. If you don't vote for their money with this, like you are a happier person in the end, because if you just fess up, if you just cough up the money whatever they want it, and you don't think critically about what it is you're getting for that money, like you don't really, like you don't do them justice, and you don't do yourself justice. It's like a disservice to everybody involved. When you blow your money like that, you don't consider what you're getting back, if it really improves your lifestyle at all, or any of this other stuff. Like, do those skins really matter to you? Do you need to show them off to other people? Because, I don't know, to me it's like, I don't know, it's just not my thing. Like, I don't think, having collectible sports cards is necessary for games that I like. You know, I don't really think that's very necessary, and I know you guys did that to Pokemon, and you know, even WoW did this to a degree a little bit with their little collectible mini pets and stuff, and they kind of immortalized a lot of little creatures and stuff in my mind. You know, like a lot of those little creatures are so cute, and they're definitely really, really cool. But it's yeah, we're going out there again. I don't like this zone. I don't think I should be here. I'm 47. I should technically really be working on Morningdale now. And I've had a whole change of heart about what it is I'm doing here. There's no way that I'm sitting in this zone any longer. There's no fucking way. Oh, I'm also full. I'm like straight full. So I've got to go home. I've got to go to Everfall. I can't, yeah, I have so much fucking, like, fibers on me. That's hilarious. Wow. So we'll go back. We'll take care of Everfall here. So this is that thing. It's not that it's bad that they're doing it, or that we don't like. Some of us probably like it. Some of us probably do like it. It's that when it becomes the norm, when we think that it's expected, that's when it's so harmful, and that's what they're trying to. That's why they're trying to push it.
I think
You
that
know?
it's okay. Because when that
When we think it's okay.
Fresh Start Worlds.
Yeah.
Oh my, Fresh Start Worlds. My blood's about to get boiling. Jagex
Yeah.
just started an event the other day called Fresh Start Worlds to, quote, attract new players to the game.
Yeah, which makes sense to me because I've never played it. Like a fresh start world sounds cool to me, if I help make up the economy and all this stuff, you know. But when was this video made? A while ago.
You can market all you want, but if you don't fix the new player experience and the combat system, nobody's gonna stick around because the core content of the game just isn't good. The idea behind the event was that there was a fresh server that you could play on as if the game had just started. However, the event was clearly pandering and just FOMOing existing players to join with unique limited time rewards. Besides the rewards, there are super overpowered bonuses to accounts starting on Fresh Start Worlds, including up to 3x XP, a chance at double drops, and more. Now, I know what you're thinking. It sounds like old school RuneScape leagues, right? Yes, except two key differences. You need a brand new account to play on Fresh Start Worlds. You can't use an existing account like you could in old school leagues. And when the event is over, your account will be ported to the main game. So not only is this pandering to existing players, trying to get them to start new accounts for alts or to play this limited time game mode, but it's extreme FOMO as starting an account at literally any other time would be a massive disadvantage. Well, maybe on the bright side, it could be a cool competition style event since the game's so old, people could compete for ranks in the short term, right? Nope, there's pay to win in this mode as well. Even the, quote, competitive mode allows players to buy bonds. The thing is, an event like old school leagues could be an amazing event for the community, content creators, and drive new players to sign up as well. But that might not make as much money in the short term as milking more money from the whales in this game. I would love to participate in a RuneScape 3 league. Sounds like it could be a lot of fun and could be great content for the channel, but instead, Fresh Start Worlds was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. That's right, I will no longer be playing RuneScape 3, and this will be my last RuneScape 3 video. For my loyal fans out there, the last recordings from the Iron Man series will be listed in an unlisted video below, if you want to see that for some closure, I guess. But man, I can no longer justify spending 50 plus hours on a single video for a game with a dwindling player base, for a game that Jagex doesn't seem to care about, and for a game that I just don't have fun playing 90% of the time. Most of the time when I have fun playing RuneScape, it was just on stream, and that was just because I was hanging out with you guys and not because the actual content in the game. Because the actual content in the game is just stale and boring. It's bad. I should clarify that I do believe the people at Jagex are working hard and they want to do their best to make an actual good product, but I think their hands are a bit tied. Jagex is owned by a hedge fund and it's their pimp. With that being said, I will be making different content going forward. I have a couple ideas that I'm really excited about, and I hope you guys stick around, but I understand if the new content's not for you, right? You subscribe for the RuneScape, likely you subscribe for the RuneScape content, and if the new stuff's not for you, I get that. Currently, I give RuneScape 3 renars out of 10. I think that if we saw a rework of the combat system, and if Jagex stopped being so fucking greedy with MTX, that could really be bumped up there to a solid game. I don't know if it has the potential to be a or anything like that, but I think it really, really could be a solid game worth your time. But at the moment, I just can't recommend it. Is RuneScape 3 worth playing in 2022? I don't think so. Why would you play this game that has stale content that's just
It's
not
a shame
good? The
that
combat system doesn't feel good to interact with. And then on top of the bad gameplay, you're bombarded with MTX all the time. Why play that when there's so many good games out there? A lot of AAA devs are now following this kind of similar model where they just pump out a shit game and then just, try to force a bunch of MTX or DLC and stuff like that, and still sell that game for $60. But there's a lot of great indie games out there. I mean, there's still some good AAA games, but there's a lot of great indie games out there. I've heard great things about Elden Ring. Haven't tried it myself yet, but I'll actually leave on the screen here some games that I really recommend from Steam. And most of these games can be bought for like less than $15 on Steam on sale, and they're really, really good. And you just pay the fee to play the game, and you just play the game. There's no MTX or anything like that going on afterwards. They're not trying to get you money after. A couple of them have DLCs, but I would say that I think the DLCs are worth what you're paying for these situations. But yeah, I would highly recommend these games. Some of these games I have reviews for on my channel, and they're really, really fucking good. Anyways, that's it for me. Again, I'm sorry if this is disappointing to some people that they want to see more RS3 content, but what I've realized is that I think there's a good reason why there's not a lot of RS3 content creators. Like, give me one good reason why I should make content for this game. And yeah, I can't find one. That's what I was thinking about the other day. I just can't find one. It's not fun. Anyways, that's about it. See ya.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, Will here. RuneScape has been a game that I've played for, well, a few years longer than I care to admit. There's something about the simplicity of it all that's just aged very well. It encapsulates the curious charm of the go cut one type of tree for 20 hours until you can cut another type of tree for another 20 hours. 20 hours, of course, being a massive exaggeration. It takes far longer than that to level up wood cutting or thieving or mining. That's before we even get to rune crafting, or at least that used to be the case. During 2012 and releasing in 2013, Jagex would take RuneScape from the simple point-and-click combat style, which had worked so well for the game for over a decade, and bring it up to date, promising an enormous overhaul which would revolutionize the game, add far more depth to the combat, and make it a much more engaging experience. This was, of course, the evolution of combat. And if you ever wanted a prime example of how incredibly important combat is in the MMORPG space, look no further than this. EOC was to add abilities to RuneScape, similar to many other powerhouse MMOs at the time. WoW, of course. They would revamp the appearance of armor sets and bring out a brand spanking new HTML client to run it all on, which never made it out of beta, by the way. However, during the beta for this huge update, a few things became clear. One, it was not ready for launch. Combat felt incredibly unresponsive and clunky. Two, there was a very mixed response on the update, with players being all over the place in terms of preference from the original. And three, this would permanently change RuneScape forever. And this realization really began to sink in the closer things got to the launch time for RuneScape 3. In fact, players took to the streets in Falador as is customary to riot and shout their displeasure and wish one final goodbye to the RuneScape that they have known for many years. I was among them. Of course, in time, old school RuneScape will be polled and launched and has since become incredibly successful in its own right, enjoying many new updates and fresh content to keep the game alive. And well, though RuneScape 3 got off to a very poor start, some players stuck with it, as did Jagex. Now, it often takes quite a bit longer in the oven for an MMO to really be cooked to perfection, and RuneScape 3 has been in there for quite a while now. Whilst not without its own issues, it has covered a truly huge amount of distance and grown into its own separate game from what made it successful years ago. And yet there are still some things which just consistently end up frustrating me about it. So in this video I hope to explore the goods and the bads and see whether RuneScape will be worth a go in 2022. If you like the content, do consider dropping a like on the channel and a sub. But let's start out with the basics, as at its core this is still a RuneScape experience. Your quests are not kill and collect. We have a skill for that, it's called Slayer. Instead, the quests are stories. Some are as simple as baking a cake, others will be a multi-part experience, taking you across the entire world of Gielinor, solving puzzles, defeating bosses, training skills, and even taking out gods. In RuneScape 3, there are many quests that not only have cutscenes, but are also voice acted and have specific orchestral music alongside, an extra touch that has not made its way to old school RuneScape yet. Quests in RuneScape 3 have scanned such a great period of time and ages, as they call them in the game world, that they even recommend to have completed other ones before handing in to be able to fully appreciate the story that will unfold. This is a wonderful little touch and can help you plan ahead for your adventures in a way that makes the most sense for you. The actual stories and lore in RuneScape 3 have been given a much greater space, and they continue to grow year upon year. Though getting off to a rough start with poor performance, RuneScape 3 has again come a long way since then and has had many graphically impressive zones. I know many people say graphics don't matter at all for a game, but they can certainly help attract people in and create more interesting, engaging worlds. You can even change the skybox in the game as well as the filter, ranging from dusk to dawn to Bloodborne to on LSD. There's something for everybody. The UI is also very customizable, albeit kind of clunky and not exactly the most intuitive at first, because there is an absolutely massive amount of different things going on at the same time. And if you do want to get to grips with the combat in RuneScape 3, you're going to be spending some time messing about with it until you're happy. Also, in the top left corner of the UI, you will see a little box with a key next to it. This is a bad button. You do not press this box. Well, if you want an Iron Man anyway, but more on that later. Another thing in common with your RuneScape experience is skilling. It's not gone anywhere in RuneScape 3. In fact, there are skills that you will likely not recognize, as well as entire reworks to certain skills as well. Mining is no longer just go up to a rock, click it, and wait for ore to appear in your bag and repeat for many hours until 99. There are bonuses for mining at the correct time, managing a stamina bar, and so on. RuneScape 3 offers more intensive methods for better experience, or if you're just relaxing, you can just click rocks and watch something on monitor number 2. Similarly, smithing has been entirely reworked, because let's be honest, 99 smithing for a rune 2-hander or a rune plate body is just so vastly outdated as a concept. I'm surprised it's even still a thing in old school RuneScape at this point. It's not exactly the most complicated still, but you've got a UI overhaul, and then heating your materials and working them at the anvil are a core part of the rework. This means more time actually doing smithing and less time running between your bank and the anvil with an inventory full of bars. There are new skills, of course, invention to add perks to your armor and weapons. This also dually serves as an item sink, because items must be disassembled for components which are added to gizmos, which then equal perks. This keeps items leaving the game and gives even old, seemingly irrelevant gear a monetary value for what it could disassemble into. For example, almost every single reward unique to clue scrolls is worth over 1 million in RuneScape 3, as they disassemble into fortunate components which are used in some high-end perks. Yes, even comp bows. Divination is another new gathering skill, which is a bit more of a support for other skills and has a large part in many quests as you're exploring memories of the past. Along a similar vein, we also have archaeology, which was brought out in 2021 and was received exceptionally well. This skill predictably has you digging up the past, unlocking new areas, bonuses, lore. There is an absolute enormous amount going on with this skill. It could be its entire own topic. Suffice to say though, it is pretty good. Also in RuneScape 3 now, many skills don't stop at level 99 anymore. There's content up to level 120 for Slayer, Herbalore, Farming, Dungeoneering, Archaeology, and Invention, with more skills expected to join these in the future. Of course, leveling skills on RuneScape 3 is faster overall, with so many new methods to make gold and train your skills over what old school RuneScape has. If you put it like this, seeing level 99 as the cap in RuneScape, which is about 13 million XP, a level 120 is 104 million XP, so it's not exactly fast to get all the same. And beyond skilling, of course, we have the combat. Oh boy, the combat in RuneScape 3. Now, many years ago when RuneScape was made, it was built on a grid-based system where each place you can click is a square. These are visible in old school RuneScape. You can even mark them on your client. They are not in RuneScape 3. This means although the game is much nicer to look at, there are plenty of times where you will do something and your character will do one of the following. A, nothing. B, wrong direction. C, basically anything other than the thing that you were trying to do, and it is so frustrating. It being point and click, even on servers where I am around 20 to 25 ping, apparently, there is a very noticeable delay between action and movement. Furthermore, many abilities are locked into animations, and all this leads to is a big old pile of clunk, and clunk is bad. Imagine you ordered World of Warcraft from Wish. RuneScape 3 combat is what you would get. Say what you want about Classic or WoW in general, but the combat is just so smooth and responsive, and if you try another game, you will realize that you have been spoiled. And to get to grips with it, you have to struggle through the clunk for many hours to understand how abilities interact with each other, when to animation cancel,
Scares me when I hear stuff
optimizing
like
movement,
this.
equipment swapping, prayer swapping. The actual skill cap of RuneScape 3 PvM is extremely high. It's APM heavy, and it's timing and muscle memory intensive. It is way more complicated than World of Warcraft on both classic and retail, and coming back to it and trying to PvM in RuneScape can feel very overwhelming with the amount of information, new items, quests, abilities, and so on, which are absolutely bombarded at you. But once you start to get a hold of how things work, the combat can feel satisfying to pull off correctly in a meaningful way. It's just a question of whether you can get to that stage and really want to push and invest your time into it. At times I hate the combat, at times I love it, but if I can say one thing about the PvM in RuneScape, there are few offerings on the MMO market for a more diverse solo player experience. There are some group bosses, but the majority are designed or can be soloed with the necessary experience and gear. There are bosses ranging from the low to medium levels all the way to the extremely difficult scaling challenges at endgame, where you can streak your kills in order to improve your reward, and if you die, you lose it. There are currently 2 bosses in RuneScape 3, but the hardest version is 4,000% more difficult than the baseline encounter. Yes, 4,000%. It's hard, like really hard, even with best gear possible. There are also different levels to the combat as to how you set your character up. There is something called Legacy Mode, which is just like old school RuneScape, which is based off auto attacks and special attacks. There is then Revolution, where the game will automatically activate certain abilities of your choosing, which should eventually help you transition into full manual, which, as this suggests, you have control over every single ability that's going out, and how well you're able to perform in PvM encounters will depend to a degree which one of these you are currently using. And it's also worth a mention along the vein of combat and gearing that, similar to old school RuneScape, RuneScape 3 doesn't do expansions. It keeps adding content horizontally, which is a big benefit for me, as whenever you do come back to the game, your gear remains just as relevant as when you left for the content that you are currently engaging with. There may have been more added at endgame or early game, but the gear you have in that moment will be exactly at the same power level as when you left it. Very few MMOs do this. The majority of them do massive updates and reset your entire gear and progress every few years. This doesn't happen in RuneScape. You don't really get behind of others. You're just at the point in the game where you are, if that makes sense. And then we kind of had to get to it eventually, didn't we? The in-game shop. As far as microtransactions goes, RuneScape 3 is a poster child of how bad it can get. I've no doubt the worst out there exists because mobile games exist, but microtransactions in RuneScape have gone way off the deep end over the years. You can level a character entirely to endgame stats, earn millions of gold, acquire gear and various perks just through spending money and not playing the game whatsoever. Each day there will be numerous things on offer, creating an atmosphere of fear of missing out, and over the years there's been more events and more overpowered offers pushed to the shop to try and entice you to get your wallet out. And it's not just the experience or gold boosts either. There are numerous cosmetics which allow you to have pets which take up half your screen, glowing armor sets, floating, hopping about non-stop, and one of my personal biggest dislikes that MMOs seem to keep doing, wings and glasses. Look, my eyesight's already bad in real life, but what if I could also make my fantasy character visually impaired? What next? Are we all going to be playing humans in fantasy games as well? World of Warcraft added glasses and wings, and Shadowlands as well. That's a minus for it. Anyways, Iron Man characters though who cannot trade or use the Grand Exchange do not get the constant NTX spam, as it would go against the idea behind the game mode. So that is an option to consider if you aren't the best with your wallet or just don't want the hassle from it. It would of course however mean starting entirely again from square one, but perhaps that would better suit learning all of the updates that have taken place over the years. I've actually been considering making a RuneScape 3 Iron Man myself. PvP wise, if you're into that, I suppose I should touch on it. Yeah, there's other games out there. Jagex barely update it. Majority of players don't bother with it. It's been left alone like an obsolete minigame. It still exists. The wilderness still exists, don't get me wrong, but it's a niche, full loop PvP system with an extremely high learning curve that requires massive practice in order to not get completely farmed by the very small player base that engages with it, though honestly couldn't recommend the game for this whatsoever. Overall, beneath the surface, there is a solid game in RuneScape 3. I feel as though the initially poorly received release has held it back for much longer than it should have. There's also this rather noisy, inevitable crowd that plays old school RuneScape, doesn't really understand anything about RuneScape 3 other than they didn't like it a decade ago so they don't like it now. You get these people when games have different versions. They exist with WoW too. Classic good, retail bad. You know the type. The game has issues. The learning curve, clunky combat to learn, and a frankly egregious cash shop. But there is something here which is worth a go, with unique questing and a story system, and the game looking good to amazing in parts, on top of solid customization. RuneScape 3 can offer a range from a second monitor game where you're just not paying too much attention whilst grinding out some skills, all the way to a 200 APM boss encounter that can last 20 to 30 minutes long, offering some of the best rewards the game has. I'd say heading into 2022, if you're looking to try something different, perhaps as an old school RuneScape player or not, RuneScape 3 is looking in a fairly good state. And whilst I cannot recommend it as enthusiastically as I would be able to do with old school RuneScape due to the issues it carries, it can very much still be an engaging and fun MMORPG to get into in its own right. So there we have it, RuneScape 3. I've been enjoying it a fair amount recently. I tend to play it on and off now and again, and I think it is worth a go. If you've given it a go recently or have been thinking about it, let me know how it's been, or after you've given it a go, what you think. That's about all though. As always, thank you all so much for watching and listening in. If you like the content, drop a like and subscribe. That would help me out greatly. And I shall see you all in the next one very soon.
Today we are playing OSRS. Guys, this has been a long time coming. People have asked me to play this game for years. For years and years and years. And today, it is finally happening. Prepare yourself.
Oh my god, dude! They're all waiting for holy shit! Dude!
What?
Oh my god, dude!
What is this?
They're all waiting.
All right, here we go. So that's my guy. So I can give him that hair right there. I can go with that one right there. I feel like that one... Okay, we're not doing this one for sure. This one's fucking terrible. Okay, no, we're not doing that one. That's fucking awful. Okay, that one's pretty normal. This one's okay too. This is like Goku here. I like that. I might actually go with this one instead. You can see the pixels? Yeah, I can see that, man. S-Fan? Okay, dude. Oh, that one looks good. I'm gonna go with that one. That's awesome. All right, what about my jaw? Wait, oh my god, that's a massive fucking Gandalf beard. Okay, we're gonna go with that one for sure. Okay. Oh, I can wear a tie. Okay, that'd be really, really good. I think we're gonna go with this one. No, oh yeah, all right, let's go with that. It's a short shirt. Yeah, let's go and do it this one. Now for the arms. Ooh, I can be buff. Okay, I might go with that. Actually, you know what? Let's just go with, let's make this a little bit more realistic. We'll go with something a little bit more scuffed. I feel like that's a little bit more accurate. So we'll try that instead. And legs? What about legs? Okay, I've got pants on right there. And then those are those pants instead. Chicken legs. Chicken, what the hell do you guys mean by chicken legs? Yeah, this is fine. This is more customization than WoW. Actually, you're not wrong. Like, this game genuinely has more customization than WoW does. I guess maybe not with the most recent update, but like until then, it definitely did. Okay, so... Oh, shit. Yo, this guy's fucked up. Okay, let's go with that. Yeah, we'll try it. We'll do this one right here. This should be good enough for me. All right, and then hair color. Ooh, I could be white beard. Okay, I'm not really quite that old. I don't want to go with that. Let's go with, let's just go with brown hair. Let's go with brown hair like I had before. I think that's probably the best idea. Actually, that's perfect. Yeah, we'll go with that right there. And then torso. Let's see here. Skin. Okay. I guess I'll give him a little bit darker skin. That seems fair. All right, we're going to confirm this character right here. We're ready. I'm in the game. Oh my god. So this is how I move around. And so, can I change my camera angle? Oh wow, I can zoom out. Okay. And this is some random guy. It says chop down tree. What the fuck? Middle mouse. Oh shit. Wow. Oh my god. Look at this, dude. Press the scroll wheel. Yeah, this is where I can zoom in. Damn, dude, I look good. I look really good. Look at me, boys. Look at me. Fuck yeah, dude. Talk to him first, you don't? Oh, wait. Oh, he's got an arrow over his head. Okay. How do I interact with things? Oh, there it is. Oh, you guys can't see it. Let me move it up. There we go. All right, that's better. Greetings. I see you are a new arrival to the world of Gelinor. My job is to welcome all new visitors. So welcome. You have already learned the first thing needed to survive in this world, talking to other people. You may find many inhabitants of the world have useful things to say to you. By clicking on them, you can have a talk with them. Before we're going, if you could be so kind to let me know how much experience you have with old school RuneScape, that would be wonderful. Alrighty. Simply click.
Alright. Here is the ultimate tank slash support slash healer build. During my time with this game, obviously I've gained knowledge through playing and through lots of difficult battles, and now I finally managed to perfect the class that I wanted to do since the beginning, but I just didn't have time to test it out. So now that I'm in between quests where I don't have much to do besides the main storyline, I've decided to test this out and if it would work as I intended, and it bloody does. The basic concept is cleric, but I've added some things, switched some things, and the most important thing is that you need to have good gear. Doesn't matter if you're playing a game with only 2 people, 1 person, or 4 party members, you need to have good gear. Otherwise, those higher level enemies will destroy you. So let's get going, right? This is what I've come up with. Currently I'm level 13. Obviously, if you're lower level, then you need to spread the points by simply removing 1 point from each of the attributes that I've put, and
affect the abilities you gain automatically at each level, so knowing what Priest in Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire is a casting class that has a wide variety of spells but has a focus on healing and buffs of party members as well as debuffs of enemies. In addition, they have a few damaging abilities as well. Since most of the Priest's spells have casting times that are not suited to close combat, they will generally fulfill a ranged support role. However, because many of these spells have rather long durations, 60 seconds or so, they can buff first and then engage in melee and still be effective. Because they have such a wide variety of spells, they multi-class very well. Priests have 5 different types of spells generally. These are Condemnation, Restoration, Protection, Inspiration, and Punishment. Condemnation spells debuff enemies with negative status effects. Restoration spells heal the player or allies. Protection spells prevent the player or allies from taking damage. Inspiration spells buff allies, giving them positive status effects. And punishment spells deal direct damage to enemies. Priests are somewhat unique in that they don't have subclasses that give any sort of negative effect, making them and Paladins the only ones. However, these two classes have some restrictions when multi-classing with one another. Priests also gain some abilities of other classes, which is something few classes do. These abilities are gained automatically at each power level, and just exactly what they are depends on the subclass. Priests also have a unique ability called Holy Radiance, which they can use once per encounter. Holy Radiance does burn damage and weakens enemies, as well as heals friendlies for a mild amount in a huge AoE around the priest. It also reduces the power level of enemies, which can be a lifesaver. Its strength increases or decreases based on your reputation to your chosen deity's alignment. In this section, we're going to take a look at the subclasses of the priest and see why you might choose one of them over another. You must choose a subclass, as there isn't a no subclass option. However, as mentioned above, there are no penalties for doing so. Priest subclasses only affect the abilities you gain automatically at each level, so knowing what these are and what they do is very important when making a priest. Let's take a look at what the subclasses are and talk a bit about what sort of builds you can make with them. Barith. Barith priests follow the god of death and gain a handful of druid spells which follow the main theme of decay and corrosion. Take this subclass if you wish to have more debuffs and deal more corrode damage. Barith priests gain a greatsword for their spiritual weapon as well as a number of druid spells. The central theme of these spells are decay and death, and they mostly debuff in an area or deal corrode damage in an AoE. However, they do gain holy meditation and salvation of time. The greatsword does considerable damage that scales with your level, as well as plus 50% corrode damage. Consider taking this subclass if you wish to be more offensive or plan on using greatswords. Many of the spells you gain as a Barith priest have short range, which means that when multi-classing, you'll likely want to pick something that works well in closer proximity. I would suggest fighter, paladin, monk, or even wizard. Fighters give many bonuses that work well to both defense and offense. Discipline strikes will increase your hit and crit chance and works with spells and weapon attacks. Warrior stance can also increase your accuracy with the spells and attacks. Paladins have access to an ability called Sworn Enemy that increases your damage against the target by 20%, and this includes damage by both weapons and spells. They also have increased accuracy from Exalted Focus and have many good abilities. Note that you can only multi-class with the Goldpack Knights or the Shield Bearers of St. Elka if you choose this subclass. Monks have Swift Strikes, which increases the speed of attacking with weapons and casting with spells. Hellwalker monks also gain might when they are hit, further increasing the effectiveness of any healing you may do. Wizards have many enchanting spells that have short cast times that drastically increase defenses. This works well here because it allows you to buff and then focus on CCing and corroding enemies without fear of being killed quickly due to your closer proximity to enemies. Eothas. Eothas priests follow the god of renewal. On light, gaining many spells that heal, protect, or revive their party members. Take this subclass if you wish to be more of a support class. Aothis priests gain a flail for their spiritual weapon as well as lots of healing and protection spells, placing them squarely into the support role. The flail does excellent damage and adds plus 50% burn damage. Be sure to pump your might some if you play an Aothis priest to take advantage of its effect on healing. You'll also want the practiced healer passive to further boost your effectiveness. Since Aothis priests will spend a considerable amount of time casting, it is recommended that if they multi-class, they choose another class that doesn't. Chanter and Ranger would make good choices. Chanters can chant phrases while casting priest spells, further buffing their group, and they can add a few more spells to their library if they really want. Rangers can buff ranged combat and have an animal companion that can be effective while the priest casts. Magran. Magran priests follow the goddess of war and fire and gain many spells that deal burn damage. Select this subclass if you want to focus on dealing damage. Magran priests gain a pistol and sword for their spiritual weapon as well as many spells, including some from wizard that deal burn damage. The pistol and sword both do plus 50% burn damage, making them considerably powerful. This drops Magran priests into the DPS role, focusing on burn damage. Be sure to take Scion of Flame if you select the subclass to further increase your penetration with fire attacks. When multi-classing a Magran priest, it's a good idea to look for classes that can facilitate better casting or perhaps mesh with the burn damage theme. Paladins, Wizards, and Rangers all work well. Paladins also focus heavily on burn damage, so can benefit from Scion of Flame. Wizards can provide buffs that are quick to cast, so the priest is free to cast more fire spells. Rangers have an animal companion that can help engage enemies while you rain fire. Note that if you choose Paladin, you can only select the Bleakwalker subclass. Skane. Skane priests follow the Quiet Slave, the god of hate and violence. They gain many roguelike spells that can seal the caster or debuff the enemy. Select this subclass if you intend to use weapons as a main source of damage. Skane priests have a stiletto and club for their spiritual weapon and gain a few rogue abilities as well as some damaging ones that also debuff enemies. The stiletto and club deal plus 50% pierce damage and scale with the priest's level. Minor Avatar not only gives plus 20% damage with weapons, but also increases your max health and all attributes by plus 5 for 30 seconds, making it one of the best buffs in the game. Consider multi-classing if you choose this subclass to pick up some active abilities that are weapon related. When multi-classing a Skane, really any martial class will do, but there is some synergy with Rogue because of the Rogue abilities you gain. Because you get Shadowing Beyond, Skanes are the only other class that can reliably go invisible, which allows you to spend the Rogue's Guile on its attacks rather than stealth. The downside is that you don't gain this ability until much later in the game, so you cannot use this combo for some time. Whale. Whale priests follow the god of dreams and gain several illusion spells from the wizard class. Select the subclass if you wish to focus on crowd control and debuffs, or wish to fulfill the tank role. Whale priests gain a rod for their spiritual weapon and gain many illusion spells from the wizard class. Many of these spells buff the caster with serious defense, such as Lengrath's Displaced Image, which makes this subclass suitable for tanking. The rod does plus 50% shock damage and again scales with the priest level. Consider multi-classing the whale with another tank class in order to gain some active abilities and passives that it would benefit from. When multi-classing a whale priest, consider taking Paladin, Rogue, Fighter, or Monk for their tankiness. Paladins gain many abilities that give incredible defense, such as Exalted Endurance, Mental Fortress, Clear Head, Reinforcing Exhortation, and Righteous Soul. This makes for an extremely resistant character and a really tough one to kill. Note that you can only choose Bleakwalkers or Dakazi Paladini if you choose this subclass. Street Fighter rogues gain benefits from being flanked and bloodied, so are an ideal choice for a tank. They can counterattack enemies with their riposte passive if they dodge attacks, which works nicely with the high deflection illusion spells give. Unbroken fighters can engage one extra enemy, gain +1 armor from using a shield, and gain tons of penetration on disengagement attacks. They have lots of abilities that increase their defense, and some that increase their offense as well, like Overbearing Guard. Monks gain wounds when they take damage, which gives them an extra resource pool with which to use abilities from. They can also increase their action speed, which benefits attacking as well as casting. The last thing we're going to cover here is attributes and races and how they affect the priest. The game recommends Might and Dexterity and highly recommends Intellect and Resolve. Might increases damage and healing, while Dexterity increases action speed, which affects casting. Intellect increases the duration and AoE radius of many of the priest's abilities, and Resolve helps keep them alive because although they are not in melee range necessarily, they will need to be much closer than other casters to use their spells effectively. Just exactly how much of these you should have depends on the subclass you selected, and I will make my recommendations along with race here. Bareth. Prioritize Intellect, Might, and Resolve. Intellect will increase the duration of the negative effects of the Bareth Priest as well as widen their AoE, so it's top priority here. Might is just good for straight up damage, and resolve will help keep you alive. Human or godlike or elf all work here. Aothis. Prioritize might, intellect, and resolve. Since Aothis priests have a higher focus on healing than other priests, they will benefit more from higher might values. Intellect helps with duration and AoE size. Human, godlike, or elf are solid choices. Magran. Prioritize might, perception, and intellect. Magran priests are going to be slinging fire spells with regularity, so you'll want to focus on might for damage and perception to make sure they connect. Intellect helps with AoE radius. Godlike or Amala both work well here. Skane. Prioritize might, intellect, and resolve. Skane priests want to hit hard, so need high might. Intellect helps with duration of their buffs and debuffs, and resolve helps keep them alive. Human is a good choice here. Whale. Prioritize resolve, constitution, and intellect. Whale priests are more likely to tank than other priest subclasses, and so need attributes that help them survive. Intellect helps with durations. If you can spare points, might doesn't hurt either, as it boosts both damage and healing. Dwarf works well here. Final tips. Each priest has a different spiritual weapon which does considerable damage versus a normal one of the same type, and they scale with your level. Pay attention to what these are and use them to best results. Although you can swap to a different weapon set, you cannot change out your spiritual weapon with your normal ones while active. This means if you want to get the most of them, you'll need to pick the passive that benefits the weapon style. One-handed, two-handed, two-weapon, or weapon and shield. You can use a shield with a flail. Several priest subclasses have spells from other classes, which allows the priest to have abilities from 3 different ability trees when multi-classing. This is one of its biggest strengths because some combinations are available to you that would not otherwise be possible. For example, because you can get Lengrath's Displaced Image and Mirrored Image on a Whale Priest, you could select this subclass instead of the Wizard to tank with. This allows for you to use other priest buffs that are really good, but still get some of the best buffs that Wizards have. Positioning is very important to priests because many of their buffs and damaging abilities have a range of around 5 meters. This means they generally won't be on the back lines, but somewhere between melee and your other ranged units. Because of this, it is likely they will take more damage than other ranged characters, which is why Resolve is highly recommended. You might want to consider wearing some heavier armor as well, just to ensure you don't get beat up too much. Lastly, Intellect is very, very important to the priest because most of the spells they can cast have an AoE that goes with it, and you want these to be as effective as possible by being as large as they can. Make sure you invest a considerable amount and look for equipment that not only increases Intellect, but also boosts AoE radius. Stay tuned for more Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire class guides as we cover all 11 classes as well as character creation. What did you think of the guide? Was it helpful? Leave your thoughts in the comments below.
In this video, we're going to be talking about tips for Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age. Things that help get you started on the right foot, and growing pains that I've learned along the way that may help you out in the long run. So the very first thing we want to talk about is your party. Every tip that I've ever seen for this says to plan out your party, which, yeah, to an extent, I can definitely see it. Although I would also say, don't let it stress you out. Don't worry about it. I've made some pretty big mistakes with my party, but it still works out just fine. The game is balanced well enough that really you can do whatever you want. You can min-max each individual person for a party or a class that fits them better, but at the end of the day, I don't really think it matters that much. But like I said, there are a couple struggles that I've had that I think I'll mention just to make your life a little bit easier. So the first thing that I would recommend doing is make Balthier your white mage. You're going to have access to him much earlier in the game than you would, say, Penelo, which is who I made my white mage. So by using him as a white mage, you'll have him much earlier in the game, and it'll make the early game a little bit easier. With Pinello, it took a little bit longer, and I was having to go through potions an awful lot, and it was a pain. One of the other mistakes that I made was combining my white mage and my black mage into the same person. So this became a bit of an issue because, well, my white mage is pretty busy. She's got a lot of stuff to do, and she's constantly doing stuff on screen, and it doesn't really free up a lot of space in my gambits for black mage abilities. As you can see here, I've got one. Blazega is pretty much the only thing that I really have space for her to do most of the time, and usually she doesn't even get down to that. Usually she's so busy curing people and doing all kinds of other stuff that she probably isn't even going to make it down there to do it. So it's a little frustrating. The other big downside of this is by having a white mage and black mage combined, it means that you're basically restricting her to weak armor, so she's going to be squishy the entire game. So really the only thing you can do is give her bubble so she has more HP, but beyond that, she's going to be pretty squishy. She's not going to have any good armor abilities. I think she has a little bit of heavy armor just because of a Esper that I put on her, but it's only heavy armor 7 out of 12. But beyond that, it's all going to be mystic armor, which doesn't really provide a whole lot of protection for her. Another thing you'll want to try and do is keep your party balanced, meaning don't just level up 3 people. You want to try and balance out everybody. As people get higher level, you do want to rotate them out. As you can see, Pinello is a little bit OP compared to everybody else, but she's my healer, so I keep her in the party non-stop. I'd rather have her a little bit stronger than everybody else just because she probably needs the help. But everyone else, I would rotate, try and keep them around the same level. You'll be glad you did this when your party gets wiped and you have to start swapping people in and out to keep everything going so you don't end up with a game over. So now in Zodiac Age, you can move a lot quicker. If you hit L1 on your controller, it will double up the speed, and you can also quadruple it up to ×4. So you can change this in the menu, but the easiest way is to hold L1 and hit right on the D-pad to bump it up, and then hit left on the D-pad to bring it back down, and you can see the movement up here in the top right corner of the screen. So that's the quickest way to do it. ×2 is great, but I prefer to play on ×4. It took a little bit to get used to. It felt a little crazy at first, but after a while, yeah, I don't know that I could ever go back. So right here is going to be 2 tips combined. Early on, you're going to learn about hunts, but there are elite hunts that you can do in the game, and you need to go to the clan Centuro to do it. And to find that, you can see where I am on the map. So if you click L3, it brings up the map, and that was the other tip, is using L3 for the map. It just makes life a little bit easier. But as you can see, it's actually right here in the clan hall. There's a little bunny-looking fella. His name is Mont Blanc at the top. Go up here, and you'll talk to this little guy, and he'll start giving you elite quests or elite marks. The other thing to consider too is he obviously gives you rewards for your espers that you've collected, but the other thing is as you finish bosses in the story mode, come back and he'll reward you with that as well. There is one other thing when it comes to the clan and the hunts. So if we go down to our clan primer, you can see at the bottom right, I'm a high guardian. It's my clan rank. As your rank goes up, you do want to check it from time to time, but as you finish certain hunts and bring them back and get them all taken care of, you do want to come down to this little area here in Robinoster, and there's going to be a single guy. It's the little icon with the pot, and he is right here. He will give you rewards based on your clan rank, and as you can see, we'll unlock some new stuff as you move further in the game. This will convert all license points earned to gil. But mostly it's the magics that are really useful. Bubble especially later on, as Bubble doubles max HP for one ally. So when you're giving that to everybody, that definitely comes in handy. So that's how you can get some of that. Alright, the next thing we want to talk about is gambits. So in this version of the game, you can buy all gambits pretty much immediately. Here is the gambit store. So I'm going to just walk you through real quick some of the gambits to consider when you get started in the game. There are some that are going to be better to buy than others. I would always buy these ones with targeted, nearest visible, any targeted by leader, targeting self, that kind of thing. Targeting self is a good one, and I will show you why when we get into some of the other gambits. And then ultimately you're probably going to end up buying all of these, but some are more important than others. As you can see, there's quite a few that I haven't even bought yet because I haven't really felt the need to buy them. You do want to buy these faux weak 2 ones here. Flying is a good one so that you can force people to use magic on flying enemies in case they don't have a weapon that can hit flying enemies. Character with low MP, things to consider there. Character with low HP, those are all faux ones. Now there are ally ones that you want to consider too. Any party leader, HP or lowest. These other ones I don't bother with. All these HP ally ones, I would get those immediately. The MP ones, not so much. I don't see a point for the high ones for me necessarily, but the low ones I do use. And then the status allies, KO, that kind of thing, just so they can use Phoenix Downs. And then the other ones I would consider Self is a pretty important one to get right up front. And maybe even some of the Self HP, Self MP, so that you can force them to heal themselves just in case. So there's a lot of them to look at. I don't buy them all, but that's just a couple to think about. So now let's talk about Self and why I feel like that one's necessary. So I use the Self one for 2 things really. One of them is Libra. Libra's pretty important. So when you have that, I use Self, and I always put it at the bottom, so when we're out of combat, it's constantly being casted. The other one is Self and Charge. Charge is a good skill to get. Basically what that means is when they run low on MP, they're going to use Charge, and there's a chance that it will give them back MP. There's a chance it'll also put them at 0, but I figure when they're running at 10% anyways, it's no big deal. So I always put Charge Self just to try and keep MP up on certain people that are going to need it. I also have Self Faith for Penelo, because not everybody needs Faith. She's the only black mage, so really I just give it to her. A couple other people have magic, but mostly it's her that's going to get it. Another one that I use is Faux Flying for Shades of Black, or Faux HP equals 100% for Shades of Black. It depends which one. I'm a big fan of Shades of Black. Shades of Black is a free to use skill. It doesn't cost anything, and it casts a random magic attack, and it typically is something pretty good like fire, AoE, things of that nature, so it does pretty good damage and can get me out of a tight spot, or it will debuff an entire group of people, which is always nice. The other one that I use is Faux HP Steel. Now this one is a little bit different. Faux HP Steel can be really annoying. If you have 3 people in the party that have this on, then you're not going to kill that enemy anytime soon. You're all just going to stand around stealing, and you're only going to be able to steal one time, and then the rest of the time nothing's going to happen. The game isn't smart enough to know that there's nothing to steal and to move on to the next item, so you kind of have to force it into that. One way I do that is, so if we put this above, typically what I would do, if I can find it, so faux targeting Self, and then I would just do attack after that. So basically, if the foe is not targeting Bosch, then he's going to steal. But then when the foe does target him, if he runs off, because there are going to be times where you're fighting an enemy, another enemy is relatively close by, and your character that has this gambit will literally run away from the party to go steal from that enemy. They'll just abandon everybody and they'll go steal. So what this setup does, it prevents them from just constantly stealing from some other stupid enemy. So they'll run off, they'll get targeted by that enemy because they got too close. That enemy will then attack them, they'll then attack the enemy, and then the steal gambit is now broken because it's not going to be at 100% HP anyway. So then they can go about their business and try and get stuff done. I tend to use Vaughn or Fran when I'm playing as my active person that I'll run around with. I'll have their gambit set up, but that's who I'll take control over. And I'll usually have the other 2 people in the party doing the steal gambits that we just talked about, and for them I'll do Shades of Black, either flying enemies, not usually flying, this is a specific scenario, I think I was going through an area like that, but usually I'll do HP 100%, HP 100% enemies use Shades of Black. So basically what's going to happen is they'll likely get off 1 or 2 steals in the area, and then I'll use Shades of Black, and then at some point Shades of Black is going to do damage, and it's going to take everybody off of this. steal, and everyone's going to go back to attacking. Now, if you're in a boss fight or, you know, really hard enemies or something like that, I would recommend just turning this off entirely. Try and manually steal that 1 or 2 times to get what you're looking for, but don't rely on that. Later in the game, you're going to start unlocking espers, and you can assign espers to individuals in the licensing board. It does matter who gets what esper. You know, this is an esper up here. It does benefit certain characters or certain classes more than others. There is a really awesome document that came out that kind of broke it all down so you could see which classes benefit from which specific esper the most, and then you can make the decision yourself. I'll put that in the link in the description below so you can check that out. Very beneficial. It'll really help you make good decisions so you can benefit more from the espers that you're going to get. So let's talk about loot a little bit here. So you're going to get a lot of loot in this game. And the first thing that people tend to wonder is what can I sell? What am I allowed to sell? There's actually a loot specific tab, and you may think immediately, I can just sell everything because it's in a loot tab, and not necessarily true. There are 2 things I would stay away from selling. 1, teleport stones. These are going to come in handy when you find an orange save crystal. You can use teleport stones to travel to other areas. You're not going to have a lot of them in the beginning of the game, but eventually you will be able to buy them. And Geishel greens, which are for chocobos, I would not sell these either, because there are going to be times where you're going to want a chocobo or even need a chocobo, and so those are going to become pretty important. So those 2 things I would not sell. Pine wood chop, rather. Obviously I don't have any, so you can't sell it, or I have 3, but you can't sell it anyway. And then everything beneath that, whatever else you pick up, feel free to sell. Nothing else is really necessary to hold on to. Feel free to go through. As you sell things, the bazaar will keep track of them, and new things will open up in the bazaar. My recommendation is buy literally everything that opens up in the bazaar. If you can afford it, make sure you buy it. However, if you're setting up a seal gambit early in the game and you're taking advantage of that, you should be able to afford to do pretty much anything, because you're going to be stealing a lot of loot. So you should be in pretty good shape. So one thing to look out for when you go into new areas is Cartographer's Guild. They will sell you maps for the area so you have a better understanding of what's in the area and what you may have missed already. The other thing that's great now is that when you go into a new area, it autosaves every single time. Cool. Every single time it will autosave, and it makes your life so much easier if you forgot to save, because it's not going to set you back a couple hours. There are going to be certain hunts where sometimes you need the map location to change. Like this one is sunny right now, and I need it to be cloudy to find a certain hunt. So my recommendation is you just leave the area and come back in, and there's a chance that it will change over like it did here. At some point you will start fighting flying enemies. My recommendation is use magic on them. Shades of Black is great for flying enemies if you set it up for that. Or if you have spears, rods, stabs. I think those are the primary weapons that will do it. Archer and obviously machinist for the gun. Those will also hit flying enemies. And the last thing that I want to talk about is quickenings. How to use quickenings, how can you chain quickenings to take advantage of it, concurrences, all those kind of things. So first we need to go find an enemy. I'm going to do it in slow-mo because I'm afraid I'm going to kill it too quick if I don't. And basically you're just going to run in, and you're going to go down to Mist and Quickening. Summon is for your Esper, not something I ever use in battle. But you're going to go to Quickening, and you're going to want to choose rank 1, so you only have so many mist charges that you can use, so you don't want to use, you know, the 3rd one right out the gate and then you're stuck and you can't create a nice chain. Really, you want to try and get really good chains, so you're going to want to create that, and then you're going to want to try and do whatever one is mist charge 1 before the other ones. So in that case I did that one. So ideally in that scenario there was a mist charge for Vaughn. I should have done that. So if you ever see a mischarge, you want to do that first, and then you want to go 1, 2, and then 3 if you have to, but ideally you don't want that to be the primary one. Mischarge should always be the first thing. The problem is you only have 4 seconds to work with. So it gets a little frantic at times, and you can miss things because you don't want to spend too much time trying to read the menu options and hitting the buttons. You want to make sure that you can keep a combo going, and then eventually you will have to re-roll, like I do here, R2 to shuffle, which I wasted so much time because I forgot what button it was. And the concurrences are special final moves, so as you are really So as you finish up, it'll determine the final move that you've done. The longer the chain, you know, the better your final move is going to be, which should make sense. This is probably just Inferno, which is the weakest of the selection there. Decided to try it again. Let's do another quickening here. Oh my gosh, this is taking forever. There we go. See how we do. Alright, and so this time around we ended up with Windburst, so we definitely had a better outing than we did the previous time. Unfortunately, all the final moves look virtually the same. They're all just a giant icon at the top of the screen, then they do some effect, and that's the end of it. Alright, well I think that's everything. Thanks for checking out this video. I hope the tips helped. If you have any other tips that you want to share in the comments, please feel free to do so. Like if you like the video.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Primal Liquid, and I made another terrible life choice here. This time for Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age. Just like before with my Overpowered series, the idea is to do everything that the game allows to get as completely overpowered as humanly possible, as early as possible. In this case, we're going to break ourselves before the Lusu Mines. And if you didn't know, Lusu Mines is about 2 hours into the actual story of the game. So that doesn't really give us much time to break things, does it? Well, I'm afraid to say you're wrong. That's actually more than enough time. Now, Final Fantasy XII was Square Enix's first big major change to the Final Fantasy series. Battles become real-time with fully controlled movement. Characters had AI tactics, albeit pretty bad ones if you don't know the tricks of using them, and sadly, Final Fantasy XI's RNG. In Final Fantasy XII, absolutely everything revolves around RNG, which stands for Random Number Generator. This is both good and bad for us. It's good because it lets us get some really amazing things early on. It's bad because, well, it's RNG, and I'm sure we've all experienced some terrible RNG moments, so you know exactly why it's bad. Luckily though, people got so tired with Final Fantasy XII nightmarish RNG that a major effort to effectively rig the RNG table was developed, and this is going to come in very handy later on in the video. Just a selfish little plug here as well, guys. These overpowered videos take an ungodly amount of time to make, so if you could leave a like and a comment, I would greatly appreciate it.
Sure.
It helps so much with YouTube's algorithm.
Yeah.
Of course, there's also my Twitter and
I like what you're doing here.
in the description. Now, first of all though, a few things to note. One, I will not be explaining absolutely everything you can do in the game. Only what is needed to be overpowered. So don't expect to get 100% in the game just following this, because a lot of early stuff is missed out. And two, a lot of things featured in this video are only possible in the Zodiac Age version of the game. However, it does work on all platforms such as PC, Switch, PS4 and Xbox One. Everything here was recorded on the PS4 if you're curious. Now, without further ado, let's jump into how overpowered can you be before Lusu Mines in Final Fantasy XII. Now, to start things off, and arguably the most important thing to do altogether, which you might find a little weird, but trust me, it'll come in handy and save literally hundreds of hours of frustration. And that is, while playing as Rex during what is basically the tutorial stage, you'll eventually reach a save point on a stairwell. Make sure to make 2 saves here. We are going to need to be able to load this save later to manipulate the RNG encounter. So absolutely make sure you don't overwrite a save here. Now that you have your save, continue on with the game until you get a chance to give Vaughn a class. You can do this just before the first main mission, which has you hunting the rogue tomato. For the sake of being as overpowered as possible, we're effectively going to be making 3 characters insanely strong, while completely ruining Van and Penelo. So when you give Van a class, it's super important that you make him a knight. Like seriously, we need to be a knight, don't make him anything else. Next up, you want to play the game normally until you get Penelo. You want to make her a knight as well. I know it sounds weird having 2 knights, but trust me here, you'll see why soon. Now, once Penelo joins the party, continue the game and complete the Sunstone story mission, but do not return to Lowtown. Now, I know what you're thinking. What's so overpowered about 2 Knights, and why hasn't there been any grinding or good items yet? Well, it's coming. Next up, you want to unlock all the monographs. To do this, we need to read the wanted poster in the Sand Sea bar 40 times. Beat the hunt mark, Fexed Harrier. However, we'll do this specific one later, but grab the bill now while you're here. Speak to the magic shop 25 times. Speak to the armor shop 15 times. Speak to the weapon shop 30 times. And finally, you need to speak to any shop for a total of 100 times. But because we've already spoken to the armor shop, weapon shop and magic shop a bunch, you just need to speak to any shop another 30 times. Doing this will unlock all of the monographs for purchase, but they're really expensive, so how are we going to get them? Simple, we're going to get rich quick. So, the first step to getting rich is simple. Save your game and go into trial mode. Make sure you load the save you just made. Now, on the first floor, open up a chest to the left which contains an item called the Diamond Armlet. This piece of gear sells for 6,000 gil, and we can get them in infinite supply. All you need to do is finish the first floor of trial mode, then quit out after the game autosaves. When loading floor 2, load your autosave to be put back into the normal story, and save again. Now, just repeat this process until you have 33 diamond armlets. This way we can sell 30 of them for 180,000 gil, which covers all monographs and some items we need to buy later, along with 3 items, which we will absolutely need later for 2 reasons, but more on this later. So, in other words, get 33 armlets, sell 30 of them and buy all the monographs, then save the leftover gil for later. Just note, however, you don't actually need to get 33 of them, because we don't technically have to buy all the monographs right now, and we're going to get more gil soon. At the very least though, you want 8 armlets, 5 to sell and 3 to keep. If you choose to buy some monographs, just make sure to keep 30,000 gil spare. So, regardless of how many armlets you choose to get though, you'll notice you have a bunch of license points from killing the rats over and over again in stage 1. Now it's time to spend some of them. We want to unlock a few specific nodes in this order. Accessory 3, Heavy Armor 1, plus 70 HP, plus 110 HP, plus 190 HP. Get these at a minimum and keep all remaining points. Next we need to head over to Albina Fortress. There is a vendor here that we can get Phoenix Downs from, and we need 99 of these, because we're going to be doing something called the Dustier trick. Doing this will level us up a bit and also give free LP a kill, as well as a bunch of good rare drops to sell for more gil, which we can use to buy more Phoenix Downs to carry on doing this. Now, the goal here is simple. 1000 LP and some levels. The levels will come while grinding the LP though, so it's only worthwhile getting the 1000 LP. And yes, I know it's more efficient to do this after Penelo leaves. We need Penelo as well though for something later, so we have to do it now. Okay, so once you have the Phoenix Downs, head back to Rabanasta and go to the Wester Sand area. Make sure to save in Rabanasta first though, and also make sure to have the fast forward turned off, have the battle mode set to wait, and have the battle speed set to the slowest. Now, the idea here is simple. We're going to spawn a monster called Dustier, which will spawn in a specific area of the Wester Sand when your main character has less than 10% HP. The area in question is the Corridor of Sand. Once you enter this area with less than 10% HP, Dustier will spawn. Next, you want to throw a Phoenix down at him, and then straight away hit X again to bring up the command prompt. Because we're set to wait in the config, the game basically freezes here, giving us some much needed time. You see, the XP and LP is added to our total, and monster drops are still dropped in this frozen state. The difference is, however, the monster itself doesn't get tagged as being dead. So the idea is to kill the monster, press X to freeze. If the monster dropped an item, press circle and run quickly to get into range to pick up the monster drop, and then press X again to freeze the game. Once you have the drop picked up, press circle to close the menu and leave the area as fast as possible. If you did it right, the next time you enter the area, Dustier should spawn again, allowing you to infinitely farm him. Do this until you use all 99 Phoenix Downs. If you're too slow at running away and you see his EXP actually pop up, then you need to return to Robinaster or move 2 screens away before he will respawn again. If Dustier is too far from the exit though, then ignore item drops and focus on respawning him to keep your chain. Unlike me, because in the video you're watching now, I lost my chain 3 times here because I'm stupid. Anyway, after 99 Phoenix Downs, you should have an extra 297 LP and be about level 20. So, master and sell all the drops you get. So, that's all the flame staffs and all boots of Orgain. Okay, so we have Gil and we have some weak diamond armlets, while being just level 20. Not very overpowered, you say? Don't worry, I got you. It's time to start breaking things now. First, save the game and go back into trial mode and get to stage 3. On this floor, there is a monster called Flowering Cactoid, and he has a rare steel called the Kakata, which is actually the 5th best sword in the entire game. And the only class that can equip this is a knight. Now, do you see why we made Van and Pinello both knights? This has 92 attack, and it confuses monsters as well. Pretty nifty, right? Well, I'm sorry to say you need 2 of these. 1 for Van and 1 for Pinello. Oh, and did I mention their steal chance is really low? Sorry, but this stage might take a while. If you don't get one though, quit to the menu and reload your autosave to try again. Once you have a Kakata, just clear stage 3, quit on stage 4, load your autosave, and then save in the normal game again to keep your Kakata. Once this is done, just go back into trial mode for 1 more of them. Also, you can get more diamond armlets each trip since you have to clear stage 1 and 2 each time anyway. So, you have 2 Kakatas but can't equip them yet because we need about 1000 LP to do so. Which of course means now we're going to farm LP. The way we're going to do this is simple. We're going to run around the Estersand near Nalbina, killing absolutely everything in sight. If you see Nick Bet though, then run for your life. Also, make sure to set in the config battle option to active so you can menu while running. Now, while you want to be doing this, you want to be moving along the license board in this order. Swords 1, Shields 1, Swords 2, Shields 2, Swords 3, Shields 3, Swords 4, Shields 4, Swords 5, Shields 5, Swords 6, Shield 6, Sword 7, Shield 7, Swords 8, Shield Block. Ah, mate thought I was going to say Shields 8, didn't you? And Swords 9. Finally, plus 310 HP, Spellbound, and Shield Block. The next one is finally the Kakata license. So, if you get bored running around the Estersand, then you can either do the Dustier trick or use trial mode. If you use trial mode, then just keep fighting and advancing until you die. Once you finally die, load your autosave into the normal game, save once again so you keep all the LP you just earned, and then head back into trial mode from that new save. As for me, I do the Estersand and then the Dustier trick because more XP is more XP, and that means a higher level, which will come in handy soon. Now, it's time to tackle Fexteria and unlock the final monograph. Head to the Sandsea pub and pick up the hunt mission. If you didn't do so earlier, and speak to Ghastly in the bar to begin the mission itself. Next, head to the Westersand and go south. Fexteria is located at the bottom south of this area. Defeat it, and we can now buy the final monograph. Now, unequip Pinello and continue the story. Once Pinello leaves, this is the best time to grind XP early on. You see, XP is shared between characters in FF12, but all characters join the party at a higher level than Van, which means Van leveling solo is the most efficient for him, and it also increases the levels of all future party members, which of course means we're going to do the Dustier trick to get to level 99. Be warned though, this takes forever. To go from level 1 to 99 takes 13,741 Phoenix Downs, or 139 trips with 99 Phoenix Downs, or a casual 70 hours. If you don't farm here, there is one more spot to farm, but it takes a lot longer. Now, I messed up here and advanced too quickly, so I had to resort to the backup leveling method of farming the dinosaur in the Estesan, and then once I was stronger, moved on to farming the Entides in the Westesan, which is why it took me far, far longer. Once max level though, continue the story. Eventually, Fran and Balthier will join the party. Now, make Fran an archer, this is important later, and make Balthier a time mage, and continue on. Just remember to set gambits up. So, continue the story now all the way until Bosch becomes a permanent member. Make him a knight and equip him with the Kakata, which we took off of Penalo previously. Next up, we're going to get the strongest weapon in the game, the Satangrat. And yes, I'm aware I've likely pronounced that wrong, but do you guys remember how I said to make an extra save with Rex way back at the start of the game? It's time to use it now. So head to the Aerodome and board a flight to Nalbina Fortress. Equip the Diamond Armlet on Vaughn, or the character you run around with, and then go to the roof of the ship. Excuse me, sorry about that, guys. Okay, go to the roof of the ship with the Diamond Armlet already equipped. Next, completely close the game to reset the RNG counter completely. This is super important. Next, load up your Rex save and proceed to cast Cure on yourself. We need to heal for exactly 88, 97, and 90 in this exact order. Once you get all 3 cures with these exact numbers, then pause the game and quit by pressing square. If you don't get these after about 5 minutes, close the game completely and try again with a new RNG seed. Now load your autosave where you're on the roof of the airship. Run to the middle of the upper floor and there should be an invisible chest here. Now, move your camera to the right and watch the person moving up and down the stairs. Count how many times he comes up the stairs. On the 4th time, as soon as he reaches the top, open the chest. Just a note, if he's already at the top when you get to the chest, then automatically count that as 1. If you have the Diamond Armlet equipped, you should get the Satangrat, which, just an FYI, if you try to get this normally, it's a 1 in 100,000 chance. Now, why do you want this thing though? Okay, so it has a casual 224 attack, the longest range of any weapon in the game. However, this has been nerfed in the latest update, so the range is not as far as it used to be, but it's still incredibly
Nerfed in the
fun.
latest update.
And finally, you don't need a license to equip it, which means everybody can use it regardless of their job. So go ahead and do this a minimum of 3 times for 3 Satangrats, or go the extra mile and get 6 of them, 1 for each person. But you only need 3. Also, you need any form of arrows to actually equip these. Now, once you finish your flight, head back to Robinasta and fly to Nalbina again. I should probably also mention you can only get the Satangrat when flying from Robinasta to Nalbina. Okay, so at this point we have 3 of the strongest weapon in the game. We are max level, so we're kind of already overpowered, right? Nope, not yet. Being able to one-shot 99.9% of the game isn't good enough if we get one-shot ourselves. And since we have the best weapon, we can't just use some trashy tier armor. Instead, we're going to go and get the best armor right now. Before that though, we need to recruit 2 more characters. So head to the Sandsea bar and find Balthier and Fran. Also, make sure to buy all the gambits available in Robinasta. Now, change the active party to Balthier, Fran and Bosch. Go to the item shop and buy 99 Phoenix Down, 99 Antidote, 99 eye drops and 99 potions. Next, unlock everything on the license board for Balthier, Fran and Bosch. Okay, now head into trial mode. Level 99 in Satangrat is not only enough to finish off everything the game has to offer apart from Yizamat, it's enough to absolutely decimate trial mode, allowing us to easily get through the higher floors for amazing gear. Also, I just want to apologise, I do not have footage for all of these steals. Because the amount of time it takes, I've been doing a lot of it on remote play with my Vita while I'm out of the house, which means unfortunately I wasn't able to record some of them. So,
Vita.
on stage 30, for the love of God, steal the thief cuffs from Gil Snapper. This makes
I want a
it
Vita
so
for
much easier because this
Final
item
Fantasy 12.
doubles
I
your
think that'd be
steal chance
amazing.
and allows you to steal more than one item at a time.
Really?
Next, on stage 43, steal a Mage Power Shishak from Palikant, which is the second best heavy armor headpiece in the game. Also, steal Minervia Buster from him, which is the fourth best light armor in the game. And as you'll notice, I got lucky and got both at the same time, because yay, the RNG didn't screw me once on this playthrough. Amazing. Okay. Next, on stage 45, steal a Maximilian from Vishnu, which is the second best heavy armor in the game. On stage 49, absolutely steal 3 ribbons. Now, this gear alone is amazing, but we can do so much better. So let's continue on, shall we? On stage 60, steal a Brave Suit. This is the best light armor in the game. And if you equip the Diamond Armlet, open the chest here and you can get Assassin Arrows. These are the best non-elemental arrows in the game as well. Now, on stage 81, steal a Circlet, which is the best Mystic armor in the game. We don't have anybody who can use this yet, but I'm going to save this for Ash later on, because I always make Ash a white mage. Now, on stage 85, steal a Renewing Morian, the second best light head in the game, well, sorry, light armor headpiece in the game, but unfortunately it is the best that we can get currently. We can't get the best from trial mode after all. Okay, next up on stage 89, get the Grand Helm. You can get this on stage 90 as well. I just prefer getting it on stage 89 because, well, it's before stage 90. Now, on stage 90, get the Grand Armor, which is the best armor in the game. Oh, and the Grand Helm is also the best heavy armor headpiece in the game as well. And last but not least, on stage 95, get the Lordly Robes. This is the best Mystic armor in the game. Again, this is for Ash. Now, if stage 95 is too hard for you, then just settle for the Glimmering Robe from stage 84, which is the second best Mystic armor. Now, when the stars align and you finally get all of this, your characters will look like this. You can now proceed into Bajurba and go to the Lushu Mines like an absolute tank. And it only took over 100 hours according to the game clock, but because of all the resetting that this takes, it's closer to 200 to 220 hours, depending on RNG luck. I personally spent about 210 hours recording for clips, but my luck was truly horrid. And because you guys murder me when I don't include the actual event we get overpowered for, enjoy the Lusu Mines. So, we have the best weapon in the game by a mile, the best armor and accessory in the entire game, all the monographs, since you should have more than enough gil at this point to buy them. We're max level. We have the license board fully complete and enough LP to complete the second license board later on when you unlock it. And finally, we have a contract with the devil because of all this RNG luck we needed. All of this before we have a complete party and about 2 hours into the story. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I need to go see an exorcist to remove these unlucky spirits from me, and maybe a psychiatrist for the fact I did this overpowered series for a 4th time. But hey, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, then be sure to hit that like button and leave a comment down below. It helps tremendously. If you're new to the channel, then make sure you hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified for all my future content. Finally, for those who wish to help support the channel, then consider becoming a member or using my Amazon affiliate link. All links are down below in the description. As always though, thanks for watching everybody, and I'll see you soon.
Returns to clouds right here. This wasn't as good as I... Final Fantasy, misunderstood, one pro Jared. Did I just watch this?
What's going on, guys? I'm Primal Liquid and welcome to my top 5 tips and tricks for the remastered Final Fantasy XII The Zodiac Age. Now, I do just want to say that the footage you're about to see was recorded on an emulator from the Japanese International Zodiac job system with the English patch, and this remaster is based off of that version. However, after speaking to somebody on Game FAQs who does have a review copy, I can confirm everything here does still work. Now, with that out of the way, let's jump into the top 5 and start with an easy one, shall we? So, coming in at number 5 is the Bizarre Monographs. Now, I'm actually a little shocked at how many people don't actually know about these items, but the monographs are a collection of key items you can get right at the very start of the game, which allows you to get some extra loot from every type of mob. And if you're aiming for some of the best gear in the game, then you're going to need these monographs. So, how do you get them? Well, quite simply actually, as soon as you gain control of Vaughn after you've defeated the dire rats in the sewers, you can start unlocking these. So, you want to speak with the hunt board 20 times to unlock the War Mages monograph, which increases the drop rates of Amorphs and Undead monsters. However, if you interact with the hunt board 40 times, you can get the Dragoons monograph, which increases the drop rate from dragons and plants. Then, talking to any magic shop vendor 25 times will
Breaking
get you
this
the
game
Mages
is
monograph,
insane.
which increases drop rates from fiend monsters. Talking to any armor shop 15 times will get you the Scholar's monograph, which increases drops from construct type monsters. The Knight monograph comes from talking to any weapon shop vendor 30 times and increases drop rates.
What an interesting system that is.
Now the Sage's monograph
Totally beyond its
to any
age
vendor a
and
total of
in its
100
thinking.
times,
It's
and this increases the drop rates from elemental monsters. Now, just a note here though, all of these stack, so I suggest you do this one last, since you're going to have 70 interactions already just from the other vendors, and the final Hunter's monograph comes from defeating the Mark monster Vextra, which becomes available to you after you defeat the Rogue Tomato, and this increases drops from Beast and Alien type monsters. Okay, with that simple one out of the way, let's move on to the good stuff, shall we? With number 4, now this one is another that's known by a lot, but also not known by a lot, and that is Dustia farming. Dustia is a mob that you can encounter very early and defeat thanks to Phoenix Downs. Now you can do this technically.
it's the exact same guide again. I don't know about this, man. Yeah, like overpowered. Just how overpowered can you get? But I'm like talking about Zodiac Age, raise difficulty. I don't know. I want to see what people have to say about difficulty, right? Level up fast, get auto leveling, reach level 99 early, auto leveling, why you may not want to choose shops immediately. Most misunderstood, way too... I know, like, is it way too easy? It's kind of way too easy. It's like, you end up just sort of, like, tilting forward through all the fights. And I can't believe they put that one ability in. Darkness of Shadows or whatever it is, forget the name of it. That thing is just so insane. It'll run Viraga 4s, sometimes 3 in a row. Then you might not ever see that again your entire playthrough because it's random. And it's really funny when they reflect the enemy, and then they cast Viraga 4 3 times, and just nuke your whole party. You're like, Pinello! You killed us, Pinello! You know, it had this really, like, it's the only game I've ever played where I actually liked the, I liked the AI because they were all macro. All the AI was macro based, and you could write the macros. I thought that was such a beautiful system. Why isn't 12? Like you want to know what I want to see for Final Fantasy 16? It's not a return to Ivalice or any of this stuff. I want like a world that feels like this, with the combat that feels like that. all this harvesting and stuff, right? Final Fantasy 16, they think they need to do all fancy and all this crap, but really they need to just remake 12 in a really massive way like this, where the world's huge like Elden Ring, and then and then just make all the combat really good and turn-based and or not turn-based, but like it speeds up, so like the same stuff that made 12 really amazing for what it is should also be there for like 16, speeding up the combat, getting the difficulty right. 12 in its own way was very, very balanced in terms of its, I mean, there was things that were overpowered that break the game, like any good RPG, early on too. But like, I don't know, like, it's 12. I struggle with 12's identity a bit because I'm like, 12 technically might be my favorite one now that I played it again after Zodiac Remaster at 1440p. It's so beautiful, and plus it plays like smooth butter. It's graphically fucking very beautiful. It was very colorful game with lots of bright, beautiful colors and stuff. And it definitely has good music, despite it being sort of repetitive. And the combat was just so good. I keep thinking I need to speed up the parts where I'm in town, so I can just get around really fast, or and slow down the combat, because the combat's actually really fun. It's fun to watch it like play out, but also I don't mind the fast combat either. It's sort of beautiful in its own little way. Sped up turn-based combat like that is actually more fun to watch, I think, than like say this combat that I'm doing. No, I think this combat's always gonna be more fun to watch because it's like definitely more random. But like that combat's really funky and weird and awesome though. Like funny stuff happens. You'll see the guy trying to go steal. I got it, and then he's back onto attacks. And it's hilarious to watch him try to steal. Go steal. I got it, and then because that's actually and you can just automate the whole thing. You can automate that. It's. Yeah, already out leveled this zone. I'm always out leveling whatever it is. It's really annoying. Maple casual chair, sure. I got that one. That'll sell for something, I bet. I am full of cloth. Yes, I am full of cloth.
Down by the shore.
I love it when NPCs are in a tiff about something. They're like,
buy something.
Don't.
You could help shore up our savings by visiting Steven's crate.
What? Okay, I don't really know. We had 3 with the Windsor 1. I mean, I don't need XP, so Morningdale would be standing gain. I don't know, trading tax, I guess. Yeah, why not? And then yeah, let's do some Morningdale. I like Morningdale. It's a good place. It's like, hey, the one place I wanted to go, I've got a quest for. That's good. Let's go back out again then. Repair. Ooh, I am up in money. Yes. So, yeah. I want to redo all of the remasters, like 7, 8, 9. I'm wondering if, like, for instance, 8 would be really fun if it's sped up, if you could speed it up. Oh, man. 8 was so good in its own weird, powerful way. 8 was a very interesting game in its own little weird way. Same as 12. It's definitely that like people didn't like it as much as 7, but I did. I thought 8 actually had a lot of promise. Like in terms of, I like the hero better. I don't think the story was nearly good as 7, but I never thought those stories were that amazing in the first place. They always play out like some kind of Akira anime. It always plays out like some kind of anime. 6 had a really good story that actually was fairly in depth, but I mean it was still like a kind of a Deus Ex Machina, like, you know, Machinima fucking, like, delivery. I have 26... Fuck, I have 20 seconds left on this? Yeah, I do. Alright, well, that's okay. We can fix it. I don't know what I want to do. I want to do... oh, hey, wait, that has guitar a bit? What other guitar bit? Hey, Potter's friend, let's do that, eh? Yeah, that'd be fun. And then pull out Decidedly Dex, and we'll just play it. Yeah. Hard. But, this one's so hard. It was on for like 3 fucking minutes. That was like a 3-minute fucking song with, like, whatever. I was okay. I didn't get much XP for that. I should have tried it on a lower one. Alright, well, at least I got my buff. Wait. Did I get my buff? 40 minutes. Oh, well, 40 minutes is good. Whatever. Yeah, I gotta go that way. Oh yeah, did they get to this?
What's up, guys? It's your boy Damone, and welcome back to another New World video. Today, guys, I wanted to take a little bit of time and talk to you guys about the Fresh Start servers. Looks like we got the official announcement about 14 minutes ago. Said they're finally ready to share some information about Fresh Start Worlds. Unfortunately, they're not happening until November 2nd.
November 2nd. Oh well, that's okay. It's fine.
It's kind of sucks, to be honest. Like I don't understand that. Like, why? You know, like, so I guess they're just gonna do the revamp. Probably give us a roadmap throughout October, sometime as to what's gonna happen, and then obviously November 2nd. They said that they've received a lot of requests for Fresh Start Worlds, so they're using the time between Brimstone Sands and release and opening of these worlds to ensure that you have a high quality fresh start. All coins, loot, and characters must originate in these servers. That means no powerful or rich adventurers can transfer into any of these worlds. A blank canvas complete with a revamped starting experience awaits. What will you claim? So here's the issue with this. If they weren't going to do fresh starts until November 2nd, I feel like there should have never been a forum post from any of the staff at all at the time that they did it. I feel like they definitely posted extremely early, which kind of put myself, in a position where I was expecting this a lot earlier than November 2nd. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they mentioned it like literally in September, So it's crazy that they would mention it basically 6 weeks out. So this kind of puts us in an interesting situation, because then it's like, well, do you just go back on your main and play and spend all that time gearing up, leveling up, you know, kind of doing the and then at that point, like, what the hell is even the point of the fresh start server? You feel what I'm saying? So I guess, you know, this kind of creates an interesting situation. However, I think if you're new and you're wondering if you should start playing now, I think I would still wait for the update. Even if you're hopping into an OG server, I think that you should probably still wait till the update on the 18th, because on the 18th, the leveling experience is revamped, which is why I thought that the 1.5 XP times XP or whatever
was
event was kind of stupid.
Yeah, I did
just
too.
because like the whole entire leveling system from 1 to 60 is revamped in the update anyway.
Yeah.
Outside of the 1 to 25 story.
I'm gonna be out of
So,
servers.
like, it's easier
is
to
my
get to
problem.
60. It's easier to get your crafting to 200, so on and so forth. So it's, I don't know, it's kind of strange. I need to figure out what the hell I'm gonna do till November 2nd. I have to decide if I'm gonna play, go back on my main and play, or not. So I, of course, will let you guys know whatever my decision is. I, of course,
Thanks,
will stream,
Simone.
'cause
This was
I'm sure a lot of people
really
want to
helpful.
talk about
November
this tonight.
2nd.
But yeah, I can't say that I understand this decision. Both, why would they even mention fresh start if it wasn't for another 6 weeks anyway?
They always do
and
shit like this.
why
It drives
they
me
wait
crazy.
so long after
Not AG, I'm
the
just talking about
biggest,
MMOs in
most
general.
hype period in New World.
And they're not
for
playing it up
capitalizing
right.
this. But
Yeah.
on the positive side, I guess better late than never. So anyway, guys, let me know what you guys think about this. Are you guys excited that it's November 2nd? Do you guys wish it was earlier? I feel like that's a stupid question. Let me know that in the comment box below. But anyway, guys, that's all I wanted to cover today. If you guys got any questions, comments, concerns, definitely let me know in the comments as well. What's up, guys? It's your boy Damone, and welcome back to another New World video. Today we're talking about the changes to the territory management function. All right, so with the changes that are coming, we're going to talk about how the system currently is and the changes that they intend to make to it. So as they mentioned here, currently rewards for territory management function are as follows. Companies own territories set tax rates. Players spend and do activities in the territories that provide taxes at the set rates. That goes to a ledger, and the ledger then pays out the company that owns the territory at a set interval. As you guys know, OG servers are plagued by shell companies and infinite gold everywhere, which causes inflation, which, of course, you guys already have been experiencing. Now, obviously, they said that there are some good things about the system, but it said it's time that they change some of these things, and the reason why they need to make these changes is because they've made dramatic changes here. Now, these are some of the changes that I've highlighted in previous videos. They said that moving items between towns is far easier to do. Originally, it was far more cumbersome. There were high costs associated with transferring items, and dependent on whether your faction or territory owned, you know, to and from where you wanted to transfer items from. But now they've changed it so much, right? Because now you can just move items for free from anywhere to anywhere. Traveling between towns is far easier. It maxes at 20 Azoth, no matter how much you're carrying, because it used to be based on weight capacity. They said they made it easier to store more items in a single town because housing chests have doubled in capacity. The trading post experience has been streamlined. We linked all trading posts together for ease of use. Now, they're saying in the original design, players were more spread out, selling resources mostly at trading posts in territories where they were collecting them, basically trading hubs, right? So winds where it ever fall, you know, such and such. All right, so they're saying that since the inputs to the system changed, it's time to change the outputs. So they're spending a lot of time really looking at systems as to how, you know, stuff is rewarded throughout the game. Now, they said they want to more evenly distribute the coin that is flowing through EF and Windsward. They want to redistribute coin rewards from EF and Windsward to other territories to make them more valuable. And they also want to incentivize good territory management, leveling up the stations, defending the territory from invasions. They said that they feel, as players, there will always be some territories that are more appealing than others, and that's a healthy part of the game rather than fight against that. Would like to see a more equitable distribution of coin rewards from territories. We are looking to accomplish the following goals. distributing gold between all territories more equitably so that owners of Everfall and Windsward don't run away in power, and to distribute gold in two smaller towns to make them more valuable and have more territories worth fighting for. They also want to give territory owners strong incentives to level up and maintain town levels. To reach those goals, they said that they'll be making a few changes. On higher population servers, Windsward and Everfall account for approximately 20% of coin payouts from these territories, so 40% total. And they'd like to introduce a system that adjusts each of them closer to 12.5% of the total payout. They will pool all income earned across all territories on the world, then distribute a percentage of it to each governing company. The percentage amount is based on the territory and its town level. So you guys can see all the percentages here. So it's a bunch of, you know, mumbo jumbo heebie-jeebies. Okay. Yeah, you guys, it's a lot. All right. Now, but basically, long story short, there will be less money flowing through the more popular towns and more money flowing through the less popular towns to kind of even out the playing scale and still make it valuable to hold territories that you owned before. Now, as we get into this, they said with the payouts for the territories changing, it follows that the upkeep costs should be reviewed as well. So as you guys can see here now, the upkeep cost has increased pretty dramatically. All right. And then with that, the costs now scale linearly with the town level. As an example, for a 10% reward to your territories, Brightwood, Monarch's Bluff, and Evanscale Reach, these are the new upkeep costs, right? So the higher level of the town, obviously, the more it's going to cost. Housing tax has been adjusted to just be a 1% total overall. Crafting tax adjusted to be a 0.5% max. Refining tax, a maximum of 0.5, and trade tax, a 2.5%, both min and max. So none of these taxes are adjustable at all. Like, they are just a set rate that you guys can see in this back section right over here. So you guys will be good to go over there. Now, with these changes overall, I think that this is probably not going to affect the old servers too much because the damage has already been done with the shell companies and all of the changes. However, in preparation for the fresh start servers, I think this is intended to basically start off on a clean foot with the fresh start servers, because I think that this will dramatically impact how fresh start income from owning territories actually will play out. With this system, there was a data mine before where it showed like the total amount that you can make, because before it was something crazy like 4 million gold you can make from like Windsward, but then the 4 million only dropped to like 1 point something million, and then even the lower territories were still making like 500k plus after all of the expenses were paid. So this was a way to basically just balance out the earnings, so you know, smaller guilds or weaker guilds that owned the lesser territories could still actually feel like they're getting their money's worth, at least for the territory that they have. So again, with that, I think this is going to be more valuable overall for fresh start servers, and not necessarily for main. And this also feels to me like a baby step, but a baby step in the right direction as they work to correct and adjust the economy. I'd like to see them do something with the coin or currency that they decide to use, abuse, and or modify, so we can find a surefire way for players not to be able to abuse the money made from territories in the game. But I wanted to just, you know, crank out a video real quick, talk about this, let you guys be aware of this since the dev block is available now. But let me know in the comment box what you guys think about this, you know, alongside any other questions, comments, concerns
Damn
you may
it!
have.
Man,
that's about it, guys. That's all I wanted to
like
cover
one
today.
hit left and
If
fucking
there's
one shot.
anything else
What
you guys
is-
want me to cover at all, also let me know that in the comments as well. And with
So
that being
dumb.
said, thank you guys so much for tuning in. As always, it's your boy Damone, and we'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Fucking.
People have wanted me to watch this for a while,
Oh.
so we'll take a look at it. Here we go, gentlemen.
No. So,
think it's accurate to say that Final Fantasy XII feels very different from any of the main series entries that came before. It was during the course of this game's development that Square became plagued with a great deal of internal strife, which resulted in a complete overhaul of its management structure. Despite these troubles, though, Final Fantasy XII proved itself to be an experience that resonated with millions of players, and departed in many ways from the trends that players had used to define what makes a Final Fantasy game. While it has some structural issues, I can't help but enjoy most of what it has to offer, and consider it to be among the better RPGs I've played since its release in 2006.
Why?
Century proved to be a fateful time for Squaresoft, one that would launch a dramatic altering of the company's future course and greatly influence the subsequent development of the Final Fantasy series. It was in the year 2000 that disagreements surged in Square's upper management, involving, among other things like the over-reliance on the Final Fantasy brand name, the particular implementation of a potential merger with rival company Enix. At this time, Final Fantasy series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi was the executive vice president of Squaresoft and president of its North American division, while also remaining the executive producer for the company's flagship series. It was he, along with company president Hisashi Suzuki, who opposed specific business strategies submitted by newly appointed CFO Yoichi Wada. However, it was in the year 2000 that Square ended up recording a significant financial deficit where they had estimated a surplus, something that was directly due to the delay of Final Fantasy X, a game for which Sakaguchi was serving as executive producer. With Final Fantasy XI already deep into production and Final Fantasy XII beginning its development cycle, this delay for 10 came at exactly the wrong time for the company, of course, putting Square in red ink for the first time since the company had been open to the stock market. It was Sakaguchi primarily who took responsibility for this, and resigned from upper management as a result, returning exclusively to a creative management position. As the company moved into 2001, Final Fantasy XII was announced to be in production in late January. This means that sometime within the previous year, the staff for 12 had been selected and put into place, which would have fallen into Sakaguchi's jurisdiction. With his protege Yoshinori Kitase working hard to finish Final Fantasy X, and Hiromichi Tanaka, a veteran Final Fantasy developer and creator of the Mana series, busy managing the development of Final Fantasy XI, Sakaguchi decided to hand the reins for Final Fantasy XII's development to Yasumi Matsuno, director of both Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story. Alongside him, once again, was placed Hiroyuki Ito to manage everything to do with battle mechanics. However, just 4 months later, in May, Sakaguchi registered a domain name for Mistwater, alongside a registration to the United States Patent Office. This was most likely done in anticipation of the fact that Square's first feature film, Final Fantasy The Spirits Within, a project Sakaguchi had directed and President Hisashi Suzuki had supported, was projected internally to be a failure. Whether they knew to what extent it would fail is unclear, but the reality is that it became one of the biggest box office bombs in the history of Hollywood, and significantly damaged Square's financial standing. This monumental loss, along with the financial reports earlier in the year, caused Enix to back away from talks concerning the merger, and quickly led to an opportunistic Yoichi Wada stepping forward and requesting the trust of board members, believing he could rescue Square from these financial woes. In the end, they gave him that trust. Sakaguchi and Suzuki's ideas were dismissed, and luckily for Mr. Wada, Final Fantasy X, 11, and Kingdom Hearts went on to be enormously successful, putting Square back on track within 2 years. Enix then returned and successfully negotiated the merger. Sakaguchi and Suzuki left Square, and a ton of employees faithful to the creator of Final Fantasy, many of whom were working on it at 12, left with him to establish his own independent game studio, Mistwalker. Many people mistakenly believe that Sakaguchi was forced out of Square because of the failure of Spirits Within, but the truth is that he had had disagreements with upper management well before the release of the movie, most notably in relation to the Final Fantasy series and how the company should develop it. He's always disliked the idea of sequels, which is why every Final Fantasy before that time had featured a new world with new characters. However, there were many within upper management who wanted to begin exploiting the series. Their words, not mine. By using
Come on, man. Oh, you just auto-stun me. It's so annoying. Why do you link? All of you link. I got no link and I go pull a boss. 3 guys on me. So annoying.
With the company for years after that,
So
leaving
annoying.
on his
I don't
own
like
accord
losing.
to start Mistwalker well after Final Fantasy XII was in development. With all of that being said, I can only imagine how much pressure Yasumi
Fucking
Matsuno
Link.
felt among this
Fucking
department
die.
in
Fucking
Sakaguchi's
die,
opinion,
asshole.
He went through great lengths to support the creators under him, giving them as much freedom as he possibly could to achieve their own personal vision for
So
the game they were
fucking
creating.
annoying.
This new management, however, liked to involve itself
Like this guy's fine if I could get him by myself. Like hurry up, man. Like you take too much time, you motherfucker. Yep.
supposed to be rugged, big, and tough. In truth,
Okay, go.
Bond was meant to
Oh,
be the
see.
main protagonist of the game, though not exactly in the same form that he appears in the final version.
What?
Executives
Oh,
were concerned
ouchies.
about the marketability
Ah.
of an older main character. They pointed at Matsuno's own Vagrant story as an example of a game featuring such a character that didn't have the selling power Square was hoping for. Because of this, they mandated that a younger main character be placed in the game in hopes to create that marketability among their target audience.
Come on.
Several years into the development process, when the story had certainly already been near completion, just imagine how frustrating that would have been for Matsuno as the director. In truth, it proved too much for him, and citing health issues as a concern, Square announced that he would be resigning as the director of the game while it was still in development, stepping into a supervisor role for the remainder of its production.
This fucking asshole.
He ended up leaving Square entirely shortly after. Sakaguchi later revealed his own thoughts on Final Fantasy.
I almost killed him too that one time.
Stating that
Just too much Link out of nowhere.
You really can't expect much from the game when Yasumi Matsuno, a crucial member of the team, leaves in the middle of development. Now, don't mistake the purpose of this. I'm not bringing up all this dirt on Final Fantasy XII because I'm trying to bag on it. To the contrary, I find it remarkable how good the game is despite all of this drama that went on behind the scenes. It's by no means a perfect game, and the reasons for this are numerous. But given the rough development history, I find a lot of that to be completely understandable. That doesn't make its missteps any less disappointing, but all in all, I'd say that even considering its imperfections, Final Fantasy XII is among my favorites in the series, perhaps even cracking the top 5 for me. I credit this largely to the fact that the staff who stepped up and took over in Matsuno's place were extremely talented and competent developers. I don't think any of them are as good at telling a story as Matsuno is, and definitely shows. But otherwise, they really came through in a big way to create an overall solid experience. For starters, Hiroyuki Ito replaced Matsuno as one of the game's co-directors, and there isn't a single developer in that company, maybe aside from Yoshinori Kitase, with a pedigree like his. He was a co-director with Kitase on Final Fantasy VI, and the sole director on Final Fantasy IX, two of the most well-respected games in the series. The second director to assume Matsuno's prior role was Hiroshi Minigawa, previously the graphics and real-time visual director, but also a developer who had been working with Matsuno since their time at Quest when they had made Tactics over. He had also worked with him on Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story, and was probably the one staff member on the team who most closely understood his mind and intentions. As had been the case on many previous projects, Ito was placed in charge of systems and battle mechanics, while the art and story was left to others, and in this case...
See, I'm gonna kill him if I do it perfect.
It's
Fucking
there that
annoying.
I'd like to start, with the story. But before doing so, I want to come back to Sakaguchi's statement about Final Fantasy XII and add a little bit more to it. I don't share his cynical view of the game overall, and I'll repeat, I don't think Final Fantasy XII is bad, like, at all.
Yeah, got him that time. Oh!
And more particularly the story, lost something with the absence of the original director's influence. After experiencing Matsuno's previous work, it's made immediately apparent that he's a genius storyteller. When I say that, I don't just mean he has good ideas for plots and characters. What I mean is that the way in which he tells his stories, the techniques employed within every aspect from the writing and pacing to the choices made with the cinematography, music, art, and overall presentation are just profoundly adept. The same is true of Final Fantasy XII at the outset, where it begins with bold and gripping choices on all fronts. But somewhere around the midway point, it begins to meander a little and loses its sense of urgency and direction. Let me clarify that I think the plot itself is good, and many of the ideas are fascinating, but it's the techniques, those special touches of Matsuno's that make every scene feel so dynamic, that were clearly lost when he stepped away from the project. While those who filled his shoes had worked closely with him before, it's clear, at least to me, that they did not share his talent when it comes to structuring an engaging story. I think the way Bosch is utilized, or should I say not utilized, was particularly puzzling to me, especially within scenes that should in every conceivable way concern him more than any other character. There are other instances where enormous twists are revealed, and then absolutely nothing is done with those ideas after the initial bomb drop. There are also characters who to many players feel like they're just along for the ride without any clear purpose or motivation for being there. When you pull back and really dig at why the story was unsatisfactory to a fair amount of the audience though, I think what it comes down to is simply structure and pacing. I think the world of Yblis, the same world that served as a setting for Matsuno's previous games, is very well realized and has some incredibly interesting lore. I think the plot, when broken down to a more basic level, has some amazing potential, and the writing when it comes to dialogue is top-notch, even better than the other main series entries in my opinion. The performances from the actors and the animation are all solid as well, not to mention how gorgeous the game was. The only issue here is just the way that story is given to the player. The amount of information given, in what way, and at which points throughout the experience. There are so many moments that left me in silence just thinking, man, that was a really great scene. But it's hard to ignore the imbalance between gameplay and plot that shows its face in the closing acts. I find it telling that despite the fact that my first playthrough was nearly 70 hours long, I felt like the story was short. The truth is that the vast majority of those 70 hours were spent trudging through extremely long dungeons and field maps, fighting hundreds and hundreds of battles, and the story very much took a back seat. When watching some of the interviews on the bonus disc for the collector's edition, I found it interesting that Hiroshi Minigawa mentioned how many great ideas he was forced to cut. He mentioned specifically that there were some great ideas that came from the writers that he regretted having to omit in order to meet deadlines. I can say for my part that the end of the game does feel like it's missing something when it comes to the delivery of the story and the resolution of many character arcs. However, I have to say that the dialogue in particular is just fantastic in this game. I personally find that the speech sits in this exact right balance between feeling elevated and appropriately antiquated, but without devolving into purple prose. I find much of the language in Final Fantasy XII to be powerful and compelling, giving this layer of polish that makes it feel really good to read and listen to. Much of this was due to how the game was localized for English-speaking countries. The translation was done by just two men, Alexander O. Smith and Joseph Reeder, who actually decided themselves to work as a two-man team in order to keep the script feeling as consistent as possible, even if it cost them more sleepless nights in the process trying to hit their deadlines. As you listen to interviews with these guys, it's clear how passionate they were about maintaining a sense of realism and scope that matched the rich world the game was based in. I think their work here is phenomenal and might be the most impressive aspect of the entire game for me. Another thing I love about FF12 is how strong the voice acting is. When we take the series as a whole, I think it's featured a lot of poor voice performances. Not because the actors themselves are bad, but because I think the voice directors have struggled to find a balance between replicating the Japanese voice work with tone, inflection, and speed, while also attempting to make the lines sound as natural as possible to English speakers. For the most part, I'd say the series has not done this well. I mean, for Final Fantasy XIII, they went as far as to train Georgia Van Kylenberg, Vanille's voice actress, to perfectly recreate even minor sounds made by the Japanese actress. However, the complete opposite is true here with Final Fantasy XII. Just as the translators were willing to alter the text in order to make it flow naturally in English without changing the underlying meaning, the voice cast was given a ton of freedom to find and interpret their characters in their own way, irrespective of the Japanese performances. The localization team chose not to search among traditional voice actors, but rather to find their cast mostly among stage and film actors in an attempt to bring more physicality to the performances. In my opinion, this approach yielded pretty good results, which gave us the best voice acting for the entire series thus far, and went a long way toward building a solid cast of believable characters. That being said, it's probably time we address the elephant in the room, Vaughn and Penelope. I am honestly baffled by the amount of hate these characters receive online.
Why? What's wrong with I love Penelope?
JRPG subreddit, that asks
Vanilla was so
community members
great.
to rate characters
Vaughn,
across a ton
piece of
of
shit.
different JRPGs.
Pinello
Pinello
was so good.
Second and fourth to last.
I love Pinello. What are you talking about? You guys don't know.
Choo-choo from Xenogears, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
I'd heard a lot of complaints about these characters before playing FF12 for myself, and expected
I
Vaughn
loved
in particular
Pinello.
to be extremely obnoxious. Or
Yeah,
something.
I hated
But after
Vaughn, but
completing the game, I can tell you that he's really not that bad of a character. There's only one
No.
scene in the game where I thought he was acting irrationally or out of line. Aside from that, he's just a good kid trying to help out. I totally agree with the criticism that he doesn't have the strongest reason to stay with the group for the entirety of the game, because the plot revolves more around Ash, and therefore he doesn't merit being pushed as the game's leading protagonist.
Oh,
But
yeah,
despite
Ash.
this, he and Pinello, who has even less business participating in the events of the story, do not deserve the vitriol that they receive. I like most of the scenes they appear in, and I think the developers were able to establish a believable bond between them that would definitely lead to their desire to remain unseparated. As for the rest of the cast, I like them a lot. I love Bosch's undying discipline and loyalty, Ash's conflicted journey and internal struggles, Balthier's irresistible wit and charm, Fran's poise and aura of wisdom, all of which is rounded out by a strong group of temporary non-playable characters that join the party throughout the game. However, there's no question that Final Fantasy XII could have used much stronger character development. It's undoubtedly lacking in that area. Again, mostly because the second half of the game was underutilized with its storytelling potential. But despite this, I like the characters. I think they're a charismatic group who are easy to get behind. It's just a shame that we get such a strong start in introducing interesting arcs, when most of them don't go anywhere by the time the story concludes. I've gotta say though, I'm a big fan of the world Square created for this game. While Ivalice itself has served as the setting for Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant's story, this take on the world was certainly unlike anything we'd seen before. The story of Final Fantasy XII actually takes place in a time long before both games previously mentioned. And while they were obviously inspired by Western European and particularly British medieval history, this game's art design actually took large inspiration from cultures found in the Mediterranean. This was a really fresh take for the series, and I really dig all of it. There are some players I've talked to who didn't like that a fairly substantial portion of the game, mostly in the beginning, takes place in a large desert area, but once you get going, there really are some incredibly diverse and absolutely gorgeous landscapes. It's the character design that I think I appreciate the most when it comes to the visuals, though. Akihiko Yoshida is definitely my favorite character designer in the series, with his work on FF12 and FF14 being his best in my opinion. I know that may come with some controversy, but this isn't a criticism of Yoshitaka Amano or Tetsuya Nomura, who are both fantastic artists. Rather, it's just personal praise of Yoshida's style. If nothing else, it's perfect in this instance for the more grounded setting of Final Fantasy XII. And when executed in final form, it became what is widely considered to be the best-looking game on the PS2. Literally, the only complaint I have with it is Vaughn's muscle textures, and especially his abs. Like, what on earth were they thinking with this? They got Bosch's torso right. Why did they do this to Vaughn? Those look like tattoos, not muscles. Luckily, they addressed it in the Zodiac Age, and it looks better now. But even still, when we compare it to Bosch, like, what is going on here? Another large source of controversy surrounding this game, especially at the time it was released, was how it differed from the previous offline entries when it came to battle mechanics. Even in interviews with Hiroyuki Ito, he seemed to feel like it was a little rough and could have used some streamlining. He even hoped he'd get a chance to continue refining it in later installments in the series. Let me start right off the bat by saying that the ADB system, or Active Dimensional Battle Systems, really isn't all that different functionally from the ATB system of earlier Final Fantasy games. Setting aside the aesthetic differences, mostly the fact that you can run around freely during battles, what we have here is a menu-based command system with an ATB bar that builds up after every action, exactly as we'd seen before. There are automated elements built into it, which I'll get into in just a second, but overall it's very similar to what had been done previously. You can also play on active or wait time, which will either force the player to select their commands in real time, or pause the game to give the player as much time as he or she wishes to make plans and execute strategies. I also love that they completely did away with random encounters here. The battles themselves also move really quickly, so the time spent in between running on the map, being interrupted by a random encounter, waiting for a long screen transition, fighting the battle, watching the characters celebrate, seeing the results on the battle screen, then finally getting back to exploring again is cut significantly here. And it's cut even more so in both the International and Zodiac versions due to the fast forward feature. The most important thing for me, though, is that engaging an enemy, defeating it, and moving on is a totally seamless experience. There will be those who will argue that even though FF12 goes to great lengths to make battling quicker and smoother, it also adds so many enemies in the area zones, many of which contain extremely large field maps that take hours to get through, that it negates any progress they might have made in shortening the time spent fighting individual battles. The people who make that argument aren't wrong. There are definitely a number of spots where I felt very fatigued because the zones and dungeons were just agonizingly long. I became frustrated in particular by the journey from Rabanastre to Arcadia, as well as the Pharaoh's Tower, but I'd say for the majority of the game, I didn't feel that frustration myself, and really enjoyed battling for the most part. One reason people might have felt like the battles weren't as exciting in this installment is likely due to the battle animations themselves. In previous games, the animations in battle were really snappy and dramatic, with characters taking wide power stances and leaping across the screen in such a way as to communicate that there was a lot of strength and weight behind the attacks. In Final Fantasy XII, though, characters don't move in the same exaggerated way, giving them a bit of a nonchalant feel as they fight. I could see this leading to some players feeling like the battles are boring, despite the fact that they mostly work the same way as previous Final Fantasy games. Also, because of the seamless nature between the game's exploration and combat, there isn't a battle track that plays every time a new battle is initiated. Rather, the area music just continues playing even when you fight, whether that's a peaceful melody or a bombastic one. There's definitely some great boss battle music, don't get me wrong, but there isn't a standard battle theme like players were used to seeing in other installments. I think both of these things, on top of the sheer number of fights you'll engage in with the size of the maps, leads people to the conclusion that FF12 feels like...
He's been grit the entire time. Why?
I also think where a lot of people get tripped up is with the game.
Why have you been grit the entire time? Jesus
Gambits
Christ.
like very simple if-then lines of code that dictate how party members who are not being controlled by the player will behave during battles. There are two parts to a gambit. The if statement.
Oh, come on, you
if a
piece
party
of
member's HP falls below
shit,
50%,
dude.
followed by
Fuck.
a then statement. Something like, then the character...
Whatever,
will
just
lose
kill
potion.
me, I'm
This is
fine.
probably the most rudimentary example there is, and as you might imagine, the gambit system goes a lot deeper than that, giving the player unprecedented control of how his or her party members will be automated.
Yeah, really
Most
fun.
of these gambit commands will not be available right from the start, though,
Great.
with the vast majority needing to be purchased in gambit shops or found in chests throughout the world. Each party member will also start out with only 2 gambit slots, but can unlock up to 12 over the course of the game. The order in which they're placed from top to bottom will determine their priority, with gambits at the top receiving highest precedence, while gambits at the bottom receive the lowest. So, for example, if a player places attack nearest enemy as the top gambit with a cure spell underneath that, the AI-controlled character will always prioritize attacking the nearest enemy and will never cast the healing spell while there are enemies around to engage. So, it would be wiser to place the healing spell on top of it, so that when a party member falls below a certain
That guy
percentage of
sucked.
her maximum HP,
I don't know if I
the
can
character
beat.
will
I don't
heal,
know if I can
then
beat
go
this
back
guy. I
to
should be
attacking
able
until
to,
someone
but
else's HP falls below 50%. You can also interrupt your
I
gambit
feel like
cycle
this gear I'm wearing
anytime
now,
during the
yeah,
battle by
it's like
giving the
not good
character
enough. It's like
an
7
manual
levels too
command,
low.
which will always override your
I might
gambit
have to
cycle.
actually address that.
In
I think I
addition to
probably
this, You
will.
can change your gambits on the fly, even in the
Yeah,
middle
I
of
mean,
combat,
I'm gonna
to make sure
address
your
it, 'cause
characters are acting
it's
in the
a-
most
it's a
appropriate way
problem.
in any given circumstance. This includes being able to swap characters in and out of the active party at will, something I loved about Final Fantasy X as well. Now, it's important to bring up here that while this level of automation
come
is
back.
possible, it isn't necessarily required. You don't have to set up gambits for your characters if you don't want to. If you'd rather, you can give each character their commands manually. However, doing so would really break up the flow of combat in such a way as to make it feel extremely tedious, in my opinion. And there's no doubt that the game was balanced with the gambit system in mind. It was intended to be played with them on, but what I'm getting at is that the player can control how much or how little automation there is. I personally ran with gambits that gave me a lot of room to give manual commands for the majority of my playthrough. But I also like to play on wait time, which allows me to settle in and think through what my next move is going to be. If you want to play the game on active time and give your party members strictly manual commands, you'll either have to be lightning fast with your menu selection, or you'll probably just die a lot. I will admit though, even when playing on wait time, I found myself in later dungeons having trouble dealing with certain status effects quickly enough to be truly efficient with manual commands. And as soon as I set up gambits to deal with those status effects, all my problems melted away. When you have gambits set up, the characters act so immediately as to make using them a lot more efficient overall. There are many players I've talked to who just don't like this at all. They'd rather have complete manual control over their characters at all times, especially during tougher boss fights. And I admit that the game definitely pushes the player toward using gambits. I personally really enjoyed the system though, and found just as much satisfaction from the strategy to be found in gambit setup as I did from customizing my party and executing those commands myself in previous Final Fantasy titles. I liked experimenting with the system and thinking through how to establish the most effective chains, and I also loved that this could be modified right in the middle of battle to make adjustments when needed. I thought it was a lot of fun, but there are a lot of people who don't. So whether or not it's going to be something you enjoy will depend on how much manual control you like to have in your RPGs. Character progression is handled with the license board, a system similar in a lot of ways to Final Fantasy X's Sphere Grid, but with an even greater level of openness and control, if you're playing the original PS2 release, that is. There are actually 3 different versions of Final Fantasy XII, and the largest difference between them is how character growth and game balance are handled. All 3 function on the same basic idea, where the player gathers ability points, called license points in this installment, after battling, and expends those points to unlock the capability to use abilities and equipment. You still have to buy spells, techniques, weapons, and armor from shops, but until you unlock the proper license, you can't use them. Apparently, the idea for the license board was inspired by the game world, in the sense that your characters are supposed to acquire licenses in order to carry certain weapons and whatnot. But in practice, it doesn't work like that, which sort of made me curious as to why they bothered with the license motif at all. But when it comes to utility, it works great. Basically, each time you unlock a new node, all the available adjacent nodes reveal themselves, allowing the player to branch out in whichever direction he or she pleases. In the original game, the player was required to explore the board in search of abilities and equipment, which couldn't be seen until an adjacent node was unlocked. But in the Zodiac Age, the player is able to see right from the beginning all of the abilities contained on the board, which gives a lot more room for planning ahead. I actually really enjoy the license board from a mechanical standpoint. It felt kind of addictive in a way, and I often found myself saying things like, okay, I'll just unlock one more ability and then call it for today. But as soon as I unlocked that ability, I saw the new ones that opened up, realized how cool it would be to have those, and wanted to continue playing until I got them. For me, it was a fairly involved process, which made it super enjoyable. While the original release gave the player access to an open license board right from the beginning of the game, the international version, which was only released in Japan a little over a year after the original, locked each character into one of 12 available jobs, and the Zodiac Age, the newest HD remaster of the game on PS4, allows each character to select 2 of those 12 jobs. Abilities and equipment are now tied to specific classes rather than being open for every character to unlock and use like before. As you can imagine, these differences actually change how the game is played fairly significantly, and from the developer side required some changes to game balance. The original game's super open approach left room, I think, to design some pretty challenging boss fights, seeing as if the player runs into trouble, the useful abilities and equipment for the fight can be gained by any, if not all of the characters with a little grinding. I actually thought the balance of the original game was pretty spot on, with several bosses that caused me to rethink my strategy and switch up my gambits mid-fight. The international version was similarly challenging, with the added restriction of the class system requiring the player to use characters within specific roles. The Zodiac Age, however, is very, very easy in comparison. This is due to the developers purposefully reducing the game's difficulty, but also because of the addition of the second job for the characters. In the international version, since characters could only hold one job, they were forced to live with the weaknesses that came with it. But in the Zodiac Age, a player could take a black mage, for instance, and make up for its inherent weaknesses by pairing it with the monk class. This essentially erases the entire point of a class system to begin with, which is to have the player form a party where certain characters' weaknesses are complemented by another character's strengths. It establishes the need for team-based fighting, which was what the original game lacked because every character could fill every role. If anything, the Zodiac Age needed a rebalance of its difficulty to make it more difficult because of the addition of the second job. But unfortunately, they went the other way around, and now it's laughably easy. I find this extremely unfortunate because there are a lot of other additions that make the Zodiac Age very appealing.
See, like, where is all the stuff from this level?
I have to say that when it comes
a
to world
tragedy.
construction and RPGs, I enjoy zones far more than seamless open worlds. While games like Final Fantasy 15 have much larger maps when it comes to technical size, Final Fantasy 12's world feels so much larger because when you leave a zone, it's often implied and even shown with map paintings in the background that the party traveled very far in between. This zone structure, on top of the size of the field maps, makes Final Fantasy 12's world feel
446.
absolutely massive, which gives the
It
sense
is
of this
a
epic
serious
long journey.
upgrade, but it's...
I find it to be an improvement over Final Fantasy X's linear.
I don't know,
maps,
I'll
but
die
also
less,
preferable
I
to,
guess.
say, Final Fantasy 15's open world structure.
Just not
that
really my
ended up feeling
favorite,
small
but
in the grand
whatever.
scale of things. Similarly to 10, though, you can't take full control of an airship flying over the world map, which was always one of my favorite feelings playing the older games. You can still ride airships, but you can't
I
control
mean,
them
they're
yourself.
okay, but
And
it's
there's almost no need to
focus. I'm
build
looking for
them anyway, except to
decks.
buy a few exclusive items and
The
abilities.
waterlock,
seeing as the game
yeah,
contains a
fortify sacred
teleport
ground,
fast
the
travel
sacred
system.
ground game,
These are small
fortify,
nitpicks to be sure, but
resilient crits, 18 con.
in terms of side content, Final Fantasy
Jesus
12
Christ,
has a lot to
resilient,
offer.
yeah, and indestructible.
I think the most
yeah.
widely appreciated side quests are the
That's the
hunts.
same. I'm not going to pay that much for
Basically, as you progress
those.
through the game, hunts will be posted on boards throughout the world that the player can take on for added
Yeah,
challenges.
like,
this is all tied back to
concept
the
of
guild
it, like,
and
I'm trying to get
master
to
which has ranks
456,
that the player can
I
set as you
think.
complete more of these hunts. And in the
Which,
process unlocks access to a certain
you know,
shops with really good
sure.
equipment
I
and
mean,
accessories.
it's not
I
amazing
enjoyed
though.
many of these hunts, several of
456,
which
yeah.
contain the most well-designed fights in the
I'm
game
okay with
and have
this.
extended many players' total playtime well beyond 200 hours.
Yeah.
There are also dozens of additional side quests on top of the hunts, rounding out the game's total number of features quite nicely.
11 and 7 focus.
Since the very beginning of the series, there's one area in which Final Fantasy has
420.
always excelled. Even as the developers experimented with new gameplay ideas, wildly different narratives, and gigantic
mean,
visual
it's-
design shifts, the music has consistently been brilliant. Nobuo Uematsu has become world-renowned for his work, with
Mhm.
arrangements of his music being performed by orchestras touring the globe. His genius with melody has helped instill a familiarity and intimacy with these worlds and characters that is nearly unparalleled.
450.
Unfortunately, as with many other changes that occurred within Square after the merger with Enix,
428.
Uematsu
There's a
decided to leave
big
the
difference
after the
between those.
headquarters were relocated. In an interview with
I'm just gonna
RPG,
take them.
he
I
was
mean,
quoted
it's
as saying,
expensive, but I
"I
don't
thought I had
care.
reached an age where I should gradually take the control over my life into my own hands." There's no question that the loss of a composer like Uematsu was a major blow for the company.
Focus.
His music was a vital part of what the identity and soul of the brand had become. In so many ways,
It's-
his soundtracks helped define Final Fantasy for the
I mean, I'm not seeing it. I'm not
Considering
seeing that.
legacy,
Not at
and
all.
with the
No.
standard of quality that was set by Mr. Uematsu over the years, it's understandable to me how divisive the first soundtrack written without his influence would be. The only pieces of music he would write for Final Fantasy XII would be Kiss Me Goodbye, the theme song played during the credits, as well as a co-written piece for the opening of the game. To replace Uematsu, Matsuno had brought on longtime friend and colleague Hitoshi Sakimoto,
Yeah, it's a
who had been
shame.
working with him since their days at Quest with Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre. He had also composed Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story.
Yeah, look at those prices.
And I don't know
You
about
guys
you,
just
but I find
gouge,
that to be an
gouging.
incredibly
I
impressive
get it,
body of
but
work. There are few
also
composers I
don't.
would have found to be more worthy of being given the reins to a main series entry, but there's no doubt that Sakimoto's style is very different from Uematsu's. While Uematsu's work showed a great
tempted to
diversity
blow
in
$2,000
tone
on
and
that.
genre, Sakimoto's has a more
Because
simple,
that
resembles the classic Hollywood feel
that last
composers like
bag,
John
I got
Williams
247 on this one. This one only
There are
has
many who will say that
184,
Final Fantasy XII
which is
soundtrack is
60
not
whole
memorable in the way
pounds.
that
I mean, it's a
Uematsu's
lot.
scores were.
I'm
They'll tell you
tempted
when
to
you hear a
invest
song
in
from the early
bags
Final
here.
Fantasy,
Yeah,
the
for I'm at
images
like
of
the
the characters
407
and
level of
locations will
bags.
immediately spring to mind.
I think I will
Something I can
actually
confirm
buy
to be true for
bags.
myself.
A bag.
They'll then tell you that this simply isn't the case with FF12, where
Fucking
much of the music
gougy
is
as
passable
hell.
but forgettable in their estimation. I have to put it on record that I disagree with this wholeheartedly. While I can clearly hear the difference in style, and while this OST doesn't feel anything like the previous Final Fantasy games, I think the melodies are
I'm gonna
outstanding
take this
and
one.
memorable in their own way. And there were plenty of tracks that gave me chills and evoked strong emotion.
I like
Again,
investing in
I
myself,
understand
you
and
know.
agree with
It
the
seems
sentiment that they
good.
don't
It's
feel like classic Final Fantasy, something that I think for many players is true of the entire game. But I do think for the world and story, this music fits magnificently. Not only that, though, but I also find myself listening to the soundtrack in my free time. To me, it's just a really strong OST. And while I know there will be many in the comments who will disagree with that, I've listened to these songs over and over during the last 3 or 4 months and can confidently say that my appreciation for them only continues to grow.
I need to pull more gems.
Music is a highly subjective topic, and as is the case with Matsuno's style of storytelling,
it's a shame I lost my green cloak, but that's alright.
Since this is the case, take my opinion for what it's worth, but I think FF12's soundtrack is terrific.
I think I'm behind on the story quest now. Which I don't know. I don't even really know. I mean,
the unfortunate thing about analyzing these Final Fantasy games, especially
I gotta do all that. Yeah, 2 down. Yeah, I mean, story went out 20.
There's a passionately beloved legacy looming over each game that only becomes more untouchable as time goes on. With each passing year, it seems the classics are held in even higher esteem, and newer entries are judged even more harshly. It is true, undoubtedly, that Final Fantasy XII is a very different kind of experience from the classics, both tonally and mechanically.
Yep.
Though it does retain enough familiarity to me to justify its status as a main series entry. On top of this, I really do feel that it's a very good game in its own right. It has some problems, certainly, and I definitely felt some frustration.
We all have problems, so we all get frustrated.
But the narrative style and writing, as well as the art design, voice direction, and music,
my level's better. I mean, it's better than it was. I need gems of the expensive variety. It's gonna be expensive.
The loss of his influence affected the game in the later stages, I still very much appreciate.
I'm looking for cut pristines. What do you sell them for? 600. Jesus Christ. I
Even
don't know.
though I can understand why purists and
I'm
other
looking
players
for what?
When all said and done, I look back on my experience with
cut
mostly
brilliant diamonds.
Disney,
There is none.
and I
Great.
definitely recommend this game to others who, after listening, feel as if
How
they have
about
similar
cut
tastes to mine.
diamonds? Got cut
However,
diamonds.
if you don't, and there are
200
plenty of
for
others who
4.
don't,
Oh my
there's a
god, I
pretty good
can't
chance
spend that
you
much
won't
money.
like what it has to offer. As
Cut
for me,
Onyx.
I
I
give
don't
Final
know,
Fantasy
no.
12 4 Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca
Let's.
out of 5.
Thank you for taking the time.
It was good. I liked the video. It was good. I watched what's his name did like all of those Final Fantasy videos that I did watch, and in my history I want to take a look here. Search watch history for Final Fantasy, right? And we'll see a bunch of these videos that I watched by. Who did I watch? It was like. It was at Zygor. I think it was maybe Zygor. I don't know. You're not showing me a lot of these. Back on May 1st, yeah. 15 in a nutshell, True Blade Secret. But that's not it, though. Oh, was it Brando? Yeah, it was Brando SP. Let's see if he did 12. Okay, retrospectives, overviews. Lightning Returns, 13. Titanfall 2. Crystal Chronicles Remastered. Okay, Nier Voice of Cards. Nier Voice of Cards. He did Stranger Paradise, but I'm not trying to see that. Yeah, so it was, that's everything you've ever done, huh, in terms of that? Okay. So... It's good, but the one I'm interested in... I am trying to see what he said about Let's look at videos, right? We knew that D&D made Final Fantasy. There's really much difference between them. So this weird uploads, yeah, but go home and take a look at. He had one of what was it? It was like I wanted to see. Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that one here. There you go.
Recently released Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Remaster has gotten a lukewarm reception, to say the least.
It's unfortunate.
Crystal Chronicles was never a 10 out of 10 representation of the Final Fantasy series as a whole. What should have been a nice little nostalgia piece of a relatively obscure game from back on the GameCube doesn't seem to have hit the same notes that created the cult following for the original. And I don't think it's picked up many new players along the way. For what it's worth, I do like the game and I do think it has its merits, but I want to take a look at both the good and the bad, and the very bad, and figure out how we got here. Before we dive into the remaster, for the uninitiated, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles was originally released for the Nintendo GameCube in 2003 in Japan and 2004 everywhere else. It was the
I'm gonna try that one.
Final Fantasy game Square Enix released for a Nintendo console in almost a full decade, with the last one being Final Fantasy VI of the SNES. The story goes that after the explosive failure of Final Fantasy The Spirits Within, Square Enix, then just Square, were in some pretty spicy water, financially speaking. This situation pushed them to get over the beef they had with Nintendo and finally put a game out for their home console. So when it came time to get working on a new Final Fantasy spin-off game, they put together a new team and decided to go with the game. Because I guess they figured at least it's not the Xbox. This is probably really subjective, but as far as the setting goes, I think Crystal Chronicles has a really strong one. The world's covered in a poisonous miasma that kills anyone who hangs out in it for too long. To, have society. Every settlement in the world has a crystal that wards off the miasma. These crystals don't work for free. Each village has a band of adventurers that sets out around the world in a caravan with a little portable crystal called the Chalice to collect myrrh from special trees you find at the end of dungeons. You collect enough myrrh for the year, head back to the village for a festival, and then rinse and repeat. I really like this setting. Every village is one broken wagon tire away from being erased from the map, but everyone accepts it as some routine thing, going out to get gas. One of my favorite dungeons in the game is a village where you see what happens when a caravan doesn't make it back in time. It's overrun with monsters and other bits of miasma corruption. It's a really good way of using the setting to show you what happens if your adventure were to fail. In another, you break into a guy's mansion, kill his staff, fight his wife, and then kick him out of his own home so you can get some crystal juice from the tree in his backyard. And like I said, a lot of variety. You learn more things about the world and its history through NPC interactions throughout the map, but as far as the story is concerned, that's really all you get. Well, until the end of the game, but we'll get to that later. As for the gameplay, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles is a co-op dungeon crawler. You'll be doing runs through...
Yeah.
Yasumi Matsuno was born in Japan during the year of 1965, and he grew up in a rural area where he felt that his only forms of entertainment came from movies, television, and books. He became very fond of making dioramas while being very fond of those that were made and centered around World War II, which he used to make his own by researching those during that conflict at a local library. Any diorama he would create would incorporate their own story elements that came from his own imagination. Outside of his hobby of making dioramas, Matsuno also became very fond of video games, as his introduction into the hobby was thanks to playing them in arcades, such as Taito Space Invaders and Namco's Xevious while waiting for the train. Playing video games would be something he would also do while he was at home, and he became very fond of playing The Legend of Zelda and Dragon Quest on the Nintendo Famicom, while he would also play games on the Amiga and PC platforms with heavy intention toward big hits such as Ultima Online. Being embraced into the medium with such great joy and immense depth, Yatsumi Matsuno was inspired to become a video game developer by using his hobbies such as reading books and making dioramas as reference to help him create his own games. His career began in 1993 by joining the video game development studio known as Quest. Quest was an independent company who became originally known as Bothtech, which they had developed their first game called The Scheme, a Metroidvania-style open-world action RPG with music by Yuzo Koshiro that became a huge hit on the NEC PC 8801 in 1988. Most of Quest's work were that of RPGs such as Musashi no Boken, platform games such as Conquest of the Crystal Palace on the NES Famicom, and scrolling shooters such as Magical Chase on the PC Engine TurboGrafx 16 platform. Matsuno led Quest into a breakout success by being the one responsible for creating and directing his first game for the company, Ogre Battle March of the Black Queen for the Super Nintendo Super Famicom in 1993. Not only that, but the second entry to arrive in 1995, Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, would also release to critical accolades amongst critics and fans. Both games would receive a huge following from both Japan and the United States, while many would greatly cite Tactics Ogre for having a dark political narrative that revolved around the reality of war, that was inspired by Matsuno's own outside perspective of horrific events that came to be during the Yugoslav wars in the early 1990s, including the genocide that happened in Bosnia during July of 1995. Both games each played from the subgenre of role-playing games that dealt with war-ravaging strategic battles in different ways. Ogre Battle played in the genre of strategic role-playing games where real-time strategy was more prominent in the gameplay, while Tactics Ogre relied more on characters and enemies taking turns with moving around on isometric pseudo-3D settings and commencing action at their leisure. The gameplay in Tactics Ogre started off in the early 80s with games such as Tunnels of Doom, The Dragon and Princess, Ultima 3 Exodus, and Bokusuka Wars setting the staple for the genre, where the games played out more like traditional strategy games such as chess. It wouldn't be until the release of Fire Emblem on the Nintendo Famicom and Shining Force on the Sega Mega Drive where tactical role-playing games became more popular, and inspirations behind those games were what made Matsuno create both Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre. Tactics Ogre's success with Let Us Cling Together launched a sub-series within the franchise that brought about two forms of gameplay and later the Night of Lotus. Unfortunately, Yasumi Matsuno left Quest after Tactics Ogre was completed, and immediately joined Square along with Akihiko Yoshida and Hiroshi Minagawa to pursue more ambitious projects. Upon joining Square and learning about his impressive feats in creating both Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre at Quest, the company gave him permission to create a new game in the Final Fantasy franchise. Although his talent was suitable for creating a game with a huge scope, like what was seen for many of the entries at the time, and with what was bound to come for Final Fantasy VII, Yasumi Matsuno would create this new entry more along the lines of a spin-off, which would bring about the creation and mythology surrounding a world he would conceive, called Ivalice. Development for Yatsumi Matsuno's own Final Fantasy game began in 1995, after he, Hiroshi Minagawa, and Akihiko Yoshida joined Square at the time. Instead of going for more of a traditional approach for this game, Matsuno wanted to stick with the gameplay style he was best known for, so he made this new title in the vein of a spin-off to test the waters and see if it would be welcomed by both the company and the general public. Thus, this new game would go under the name Final Fantasy Tactics, as it would be the first game in the franchise to incorporate the mechanics of a tactical RPG, with Tactics Ogre serving as a model for the game's creation. Prior to its creation, another game with that same name was being developed for the Super Famicom, with key members being that of the Final Fantasy team such as Hironobu Sakaguchi as supervisor, Kazushige Nojima as director, and Motomu Toriyama as the story planner. While the Super Famicom title had little to do with the Final Fantasy name, because of elements not being incorporated into its plot, it would be officially renamed as Bahamut Lagoon, whereas Final Fantasy Tactics on the PlayStation would retain its title under Yasumi Matsuno's care. Even though Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre had branching storylines that could reflect to players receiving different scenarios and multiple endings, Matsuno decided to keep the story for Final Fantasy Tactics very simple, yet a somewhat complex narrative with deep lore and character development, so that casual gamers wouldn't be put off by it at first sight. This direction in the game's development would be factual by an assistant professor at the International University of Japan, who went by the name of Akito Inoue. The creation of Ivalice became a joint effort between Yasumi Matsuno and longtime employee of Square, Hiroyuki Ito. Ivalice would be envisioned as a fictional world with its own identity, a medieval-like world where magic and machine exist together. Even though Ivalice would be made a world into its own direction, the usual elements of Final Fantasy such as chocobos, moogles, eidolons, crystals, and magic spells would help blend the setting to make it feel like it belonged to the Final Fantasy mythos. Yasumi Matsuno would lead the project as the game's director, base story planner, and scenario writer, but he would be accompanied by his colleagues Hiroshi Minagawa for art and event direction, and Akihiko Yoshida as the character designer and background art designer. Veteran members of the Final Fantasy team also joined in, such as Hironobu Sakaguchi being the game's producer, Hideo Manaba as the art supervisor and battle maps designer, and Hiroyuki Ito being in charge of the overall game design and main planner of the battle system. For being a spin-off in the Final Fantasy series that Hironobu Sakaguchi continued to stick with for almost 10 years, both Nobuo Uematsu and Yoshitaka Amano were not involved in Final Fantasy Tactics creation. This was mainly due to Uematsu coming off of composing music for Final Fantasy VII and about to hit it off with Final Fantasy VIII, while Amano was still busy with his art exhibits and shops in the Western markets, and Amano did not contribute to any title logo illustration for Final Fantasy Tactics, as Akihiko Yoshida provided that instead. In terms of the game's music composition, Hitoshi Sakimoto and his friend Masaharu Iwata, two good friends of Matsuno who presented the music for both Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre during his time at Quest, were asked by Matsuno to once again work on the soundtrack for a game he was creating. Plus, he asked them...
This guy, the RRPG reviews, huge. Really good.
...to do so after the initial release of Final Fantasy VII in January 1997 from Japan. Sakimoto composed 47 tracks, while Iwata composed 24 tracks to bring about 71 tracks in total. The orchestral timbres and most of the tunes were synthesized with performance by Katsutoshi Kashiwabara and sound programming by Hidenori Suzuki. Development for Final Fantasy Tactics spanned for 2 years after Matsuno joined Square, and would finally see a release for the Sony PlayStation on June 20th, 1997 in Japan,
I mean, at that point,
January 28th, 1998 for North America, with publishing duties done by Sony Computer Entertainment America. Although it technically became an unnamed world before it was fully fantasized as one sometime later, Final Fantasy Tactics takes place in the Kingdom of Ivalice, a country located in a peninsula surrounded by sea on the north, west, and south, with a headland south of the landmass. Its main geography features ranging landscapes, from plains to mountain ranges, to deserts and forests. The kingdom is mostly populated by the human race, with intelligent monsters living around less populated areas. Magic is the predominant force of the land aside from chivalry and strength, although ruins and artifacts indicate that past populace relied on machinery to thrive around the world, such as airships and robots. Ivalice as a kingdom encompasses 7 different territories: Fovoham, Galleon, Limberry, Lionel, Zeltinia, the Holy Territory of Morand, and the royal capital of Lazali, with its neighbors being the Kingdom of Ordalia in the east and the military nation of Ramonda to the north, across the Rana Strait.
Yeah,
Despite
but
the fact that the three nations
I have to
share
chop
common
wood if I
bloodlines that are
want
within
more.
royalty, major wars have sparked between them
Fuck
throughout
me,
Ivalice's
like
history. On the sidelines, an influential
aged
religious
wood.
institution
It's a
known as
problem.
the Morand Glabados Church heads the dominant faith.
I'm
which
tempted
centers
to
around a
just
religious
sell all
figure known as
this
Saint Ajora.
and not
Saint
even
Ajora
do the
is a
work, but I mean,
historical
I think
figure
I
in
need to do the
Ivalice's
work. I
history
need
who
the aged
prophesied many
wood.
disasters that were inbound for people who were not careful.
Sakai,
Even during
Rawhide,
his
I
time
mean,
as a
there's
child.
some stuff.
Those who witnessed his prophecies were miracles, and Ajora a child of the gods. Because of this, his influence would only escalate as he would continue to preach. At the age of 20, Ajora had a new prophecy that paradise was coming for everyone. However, the priests of the forest religion within Ivalice reported him to the Holy Empire of Eudora, where they declared him a heretic and traitor. One of Ajora's disciples, under the name of Germanique, reported the preacher's whereabouts and had him
18
executed
layer
for his
leather,
practices.
no resin
However,
hide
the
though,
dominant
regular
religion
leather.
of Farism was punished by God, and they, along with
Well, that
Moran,
was
were
fun.
completely wiped off
So,
the map in a
let's
tidal
go
wave as
see.
a result. Those who had faith in Ajora built a new religion that honored the man with his own holy land called the Church of Glabados. For the next 1,200 years, the truth about Ajora being a spy with selling information to enemies and not solely as a priest would be long forgotten, as Saint Ajora Glabados
all of
would
that,
continue
but the
to be
silk I
remembered as
need
a
to
hero
wire
amongst the people
weave.
to the present day. Unknown to the
the
people,
wire
a
weave.
darker and more dangerous
So
truth would lie deep within the church, as it would be the headquarters
yeah, I have a lot of
camouflaging
silk,
a dangerous
so
and
like
dastardly entity called Ultima, who is the leader of a legion of demons called the Lucavi.
I'm gonna take the
Their true
reagents for
intent in
now, but
causing
that's
so much
200 pounds.
bloodshed
But I mean, I don't
to
really
revive the
care. I'm gonna
master
take the
after
reagents for
demise
now.
1200 years in the
I go
past.
take
By
all
doing
of this
this,
shit
they
to
take form of crystal stones called
smelt
orosites
and
that would hold the power of a
cycle.
monster that follows in line between the 12 zodiacs to cause destruction.
Like,
In
I
the
don't
present
know.
day,
There
Italy's
isn't that
ended
much
its war
here,
with the
but
nations of both Ordalia and Romanda in what
go
was known as the
take it
50-Year War, and is currently facing economic problems and political
I mean,
strife
if we look
after
at
the kingdom's
Windward,
defeat. Adding to its problems would be the
yeah,
recent
they're
death
wood
of the
shops
king,
tier
whose
5,
heir is only a
tanneries
baby
4,
boy.
smelters
Due to the infant
5.
being unable to rule after
The only
being
one
born,
that I don't have
Regent
is
would be needed to
Loom,
rule
but I
in
mean
place
they
of the
have a
prince.
level 3
Regent has
Loom.
adopted half-sister named
Our
Princess
Loom isn't even
Obelia,
that far, I don't
and the
think.
kingdom becomes split between two armies, the Order of the Northern Sky and the Order of the Southern Sky, with one under the leadership of Duke Larg and
So,
the other of
Loom,
Duke Otani. Their
Silk,
constant battle for the rightful heir to the throne
takes
and to rule
current tier
Italy
3,
would
but no,
result
I
in
need
the
tier
central
4
conflict called the War
Loom.
of the Lions.
They don't have
Central to
that.
Final Fantasy Tactics plot would be two main characters named Ramza Beolv and Delita Hyrule. These two men are childhood friends being born
See,
from
Windsward,
different social
it doesn't
classes,
have that
Ramza
level
being a
fucking
noble, while Delita is a
fortune.
commoner. Both of them disregarded this fact and grew
Or
up
Loom,
together
I mean.
believing in justice and honor,
Tier
as
3
taught by Ramza's
Loom.
late father, Barbanath Beolv. As the story
That
progresses,
was...
both characters could not remain
Yeah,
with
that
each other
was,
side by side,
that's
as many
Monarch's
conflicts
Bluffs,
changed
yeah.
their viewpoint on life.
So what
Delita
else is
wanting
left
to
here?
achieve his
It's
dreams
like...
through the means of manipulating the
I
upper
never
class
even
after
went
the
to
tragic loss of his
Kutliski's.
sister,
Oh, yeah, I
Tietra
did.
Hyrule, while Ramza believes in justice and
So...
honor, regardless of name and class, while not caring for
Yeah,
those
but they
who
don't
think
have
them
a
as
tier 4
criminal.
Loom.
To this effect, he discovers that the Church of Globados is actually
What about
instigating
First
the war from
Light?
behind the scenes, and is labeled a heretic for
Tier
his
4
actions in trying to
Loom,
fight
nope,
back
nobody
and
has a
expose
tier
their
4 Loom,
deathless
so...
deeds. The
I
story
can't
is
do
chronicled
these
in an
silk threads
anthology called
yet.
the Durai
I mean,
Report
it could
that
be
tells the
possible
story of
that that
Ivalice and
was
its
leveled
history as a
up,
kingdom
but
that
it
went through so much
is-
hardship and struggle to lead it into a brighter future for peace. And all
Like, coming
information
up to
within
Great
its history
Cleave
point out as
and taking
Delita
a look at
Hyrule
the
being the hero during
two
these dark times, while Ramza is declared the root of all evil.
settlements.
This report was discovered by a historian named Aroslam J. Durai, and he seeks to reveal the truth of Ramza's role during the war and why it was covered up by the Church of Globados in the first place.
Yeah,
Final Fantasy Tactics is split up between 4 chapters, with the first serving as a history of Ramza and Delita trying to become Northern Sky Knights for the Castle of Agros, which Ramza is a part of, only to know the truth behind many of Ivalice's problems that would force
I actually
the friends
don't
to go their
think
separate ways.
I
The
have
next
much
chapter
more to
would see
do
Ramza
here.
coming
I
to know
can
the
sell,
truth about
but
the Church of
I
Globados
did
and some of their actions
stone.
on
I don't know.
Mount
Did I
Doom.
do stone?
The
I
third
don't
chapter
know.
would point out Ramza's struggles to stop the war while being
I can
branded a
sell all
heretic,
the rest of this.
and the
It's
final chapter
fine.
would chronicle Ramza helping Delita with ending the war while finally reaching the heart of the Church's true goal, to stop Ultima from destroying Ivalice upon her revival. Aroslam Durai confirms that Ramza was the true hero of the story, and he plans to expose the Church in the crime of providing false information in the Kingdom of Ivalice. This tale in Ivalice's history would be known as the
What?
Zodiac Brave story.
Oh, all that CT and stuff, yeah. I want to do that. 289 shade cloth, yeah. I am full, but see, that's not too good. It's fine. I'll just sell. That'll
Final
fix it.
Fantasy Tactics plays very similarly to Quest's own Tactics Ogre, but with its own innovations and creations by adding in elements of the entire Final Fantasy franchise to the whole game. Players are pitted into going through the Kingdom of Ivalice as Ramza.
Why do I have so
where
much
he must
salvant?
travel on the world map through many lined paths between towns.
I do want to drop
and
like half of it.
potential
It's too much
conflict zones.
weight. It's
Towns and castles could be offered as safe zones,
insane.
where players can go into shops to buy items and
Sigildor,
equipment,
right?
taverns to hear about gossip surrounding the designated location,
65.
near it,
Let's run it
recruitment offices
cheaper
to hire
too,
new soldiers to join
underpriced.
Ramza's entourage, and possibly sell fur for extra
Yep,
gil.
64.
When in combat zones, players can use Ramza and his allies to
The
fight off against
silk
enemies in stages that
threads.
are rendered in 3D.
49,
and control bitmaps, sprites,
65.
and characters with numerous commands while viewing the
At
battle
that
from
point,
an
I can
isometric
just
bird's eye view.
sell.
Certain
It's
conflict
fine.
zones that are
250.
highlighted in red will signify progression for the game's story, while blue ones represent towns and castles, and green ones
Tannin,
are areas
hyssop.
where
Ooh, I
battles
have a
can
lot of
occur
hyssop. That's
if they
good.
generate at random. Any
Berries,
battle
got a
in
lot of
location that is
those.
highlighted in red means that Ramza
2
must
gold
partake in the
apiece.
fight, while locations being
Sure.
highlighted with
Let's
green
do
can ignite random
200
battles where any ally to the player's choosing can fight in a battle, and not just controlling Ramza himself.
Just
When
do
in
them
doubt,
all for
several
one.
factors
I'll
come into
take
play
I'll
that
take
would
it
last
for one.
longer than a usual battle seen in a mainline installment, which were
Star
faster by
Metal Ore
comparison.
at
The characters in the
37,
field would have their own set of
57.
hit points, magic
At that
points,
point,
charge
I'm
time for
okay
when they are
with.
able to take their turn in battle, bravery points.
You kind of like hammering me with this, like while I try to think. So I'm gonna pause it for a minute, and I'm gonna change the vibe. Thank you so much for supporting me, you guys. It's good to see you. Yeah. I'll just play that. Okay, we saw all. Oh, I saw that already. Okay. The wire weave, the thick hide. The thick hide, I don't know. Yeah, the thick hide. I mean, yeah, I'll take that money. I don't care. I don't care if it supports them or whatever. If it means that I don't have to think, I'm all for it. You know, if I don't have to think, I'm all for it. What do you mean 100? There's no timber for sale at all. What? So I don't know. What will you pay for timber? I don't know. What? Something tells me 280, but see, I want 320 since I'm alone. Yeah, 320 for 309. All I'm gonna do is set the price. That's it. So whatever. Buy timber, motherfucker. I don't care. There's 300 of it. Yeah, whatever. Satine, selling it for 50, 90, almost double the price. So got a lot of it. So let's see if we can sell at 90. I'd be okay with that if it's slow. Let it sell for a while. All the rest of this is fine. I don't know why all my wordwood planks are gone. I chopped a lot of wordwood. I just don't know where it is. It's gonna be... had a lot more than this. But anyways. Yeah, what do those sell for? And they'll actually sell, yeah. I'll sell something one of them for gold, and that's fine. Yeah, it's good enough. I don't know where all of my shit went. I think some of it's like in... no, wait. Yeah, some of it's in this one. Smelting, but yeah, and there's 138 wordwood right there. And Agewood. See, I didn't pull the mats. I should just go pull all that because it's sort of wasteful. And like, is there more in fucking is there more in Morningdale? There shouldn't be. Yeah, I don't think I have anything in storage there. My storage is 0, right? Yeah. So okay, let's go pull from Restless then. Fast travel, yeah. Wait, what's my current weight? This thing needs to go in the storage. You're like, shouldn't I dump most of this stuff? Yeah. Let's have a lot more room now. Alright, that's good. And then, like, good. And then... So, I don't see anything else here that's pressing except for, like, consolidating loot, which, so yeah, so technically we'll go to Restless and we'll recall to, no, we'll fast travel, yeah. Wait, all together now, group contribution, XP gain, no. Anyways, what am I doing? I'm going to this shovel, yes. Where else do I have stuff? Like, where else did you leave stuff? There's a lot of aged wood right there. See, that seems weird. Like, I don't know. Yeah, more aged wood than I can use, you know? Let's go pick up some of it. I got 333 gold somehow for just now. I wonder why. But I'll take it, sure. Yeah. Okay, so... come over here and take a look at what we can carry in terms of wood. Because I could do some wood action here. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take all of it, yeah. And, we'll go cycle it. I don't know if I should have sold my lumber, but oh well. You know, too late now. So, what I don't have is lumber. I don't have a lot of timber. I sold my timber. I shouldn't have done that. So now I need to, like, go get a whole bunch of fucking timber. Oh my god, look at all that. It weighs. It fucking weighs. It sucks. The aged wood is good, though. It's and plus, I don't know. I don't have a lot of room for this. I realize now why I had it where I had it. I'd like to sell it. Let's go see what I can get for this, because I think it's a lot. Yeah, sell this for, like, let's see what this will go for, right? You say 5 cents, 14 cents. Yeah, like, let's say 14 then. Whatever that'll be. It's like 260 gold or something. It's not that good, but it's fine. See if that sells, because it's far too much for me. So I could go make potions. I might be able to do that here. Let's see. Can I make strongs? Oh, this one current is tier 2, but I could go make strong alkalis with some water and hyssop and stuff. and make a slew of potions. Like, enough to, you know, to really fucking sell. I can't carry around a lot of this stuff. I'm just gonna put it away for now and let it stack. You know, fuck it. Yeah, it's good. So now, I need this hyssop, which I don't have on me. Where's that hyssop? Hyssop, right? In the food, there'll be water. Yep, I want to take that water. Yep. Then we're gonna make a fuck ton of... Oh yeah, I need bulrush cob, right? Yeah, a lot of bulrush cob. I'll also need like all of those life motes. Where is that? It's like... There's earth, air, soul. Where is all those life ones? That's weird. Where's those 500 life ones? That seems odd. Did I use them all? I might have. Earth mode, air mode, fire mode, water mode, soul mode, death mode, life mode. 20 life modes. That's it, huh? Yeah, I'm out. I'm out of those. That sucks. So life modes is a thing. I actually believe I cannot do anything here without purchasing some life modes. So we'll take a look at that, right? Like mass produce some potions to get our Arcana up. Life modes, right? Life modes. Yeah, 99. Jesus Christ. Like sort by price. Yeah, like 80 cents. I mean, it's good, but it's not amazing. I'm going to place a buy order. What's my competition at? 80. Current orbit buy orders are at 50. Wow, 55. God damn it, man. Let's pay 56. And I'd like, yeah, about 500 of them. Yeah, like 500 of them or so. Get them for cheap, yeah. I mean, with the hyssop and the buy order, the buy order would come in. Yeah, that's fine. So, I don't know. I'd like to check the auction house for better food, and like I don't know if there's anything else here, but like I don't know. Invited you to join Esqualda, invited me to join Amarine. No, thank you. Blind Amarine, no. No, thank you. Silk threads. I am looking for... Oh, yeah, there's 138 Weirwood. What would we pay for that? 110. Doesn't good enough, does it? Anyway, we're looking for... We're looking for... Yeah, okay, looking for not light meal, but satisfying meal. Oh, yeah, looking for... No, we're looking for buy the consumables. Health recovery foods, which would be, yeah, satisfying meal. Yeah, 5 for 70. I'll take them. I don't know. All 70, man. All 70 is so expensive. But yeah, I'll take all 70. Did you buy them? Yeah, what? No. Potions, recovery foods, health recovery, satisfying meal. Buy all 70, right? Yep. There we go. And then you're going on my bar. And I want to split some of this. Like, yeah, let's say 35 goes to me. Yeah, split like 35. I want to sell like, yeah, like down here we have like 70 satisfying meals. I want to place a sell order for 10. Right, yeah, for 35 of these, and we'll take the 350 I spent, and we'll walk with the, we'll walk with the meals I already got. Right, yeah, 35. There we go, better. And then I don't know why, but I should technically have some other form of heal on my bar, but I don't know what the fuck it would be, you know? I don't know what it would be. I wish there was another potion in this game, but yeah. That is an earring slot. Why don't I have an earring at all? I don't have an earring? Oh my god. You don't sell any, huh? Where the fuck do I get an earring at? Why did, like, oh my god, what happened there? Earrings, right? Earrings. Refresh. Alright, show me anything I can't equip. Yeah, like, when does this start? Like, what? Okay, sort by GS here. Yeah. 498 is the lowest. 57. $498. Yeah, that's cool, but I mean, I'm down a slot, which is like not good. Oh well, I mean, I can't do anything about that unless, I don't know, unless I'm sitting on an earring. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, so we're doing pretty good here. That can go away. That can go away. We're doing good on most of this. Those things, the powerful regions. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, and then I believe I'm good now. Can go back to, not Restless, but... Yeah, that place, and but I will go down the coast from there. Doing good. Oh, there's another one in Stormglade, but I don't know if. Yeah, like that's faster, huh? It is. We'll do that next, and then. Ooh, lodestone. Cool. So I'm going the wrong way, huh? Yeah, but not really, no. Not really. No, because it's, I always forget about this, but yeah, to get up, you have to go all the way the fuck over. It's a lot harder than it looks. Probably easier to just run out north from the settlement, but... I don't know, this seems like it goes there, you know? Seems like it's a good path. I get to run in the rain, which is cool, you know? Let's see what else this guy has to say about,
points to muster up a character's courage to effectively fight in a battle with their physical strength and weapons, and faith points determine a character's faith in God that will measure if their magic can be utilized much more successfully. Brave and faith statuses are unique, as they can be the ultimate factor to see if a player's party will be effective or completely worthless in many of the game's battles. When fighting in battles that are random or important for story progression, the player commands their army to move around the battlefield and execute actions that will help their allies and guests while taking advantage of their abilities to successfully defeat the opposing forces in conflict. Random battles and certain ones within the story follow the primary objective of defeating all enemies to successfully win, but certain conflicts within the story may change the primary objective by selecting a certain opposing enemy the player must defeat, or to keep a guest character alive all the way through to ensure success. Most of the enemies in the battles that are story-based usually revolve around human characters who have allegiances toward the many kingdoms, order groups, mercenary bands, or even the Church of Glabados. Random battles, along with a few story-based objectives, will mostly see Ramza and his allies fight off against the many monsters that are exclusive in the game, as well as ones seen in past Final Fantasy games, such as goblins, chocobos, bombs, etc. If players wanted to take a break from battles and learn more about the lore and items surrounding the Kingdom of Ivalice, they are granted privilege to learn about the many characters they come across on their journey, or learn about the story by uncovering their full biographies, or to know about the items they obtain, such as the Aura Sites, holding the Zodiac Braves.
Look at all these blue trees.
As players fight in battles to stay alive and grind their characters with their levels, Final Fantasy Tactics' biggest feature that triumphantly returns from both Final Fantasy 3 and 5 is the job class system. Being more prone to follow Final Fantasy V's mechanics in the job class system, characters can partake in using abilities from not just their selected jobs, but from others with abilities they already unlocked for other classes to execute. Grinding a character's job plays out more like grinding a character's level for stronger statistics, but the only difference is that a job class requires job points to level up classes much quicker than the mainline entries. By collecting job points, not only can a character grind their selected class, but they could also allocate those points for abilities that can be obtained when that criteria is met. For those eager to grind a job to its fullest would have to undergo many random battles to ensure success to utilize those specific abilities and actions found within their jobs. Actions that can be learned can benefit a character when in the fields, as certain actions such as moving extra grid spaces to approach and retreat from a threat, or ascending and descending from higher and lower elevation with relative ease. Some others, like Chemist, can move around and locate items that are invisible to the naked eye, or certain jobs may retain an auto-regen ability to gradually restore hit points. Final Fantasy Tactics has 20 standard jobs available to all the players' party members, with their default job being exclusive to themselves. The standard jobs available are Squire, Chemist, Knight, Archer, White Mage, Black Mage, Monk, Mystic, Thief, Time Mage, Geomancer, Orator, Dragoon, Summoner, Samurai, Bard, Ninja, Arithmetician, Dancer, and Mime. Each job would have their own attributes, actions, and abilities that reflect the jobs seen in the past with Final Fantasy 3 and 5. The Bard job is exclusive to males, whereas the Dancer job is exclusive to females. However, certain jobs are special to characters who are within and outside of the playable party, such as Holy Knight for the female knight called Agrias Oaks, Machinist to the young engineer named Mustadio Bunanza, and Sword Saint to the swordmaster named Sidolphus Orlandu. Final Fantasy Tactics' rendition of the character Cid. The special jobs play very similarly to Ramza's Squire job when it comes to reaction, support, and movement abilities, but their actions only come off being exclusive to themselves. Many of these jobs for the established characters in the Zodiac Brave story can be accessed after Ramza has guests or fully recruited soldiers in his cause.
Oh, damn it.
These special jobs can be Yasumi Matsuno's nod to characters with their selected jobs in past installments of the series, or as merely fan service to more well-known.
Why did 7 fucking mobs get on me?
Appearing as a special guest who can be recruited into Ramza's army. If any player would be up to the task, they can endure nearly 100 hours of grinding every job for any character they wanted to play as, so they can be mastered to unlock newer jobs and abilities they can learn from certain enemies and monsters within random battles or the story. Mastering all the jobs would prove to be a long and daunting chore for players who were up to the task, but that task alone, along with story and its 70 story battles to encompass the whole tale, made Final Fantasy Tactics brim with so much depth and richness as a spin-off, which most of them of that caliber were made with smaller values and scopes in mind. Fantasy Tactics would surpass all other spin-offs in their deliveries as the game would continue Square's impressive track record by receiving universal critical acclaim. Many critics viewed it as Square's first true attempt in successfully creating a game in the tactical RPG genre that would be forever regarded as a classic, despite it feeling a bit uneven. Those who enjoyed the game would note that the overall learning curve was simple, yet so steep that would only offer many possibilities to balance the challenging nature of what all stood in their way for progression. Even those who couldn't get into the gameplay thought that the overall story was just as deep with its character development, and the plot twist would only make them crave for what was about to come next. The overall narrative, with it being dark and tragic, was also one of the story's strongest suits that critics and gamers enjoyed, as Ivalice was filled with a deep history of tragedy and heroism. Its presentation would also be heavily lauded with praise, as the level of detail within the character and enemy sprites within the mini battle maps benefited to the game's overall charm, and the character designs by Akihiko Yoshida provided a simple and cute appearance many people did not expect for any game they saw at the time. The soundtrack by Hitoshi Sakimoto and Masaharu Iwata was also critically acclaimed for its rich and beautiful orchestral music, as many people compared their work very favorably to what Nobuo Uematsu envisions for every main series game he works on for Final Fantasy. While Final Fantasy Tactics' greatest strength came from its gameplay and story, those aspects would also be stemmed as the game's greatest weakness, because of criticism being inbound to those elements, along with its overall localization effort. Final Fantasy Tactics' difficulty became very inconsistent, with each encounter against enemy units being totally random, as well as them inducing overpowered enemy units and party members that made grinding levels very tedious and detrimental as a result. Not only that, but the item system came off being extremely repetitive to many, and the battlefields for each location came off feeling too small and not large enough to invoke better strategies. Though the game's story was very in-depth, some noted the overall plot was confusing at times. Finally, reviewers became very critical of the game's localization efforts, as they found it to be poorly written, being rife with grammatical mistakes that would almost stop players from enjoying the game's storyline. The best way they found to play out the battles is for players to best understand quote-unquote strength versus strength and proper spacing of troops when going up against magic users. Regardless of the game's criticisms that were to be had, it became very receptive to those who cherish it very dearly and rendered Final Fantasy Tactics into a cult classic status, with many people continuing to play it for its rewarding experience and expansive lore they continue to get lost in throughout time. On top of which, fan communities on the internet have come together with the sole intent in modding and balancing the game for a more stable and streamlined experience, and member activity has occurred for 14 years after the game's release. Final Fantasy Tactics received numerous accolades and awards even long after its release for being one of the most obscure but best games of all time, and it would go on to sell nearly 2.5 million copies worldwide, making it a critical and commercial success. For a spin-off game in the series that was actually big in scope and depth, some felt that those sales were probably not enough to render it a success, while others thought they were justified as is because of Final Fantasy Tactics being that of a spin-off, and according to Square, they became very surprised that the game actually sold as well as it did. After Final Fantasy Tactics released to critical acclaim, Yasumi Matsuno started work on a new game that would be made from scratch, not continuing the tradition of his works using strategy or tactics as their base gameplay. By the year 2000, it would release on the PlayStation from all over the world, and it would be known to the eyes of gamers and critics under the name Vagrant Story. Instead of opting in another tactics game, Vagrant Story would be what Matsuno conceived as an action role-playing game that took place in the fictitious city of Le Mans, while the kingdom of Valendia is engulfed in civil war, and it would star a man from the Valendia Knights of the Peace, known as Ashley Riot, as his mission was to pursue and assassinate a cult leader named Sidney Lost Tarot of a religious cult known as Mollencamp, but goes up against the Order of the Crimson Blades, along with their commander, Romeo Guildenstern, as he has a blind lust for power. Most of the game would pit players in controlling Ashley Riot through the many areas surrounding Le Mans and the catacombs underneath the city, and he would go up against monsters and enemy soldiers that stood in his way through real-time battle sequences that involved attacking specific body limbs to turn the tide in their favor. Magic in Vagrant Story can be learned when players pick up items called grimoires to unlock those abilities, and weapons can be created and customized to the player's choosing to determine how effective they can be used on foes. However, the biggest feature in the combat is the risk system, which will affect Ashley's concentration against enemies. The longer Ashley attacks a target, the more risk points he induces, which will lower his accuracy and defenses as a result. So battles had to be played more strategically than going all out toward enemies. The other big feature many come to remember is how weapon and armor customization came at an all-time high, as combining different weapons and armor can produce newer versions of the armor they already possess, or conceive brand new ones not obtainable by any other means. While the game is not related to the Final Fantasy franchise in any way, many thought it was related as they found many references from Final Fantasy Tactics, such as names of locations being mentioned in Vagrant Story's plot, including Araslan J. Darai narrating the tale through text. According to Yasumi Matsuno in an interview with the French gaming publication known as Joypad, the original plan for Vagrant Story was to not place it in the Ivalice universe by becoming its own thing, but plot elements that were found before and long after Vagrant Story came about were meant to be intertextual reference to the Ivalice title as a form of fan service. Regardless of Matsuno's own words, Vagrant Story became another critical and commercial success for Square, with many praising Yasumi Matsuno for once again creating a game with a very deep and intuitive storyline and gameplay that was very strategic and balanced, but possibly a bit too complex. The music that was exclusively done by Hitoshi Sakimoto would receive high remarks, as he would also go on to claim that it became one of his favorite projects he has ever worked on. Those who enjoyed the world of Ivalice found any game as a welcomed addition to its growing library and expansive history that Matsuno continues to expand upon at each opportunity he receives, and Vagrant Story became no exception.
Life modes. 40 of them. Oh yeah.
Before and after the turn of the century, Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story became two products that proved to be extremely important to not only Square, but to a vocal minority who still regard the world of Ivalice to such high standards. However, many of those who come to love and appreciate Final Fantasy Tactics as a really important piece of work in Square's history were eagerly awaiting what possibly might be in store next for the world that Yasumi Matsuno shaped and created. By 2002, Square successfully purchased Matsuno's former employer, Quest Corporation, and he was reunited by many of his colleagues he had worked with when working on both Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre. The reunification between Matsuno and those who worked at Quest led to them collaborating on a new project along with veteran members of the Final Fantasy team, and rumors about this new game's development commenced after Square announced a publishing agreement with Nintendo, which Matsuno confirmed to be true. Instead of developing a game for the Nintendo GameCube, Matsuno and his past co-workers decided to return back to their roots by creating another tactics game set in the world of Ivalice on Nintendo's newest 32-bit handheld, the Game Boy Advance. This decision would make many speculate that a port of Final Fantasy Tactics might be made possible on the Game Boy Advance, or that a sequel could get underway after the original game's ending was left open to see Realms of Beowulf make a return. Unfortunately, it was not to be, as the development team behind this new Final Fantasy Tactics game created a new installment with a new story and new characters relevant to the plot. It would be known to the public under the name Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and it continued the tradition of what was established from the PlayStation original, while updating features and introducing new elements such as the humanoid races of the Bonga, the Numo, and the Vieira, along with Mughals making a fifth race aside from just humans. On top of which, each race has their own set of jobs, as certain ones are completely exclusive to one another. Players would take control of a young boy named March Radiuju, along with his own clan of warriors, to go on missions that would help him find a way back to his home of St. Ivalice, while he, his brother Doned, and two of his closest friends named Mute Randall and Ritz Malheur are trapped inside of a book called Final Fantasy, a nod to the series, where the world in the book could presumably be based on Ivalice's history. Many people even claim that March bears a strong resemblance to Realms of Beowulf from Final Fantasy Tactics when it came to his hair. The base gameplay with fighting in battlefields, story progression, item management, army formation, job growth, class change, and all those seen from Final Fantasy Tactics remained the same in the Game Boy Advance successor, but new gameplay elements such as the law system, missions, turf possession, and summons called totemas were made available. The law system sees almost all random battles, story-based conflicts, and 300 missions have a judge become present to moderate the battles, and to see if the playable clan and enemies are following his or her own set of laws. If a law is broken during the battle, that character would receive either a yellow or red card as a penalty. The yellow cards serve as a warning to not continue using that said action, item, weapon, or magic type in a battle if that law is broken. The upside is that the party member can continue fighting, but suffer a harsh penalty that would affect them throughout the rest of the fight, such as no experience points or AP gained from defeating enemies, or even having a piece of their equipment confiscated as punishment. Red cards are a whole different story, as being issued one of those will automatically remove that select unit from battle and is taken to prison as a result. If March receives a red card in a fight, then it is game over by default. The yellow cards will continue to give March or any member of his clan the penalties they retained from the previous battle into oncoming ones. If they wanted to get rid of them, they could go to the Sprome prison and serve a sentence for however many days or battles they are given to be fully pardoned for their penalties. Anti-law cards in the player's possession can help alter or bring about new or forbidden laws favorably or unfavorably by chance. Luckily, 3 zones on the world map go under the name Jagd, meaning the hunt in German, where any battles fought in them will make all allies and enemies in those places be immune to all laws. But the only downside is that characters will permanently leave the player's clan, whereas March will also give an automatic game over if they are killed. Missions only happen when a specific area has that side quest available for the players to tackle, or when targets become available for the player to try and hunt down wanted monsters or criminals that are brought about. Next up, turf possession would make zones become safe from any monsters or rival clans from taking possession of what the players already deemed as their own, while missions unaffected zones' ownership. Lastly, totems are special summons in the game that can be found during the main story. Any member of any race within March's clan can call forth these Eidolons to unleash massive damage onto enemies when in battle, and a few of them come from the Lucavi in Final Fantasy Tactics. Many of these elements not only would restrict players of their freedom to do what they want, but they would also act as a means to balance out the difficulty, as would force players to take on different tactics than remaining complacent with what they are comfortable with. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance would be well received upon its release, with many praising the game as an outstanding entry in the Game Boy Advance's library because of it retaining its legacy that borrowed elements from Tactics Ogre while offering freedom to players with how they wish to develop their characters. However, criticism was thrown to the game's menu, which became cluttered with so many options that were complicated in organizing clan members and did not detail out statistics for characters and equipment. This also led to some critiquing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance for holding too many jobs, as some of them overlapped one another, or certain abilities became redundant. Despite these criticisms, the game's music being a combined effort between Hitoshi Sakimoto, Kaori Okoshi, Ayako Saso, and Nobuo Uematsu, the graphics that were much more bright and colorful as opposed to the dark atmosphere from the PlayStation original, the gameplay which was also simple but steep, and its rich gripping storyline made Final Fantasy Tactics Advance worthy of tactical RPG and Final Fantasy fans to add to their collection of Final Fantasy games and Game Boy Advance games they have. Plus, the added benefit of using the Game Boy Advance link cable to link with another GBA platform to bring about local multiplayer only added to the charm of implementing co-op to the experience. By this day, the game has done well commercially by selling over 2 million units worldwide. Has made a dominant presence during the 3rd, 4th, and 5th console generations in gaming. Final Fantasy X and 11 continued to thrive in pushing beyond what was already seen since Hironobu Sakaguchi created the series during the Famicom era, so it would only make sense for there to be a 3rd mainline installment to end off the franchise's run on the PlayStation 2. Development for Final Fantasy XII began in December 2000, as Hironobu Sakaguchi picked Yasumi Matsuno, who worked on Final Fantasy Tactics, and Hiroyuki Ito, who directed Final Fantasy IX, to both direct the overall game. After being impressed with the lore and world that both Matsuno and Ito conceived for Final Fantasy Tactics, Square thought it would be wise that the newest mainline entry should take place in Ivalice. Yasumi Matsuno would not only be a co-director for the game, but he was also in charge of the story with creating its base concept at the early stages of development. For being set in the world of Ivalice like what was seen in the games that Matsuno worked for during his early days with Square, Final Fantasy XII's story would be completely original, that starred a new cast of characters, and set during a time not seen in any of the other games with Ivalice as its main kingdom, country, or world. Final Fantasy XII would also see the likeliness of Matsuno's closest colleagues and friends, Hiroshi Minagawa, Akihiko Yoshida, Hitoshi Sakimoto, and Masaharu Iwata returning for their respective job roles in the game's development. However, others started to be a part of its development, such as Hideo Minaba and Osamu Kamikokurio leading the game's art direction, Daisuke Watanabe and Miwa Shoda writing the scenario with Matsuno, and Hayato Matsuo working on the music with Sakimoto and Iwata, while Nobuo Uematsu contributed to the game's main vocal theme. Yoshitaka Amano would also provide the game's title logo illustration, like he has done for almost all the mainline games ever since. Within the early stages of Final Fantasy XII's development, Hiroshi Minagawa revealed that numerous ideas and features were planned to be implemented into the game, but were dropped from the final stages due to certain constraints and hardware limitations on the PlayStation 2. Some of these ideas included the ability for a second player to join in the gameplay, enabling the feature of a two-player co-op mode. Another idea that was given a considerable amount of thought was the ability to recruit NPCs to join in mob hunts. However, none of these ideas went smoothly in the development because of the PlayStation 2's limitations and multiple number of non-playable characters joining the fray, and the development took longer than expected, which caused delays as a result. When working on the setting for Final Fantasy XII taking place in Ivalice, the team wanted to go for a mix of medieval Mediterranean countries that equally represented the nations in the game's world. To achieve this feat, the art team, along with its directors Hideo Minaba and Asami Kamikokurio, visited the country of Turkey to get an idea on how to establish the game's Mediterranean-style setting. The art team also thought outside the box by using styles and decor from other sources, including areas within the country of India and New York City in the United States. Minaba also went on to state that the art team also tried to bring about Arabic culture in the game's art design. By having some influence of Middle Eastern culture in Final Fantasy XII's world, the use of Sanskrit became important when one of the cities in the game, Ujerba, came to mind. Phrases such as Svagatam and titles like Parijana are lifted directly from this language, which is primarily used in Hinduism. Since war was also a prominent theme to the game's world, the developers also wanted the battles within the cutscenes to feel like they were ones that came during the times of ancient Rome. As with any of Yasumi Matsuno's games he directs and writes stories for, he would always be at the helm to conceive the world and its many different races, with Final Fantasy XII being no exception. Since humans were commonly used for any game, Matsuno thought about creating newer ones to bring about the many different races to enrich Ivalice with many different cultures. When the idea of creating the many different races in Final Fantasy XII became a thing, Yasumi Matsuno's fond memories of the original film trilogy of Star Wars by George Lucas would always come to mind. What Final Fantasy II did in being comparable to the story seen in Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope, Final Fantasy XII took inspiration from not only the stories seen in the movie, but the races that flourished in the different locations seen throughout. The many planets, villages, big cities, bazaars, the Galactic Empire, and the Organa Resistance faction would always have many unique characters from many different races that were not solely that of the human race. Characters like Yoda, Admiral Akbar, and Jabba the Hutt, along with the races of the Wookiees, Ewoks, and Jawas were placed as references to help inspire the creation of the characters and races within Ivalice. Other than the human race, who are now officially called Humes in Ivalice, races that were fully conceived in the end would be the Baknami, Bonga, Gareth, Helgas, Moogle, Numo, Akuria, Rev, Sheik, Uraton Yensa, and the Vieira, with 5 of those races appearing in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance to give a taste of what Final Fantasy XII's world would be like and populated with. Most of these races appear as humanoid creatures that resemble different species of animals, and they each display different strengths, weaknesses, physical descriptions, job types, behaviors, and dialects to not make them the same from one another. The only exception is that of the Akuria race, as they are thought of as the original deities that began in Ivalice's history before they closed themselves off into their own realm to let all the other races thrive in their evolution. Working on the races for Final Fantasy XII's world would also become a blueprint to shape all of the characters in the story. Going back to Matsuno's love of the Star Wars movies, he looked at the main heroes of the original trilogy to help shape the game's main protagonists. The early stages of development saw Yasumi Matsuno and Akihiko Yoshida conceiving the main character to be big and tough, as what Matsuno done when he created Ashley, Riot, and Vagrant's story. This would originally lead to the creation of Boss von Ronsenberg to become the game's main hero, as he was described as a strong man in his prime. Using Princess Leia Organa in the Star Wars franchise as inspiration, it would lead to the creation of Ashalia Banargan Dalmasca, who leads a resistance group against the main antagonistic force of the Arcadian Empire in the story. The next 2 characters to come were the conception of both Balthier and Fran, as they took the likeliness of both Han Solo and Chewbacca when it came to their strong friendship and camaraderie with challenging the unknown. Balthier and Fran were no different than what people come to enjoy about the 2 characters from Star Wars they knew and loved, but the relationship may have possibly been greater, and to the point where both of them have feelings for each other. With all 4 of those protagonists in place, it seemed that the story was to get well underway. However, an interesting development occurred where Yasumi Matsuno decided to have both a male and female avatar character come into play. and this would lead to the creation of both the street urchin and female orphan, Vaughn and Pinello. Both of them have very effeminate characteristics to their designs, and it was then that the development team made the last-minute decision to make Vaughn as Final Fantasy XII's central protagonist. The decision to make Vaughn the lead character has left some why Square decided to make him and Pinello have more of the central roles instead of keeping what they already had. There were conflicting reports surrounding this decision, such as the fact that the central portrayal of Ashley Riot, being a big and tough man in Vagrant story, signaled the unsuccessful reception and unpopularity of the character when it came to targeting Japan's demographic. Thus, Vaughn was made to target that demographic after much consideration from the development team, and they made his design look very similar to that of what Tetsuya Nomura would envision for the character if he had an androgynous appearance. This decision of Akihiko Yoshida making Vaughn's design being very similar to Tetsuya Nomura's own trademark design for his own characters was heavily criticized by both Japanese and Western gamers because of similar colors used in its color scheme. Even though it was too late in the development for any sort of drastic changes, the inclusion of both Vaughn and Pinello acting as avatar characters did not alter the importance of the others that were introduced long before their own creation, as Bosch, Ash, Balthier, and Fran remained as the important figures to Final Fantasy XII's plot. After everything was set in stone in terms of the characters, story, and concept, the creation of the game was well underway, as the team worked with their ideas they came up with or threw away in the development of Final Fantasy XII. At a shocking turn of events, Yasumi Matsuno's behavior during the project went through an unexpected change. In 2003, it was around that time when Hironobu Sakaguchi departed from Square Enix and by the next year started his own studio called Mistwalker that was financially backed by Microsoft. Several colleagues joined in Sakaguchi's departure, including many of who worked very closely with Matsuno during Final Fantasy XII's development. This outcome of his closest colleagues leaving the project in Square took a very deep hit within Yasumi Matsuno, as he became very temperamental towards this outcome, and he refused to come to work for a month because of it. After much needed cooling down, Matsuno returned back to Square Enix and continued his directorial duties on the game, but that alone would not ensure his full continuation on the project. In August 2005, midway through the production of Final Fantasy XII, Yasumi Matsuno stepped down from the project and departed from Square Enix due to a prolonged illness. As a result of Matsuno's departure, the development team was restructured as a consequence, with the new directorial duo consisting of Hiroshi Minagawa, along with Hiroyuki Ito remaining in his position, and longtime contributor of the series and the Saga series creator, Akitoshi Kawazu, became the game's executive producer. When word of Matsuno stepping down from the project and leaving Square Enix was made public, Hironobu Sakaguchi became very disappointed in this outcome and declined to play Final Fantasy XII beyond its introduction. Regardless of his departure, Yasumi Matsuno would still receive credit for the game's overall story and base concept he established. Final Fantasy XII would receive a heavy promotion for the game in Japan that included a PlayStation 2 bundle with the game, special-made Final Fantasy XII memory cards that had stickers of the characters included, and 3 Ultimanias with plenty of development tidbits, interviews between the development team and the voice cast, and other trivia. North America, on the other hand, did not have that much of a marketing campaign when compared to the likes of those done for Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X, but it did receive some publicity before its release, such as a demo disc of the game placed in copies of Square Enix's biggest RPG of 2005, Dragon Quest VIII, Journey of the First King. Final Fantasy XII was also heavily promoted during the 2006 Electronic Entertainment Expo in the Los Angeles Convention Center, as was being marketed to become Square Enix's big holiday release, and playable demos of the English version were available at Digital Live's Gaming Pavilion in New York City on October 11, 2006, which was dubbed Final Fantasy XII Gamers Day. Additionally, Square Enix gave fans a chance to cosplay as characters from Final Fantasy XII by showing 3 pictures of their costume for a chance to win a trip to New York City and participate in the Gamers Day event. Since December of 2000, Final Fantasy XII's development lasted for a little over 5 years, and this long development cycle would eventually place Final Fantasy XII within the Guinness Book of World Records as the game with the longest development cycle. Final Fantasy XII would finally release in Japan on March 16, 2006, North America on October 31, 2006, and in February 2007 for both Europe and Australia. Final Fantasy XII takes place in an unnamed world where the main country would be that of Ivalice, and its setting is during an age when magic is commonplace and airships pile the sky, crowding out the heavens. A golden age for the world with magic and technology bringing about newer possibilities for the people. At this time, magicite, a magic-rich mineral, is commonly used to call forth magic spells and achieving Ivalice's popular form of transportation by powering airships. divided into 3 continents with Ordalia to the west, Valindia to the north, and Kurwan to the southeast. A 4th landmass exists called Pervama, but it is found in the sky above the Naldoan Sea. All of these locations make up the Galtian Peninsula to embody the whole setting in Ivalice. Before and during the events of Final Fantasy XII, Ivalice is beset by a pending war between the empires of Rosaria and Arcadia, with the kingdom of Nebradia and the nation-state of Dalmasca sitting right in the middle of the war-torn conflict. Both the neutral parties have avoided ties to the war between the two empires, and they both helped strengthen Nebradia's status to the empires by having Princess Ashe of Dalmasca marry Prince Rassler of Nebradia could stand as one against imperial oppression. Unfortunately, this happiness was short-lived, as Rassler was killed in the Battle of Nalbina Fortress by the Arcadian Empire, and King Rominus of Dalmasca signed a peace treaty to have his own city-state being governed by Arcadia's imperial rule. Princess Ashe became a widow, and the treaty was a ruse for the Arcadians to murder King Rominus, to which Captain Bosch led the remains of the Order of Knights to save him. Sadly, they were too late, as the king and most of the knights from the Order were slain, with the captain and a cadet named Rex still standing. Bosch stabs Rex and gloats that he murdered the king for his betrayal, only to be captured and prosecuted for high treason. Rex was taken to a medical facility and died with his younger brother Vaughn standing near his side.
Bumble Blossom, 300 gold of it. Okay.
Marquis Ondor announced that Princess Ashe has committed suicide and that Bosch was executed for high treason. Or so they thought. However, Dalmasca was left without a ruler, and it was fully governed by the Arcadian Empire that is being led by the Emperor's third son and the game's main antagonist, Vayne Carudus Solidor. Final Fantasy XII is set up in that regard, as the game would see a group of heroes working together to take down Vayne in his quest to become the new Dynast King of Ivalice. Final Fantasy XII is led by the game's main protagonist named Vaughn, an orphan and street urchin who lives on the streets of Rabanaster with big dreams of becoming a sky pirate in command of an airship and to travel the world. Joining him are Penelo, Vaughn's closest friend and orphan who lost her family during the war between Dalmasca and Arcadia, who dreams of being a dancer while being
I've never seen a game with this kind of beautiful detail before. That grass in particular.
Shares the same goal. Bosch von Ronsenberg, the disgraced knight.
I remember this area. This area is so cool.
And Ashlea Banargan Dalmasca, the princess of the nation-state who was thought to have committed suicide, but faked her death and started a resistance group to help retake her fallen kingdom. Aside from those 6 protagonists being the heroes of Final Fantasy XII's story, several NPCs in relation to the plot could also join the heroes for a temporary time. A few of these would be Larsa Farinus Solidor, Vayne's younger brother, who is the polar opposite that only seeks peace to the world, Vossler York Azelas, a soldier who fought alongside Bosch in the Dalmascan army, but became Ashe's closest ally when they started the rebellion together, and Redis, a sky pirate from Valfonheim, who seeks to stop the Empire with preventing any events like the Battle of Nabudis from ever happening again. Aside from those characters,
this guy didn't spawn. Son of a bitch.
Neutrals and antagonists come into light, as minor characters such as Bagamnon, a ruthless bounty hunter of the Bongo race, who is in hot pursuit to hunt down both Balthier and Fran, Montblanc, a clan manager of the Mughal race, who helps Vaughn and his party with hunting marks of extreme difficulty, and the character Cid would appear under 2 incarnations, with the first being Alcid Margrace, who is in line to rule the throne of the Rosarian.
Graphically, this game is so off the hook beautiful sometimes. I find myself wanting other weather systems in it. Like water and like snow. I think you can make such a beautiful game. One of the ways they could have made New Worlds so much more cooler would be a total day-night. I mean, the day-night cycle's good, but I mean like a weather cycle where it about a quarter of the time it rains, a quarter of the time it's beautiful, a quarter of the time it's snowing, and a quarter of the time it's sunny. And you know, or on that side, but you know, like hot, you know, like really hot. And all the elemental things in between, right? From like snow to rain to sleet to, you know, full-blown, like, you know, freeze, you know, with slippery land and stuff. That, like, it's weird because a lot of them keep talking about, like, combat and all these systems and stuff, but, like, I think a good weather system is where you would start, you know? Like, the first thing I would do is if I were to make an MMO would be to slap down a big old island like this, and I would work on the weather first and foremost. I would work on the night cycle and the weather, and the way it manifests and what in different ways that you would see. Like one of the cool things I used to really love was this mod for Skyrim and like Oblivion and stuff. I forget the name of it, but it was like better weather effects or something like BFE or something like that. I forget, but some of that shit was so cool. You would exit whatever you were doing, and it would be a snowstorm outside. You know, you go to another city and it would be raining hardcore. You go to another city and it's beautifully sunny and wonderful and beautiful and stuff. And like I've yet to see them put that kind of care into a lifestyle game. Like Final Fantasy XI had it pretty good. Though I felt like it could have been deeper, like I want times of year, like a quarter of the year should be winter. You know, like I think Ashes of Creation, like Steven had a really big opportunity to do stuff like this, where like by whatever time of year it is what kind of storms you see in whatever part of the world. And I think that'd be so deep and cool. And we need these kind of weather effects where it's raining like this, or it's snowing and it's really beautiful, or it's clear as day, or it's foggy, or it's nighttime and it's dark or snowy or rainy or whatever. Get a lot of good weather effects and stuff in there. Oh, you fucking dick. You're gonna kill me, aren't you? I missed. See, he attacks so fucking fast that you can pretty much count on it. It's funny. I wonder if that's how other players would be too. You can count on that coming. Yeah. I do like the counter. I need to get used to using it. I need to pause here for just a second. Oh wait, somebody shooting me. Yep. Please don't kill me. Oh god. No, don't kill me. Oh god. Down on the ground. Yep. Oh. Alright. As we were pulling water, I think. I don't think I can. No, I don't think I can. Oh. I don't think so. Anyways. What is... Oh yeah, to feed Padre Nunez, which we know is like down at the graveyard. I don't know why. Oh, wait, is that him? That is him. Never mind, that's why. Because I let him slink away. I killed all the ads, but not him. So annoying. Did I aggro? Yeah, I did. It's weird. Like, I feel like Morningdale is when the game gets really cool. And there's like cool shit going on, and it's beautiful. It's just fucking beautiful. Any kind of atmospheric change like this at all was so widely welcome for me that you know, oh, like this is fucking beautiful. This morning, you never see weather effects like this in MMOs or games in general and stuff. This kind of beautiful weather effects. It's like, you know, it's like afternoon. It's sunny, but it's rainy. It's dark, but it's beautiful. The shadows are pronounced, but in the yellow and the light is done perfectly. Their engine is so immersive in terms of its, like, if you look for it, if you just let it wash over you, it's actually fairly good. Stab you in that red heart of yours that keeps throbbing. So, yeah, the Padre, he comes through, but like I can't take a Pat into other mobs right now. He'll be bad as it is. Hey, where'd you go, you fucker? I know you're here. I know you're padding around all these terrible mobs, but I don't see you for some reason. Fuck are you? No, this guy's like totally missing. Where the fuck are you, you stupid mob? That's not him. Something about the rain on the pike or the weapon itself. They got good detail with that, but you can hear it glitch. It fucking glitches like really bad. You can hear it just going off right now. It's so annoying. Come on, man. Where are you? There you are. There you are. Get away from all the ads. Ah. You bastard gets stomped. Oh, big hit. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, we aggroed. So, yeah, works for me. Oh, oh, oh. Yep, get out of that. Yeah, and just come up here. Please! Oh, God. That was fucking scary. I wish these, oh, that's part of it. My fucking food. Oh, God. Yep, I see it. I see it. Okay, so I'm just gonna do some incidental damage to you. But let these cooldowns come out. He's gonna kill me. Nice. I didn't put down a bed yet again, so that's really fun. Son of a fucking bitch, man. How did I do this last time I, like, went down? Yeah, you have to go all the way up the road, but that's fine. It's actually not that bad once you do it. Once you do it right. That sucks. I forgot to put down a fucking... It doesn't come across as a survival game until you're at a monument, and by then you're already in the monument. You forget to put the survival function down, you know? It's tragic. Be right back, Bio. Stiff. Oh. Right back. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I went too far without putting a respawn down. And I've died at this area twice now because they're like hardcore. The quest, I don't know. I feel like I need to kind of out level it a little bit because like those things are stompy. Might do, I don't know, something for XP. I just don't know what. That might be easy to do. Those are grouped. Let's go take a look at that. Yeah, just like get me out of here. I don't know how far am I. No, I'm at the warp. I'm good. Yeah, I'll just go take a look at that. That looks like more fun, a little bit less hardcore. I like the rainy area, but you know it's fine. I'm not trying to die again. It's not really my vibe. Yeah. I'm not trying to fucking die. I don't die a lot, but you know. What's this? Oh yeah. Overwatch 2. Alright. Okay. Oh no, what do you mean? What do you mean it's in use? It's not in use. What do you mean? Not right, not right. I see. Yeah. Hmm. Well, buttercup. Milk. Take a look at something here. Sorry guys, I'll be right back. I am in this town. Morningdale, yep. Trying to leave, go south. Alright. Okay, guys, I believe I'm going to pause here and restart my computer. I'm going to stop the stream for just a minute. I'm so sorry. But I won't be going long. Like maybe 2-3 minutes, you know. But I'm going to start my computer here. Talk to you in a bit.